country. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the soul. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까 그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운마
저리가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song penned through a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer, every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
명창아 벼슬이야
광범하게 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song passed through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Esports Festival 2021. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by Chronicler as we begin the day with some joyous Hearthstone. Finally, the best is what we're starting with, right?
Last one out, first one's in. We're slinging cards, and we had some great matches yesterday.
We did.
It was very enjoyable. We learned a lot about both the general meta and about Demon Hunter.
Mainly Demon Hunter is what we're learning. Just to give you guys an update, I in fact was playing a little bit more and identified my mistakes much better this time around while I entered my way into another loss. So things were definitely improving on our end. Thankfully, we're not the ones that are actually going to be playing the game. And we do have two matches for you. So we are going to be starting with, I believe, the fourth place match, where Topoki will be taking on Ostinato. And I'm really glad that we get to see him again. So my favorite player playing once again. Very, very nice. Hopefully Topoki's internet is going to be keeping up. That is definitely the biggest thing that we're interested in at the moment. But then we're going to have JWC versus Dollaramion, and those two played extraordinarily well yesterday. I want to see more of JWC's priest deck. I thought that one has been looking fantastic. I believe he's got clean sweeps on stream so far with that particular deck. So lots of buffing. Feels like just a better version of the Libram Paladin, and I like that because I hate Libram Paladin. I lose to it too much.
Maybe one day we'll see a Hunt. I don't think that there'll be a day. And it makes a lot of sense. Hunter is just, I think, the premier deck to say, no, you. you silly OTK deck.
Yeah.
I will not let you draw your entire deck by turn 6 and kill me.
Well, that's because you're dead on turn 6.
Yeah.
This is the thing. If you
That's
if you
great.
make it illegal to be up to turn 6, then you're absolutely fine.
Get that.
No,
Yeah.
exactly right. So I'm kind of hoping that we do get to like see it let through just once, just so we see how repugnant it actually is. But we haven't actually seen it just yet. And maybe you'll just have to, build it. It's still extraordinarily cheap, so you can still just get to Legend by smocking people in the face.
I just want to take a moment as well for the Control Warrior that we had to witness yesterday.
Oh no. Yeah, that
He
got owled.
He climbed that mountain. He tried so hard. And he got swept down by 1,000 owls.
Well, let's have a look at the overview once again. Just to remind you guys, $5 grand on the line. JWC or Dollaramion are looking for that 2.5, which is pretty ridiculous. Third place will be picking up $1,000 as well. And whoever gets fourth will be going home with nothing. So actually, feels to me like the third, fourth place match is almost the biggest. Just because you get absolutely nothing unless you do. Otherwise, there's still $1,000 more if you win, but you're taking away 1.5K, which feels real nice. And this is the bracket. As we saw yesterday, Ostinato fell to the hands of JWC, who played extraordinarily well. And Dollaramion was able to take down Topoki in our very, very hard-fought 5-game series.
Yeah, that was a really, really good one. Ended, as we said, very anticlimactic.
Yeah, it was a bit abrupt, with Owls just scratching his face off.
Yeah. That part, not my favorite part. The rest of it, though, quite nice. I think that we also saw a little bit more of the diversity in terms of, yes, a lot of the same type of heroes, but there was, some variations in the actual deck list being played. And did you see what I saw there? I wonder.
Do we have people actually here?
That would be very cool. We don't know.
We'll have to find out.
We'll see shortly, because we might be getting pranked, but...
Ooh, there we go. There's
promising.
someone sitting on a desk. We're not really doing anything just yet. However, checking out the decks, seeing what's going on. All right. Hopefully we're getting ready to hop into the game. And then we'll find out exactly which one's going to be played first. Could be the final first, and then we're going to be playing for who's going to be picking up that third place. Remember, either nothing or $1,000. So that is a big deal. Absolutely. 2.5K going over to the winner as well in our first match. And I have a feeling like, I don't know, let's do some Gamba. Let's do some Gamba here to start things off. Who do you reckon's going to be able to take the final?
JWC.
I think so too. I feel like he's been so consistent.
Smashing it.
Yeah. That priest deck. I have a feeling that's also going to go undefeated. I don't see it losing. It's so good at having a balance of decent early board presence and then also being able to just create gigantic units. He reloads extraordinarily effectively as well. But here we are. We're into our third, fourth place match. So this one is for all of those $1,000 marbles. Topoki versus Ostinato. Ostinato, my personal favorite player. I'm hoping that he's going to be able to get that third place. And he's going to be debuting with his mage deck as, oh man. I think you do. You'd still throw it away in the mulligan, but good to know that she's there,
I wonder.
Do you reckon you just keep it? Because I guess you kill him on turn 6 half the time.
Yeah, I really do wonder.
He's
Because
thinking about it.
there is some preliminary setup required, right? You actually would rather have some cake.
Yep.
Want to have your cake, needed to prep that in advance. But you can see Ostinato thinking about it. We'll just be keeping everything but the... I quite like it as well. I think
with the Arcane Intellect in hand, you feel much better about keeping it because you feel like it's not going to slow down. And Topoki is going to be playing the Quest OTK Demon Hunter, the deck that I completely suck at because it's really hard to play.
It is.
But is very effective when it works and extremely satisfying as well. So looking forward to seeing how he's going to go here. Thinking about trying to get towards that quest completion ASAP, and is going to be able to start things off quite nicely. So a couple of cards and a trade in hand also can just draw himself. So that should be first sub-quest complete. But it's, yeah, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get to his combo pieces in time.
I don't really see a way, right? Like already the cursor is beautiful for Ostinato. You can go coin encounters into Arcane Intellect, draw discounted spells.
Yep.
And you can just start setting up so incredibly early here. Still gonna need a bunch more pieces, but you already know that you're gonna have a fair amount of time available. Looking at the hand as well, there's a lot of combo pieces, but no card draw. Right? There's no trade cards, nothing there at the moment.
Yeah, he's sort of ran out a little bit. He could top deck something
will.
nice. We'll see.
Probably will, like with the amount of draw that's available on the deck. But that's my problem, is that gonna be enough? I think as Ostinato here, he just casually slammed down the intellect, you know? Like,
He has 3 dead cards in hand as well, our friend, the Demon Hunter, because you don't need spot removal or anything like that against this particular mage. Mage not actually going to be playing anything. Both of them, in fact. One of the main issues is having a minion to target with your spells to get them out of your hand so that you can keep drawing through your deck as quickly as possible. But I mean, at the moment, it looks to me like Ostinato is just waiting for turn 5 or 6 and just popping off. Does still need to discount his hand as much as he possibly can, so, and his deck. So we're going to be trying to get there, and then the infinite combo will just destroy everyone.
yeah, he's not quite there yet. But as you point out, the main issue, of course, for Tokboki is that he is still a fair amount of sequences away.
Yeah.
Because you need to actually finish your quest, you need to play your...
Yeah, getting through the quest 3 times, and at the moment it's looking really, really dire because there's no extra draw in hand. Yes, he's got an extra card that he's going to be drawing next turn, but if he can't get that quest completion, he's going to be so far behind on tempo. It's going to be really rough, and we know that this mage really does not mess around and can start to kill you quite quickly. But still, you know, does have a few discounted cards and stuff like that.
Wonder whether you just slam down your body. I think he cast only arcane spells thus far, so I'll just draw you a card. But as Ostinato, it just feels like there are not really any wrong routes to take, right? Well, I guess you can play a combo piece on curve for no reason, but based on what we've seen,
That sounds
from
like
this
something
man
I'd
so
do to
far-
throw away a game.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I have now watched Atlas play the Demon Hunter that we're seeing piloted
Yeah.
by Tokboki live.
It was quite embarrassing.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah.
Instead, cycles. I personally don't mind it. And it's just get rid of those cards. Don't need them. Don't need minions either.
Yep. Well, let's see what we can draw. Acrobatics would be absolutely the nuts right now. Going to be able to trade as well, so that feels... Oh, and there's the acrobatics as well. Oh my god. That's fantastic.
Feeling very good about that one.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of draw that he's now picked up. This is really, really nice. There we go. Next time around, you can trade one more if you would like to. But it's now discounted. And probably just going to wait for the next turn to get all of that completion in. So hold on to these cards and get things working there. Only 1 mana available, so I don't think he wants to do it yet. I think this is the way to go.
I think the main issue is that even despite all that, as Tokboki, at the very earliest, provided you draw everything you need, you're still, what, at least 3 turns away?
2 or 3, depending on
Yeah.
how lucky you get.
Yeah. Whereas Ostinato,
I think he's looking like he will be able to get the quest completed next turn, though.
yeah, he should. Yeah, I think so. Between drawing an outcast card and trading, and
Yeah.
you have to be very unlucky not to actually cycle into it. But then you're gonna have to wait until next turn to actually play the quest. I
Yeah,
think
and then
in a lot of
you're gonna
cases-
have to like hope for a glide, and then
exactly
get Il'gynoth pretty early and things like this.
One saving grace is that there hasn't really been as much mana available yet, but now we're starting to draw these discounted spells. You can start
He
slowly throwing some stuff towards face as well if you want.
Outcast Glide would be just so good for Topaki as well, because he's seen that
Oh yeah.
that card on the left has not been touched since the mulligan.
And it was also kept in hand. So,
Yeah.
oh boy.
Yeah. You could imagine that you could glean that that's perhaps something relatively important.
Oh, not great here.
Gonna take some archery for now. We'll spam to face. So, one card away from a full hand. And what have we picked ourselves up? All right, looking for that outcast card to start things off. Is it going to be draw? And it's a glide.
Oh, boy.
And it's also exactly the glide he wanted, drawing it off the top, making sure that his opponent has to throw the cards back as well. That feels real good. And that's a whole bunch of combo pieces that he has available as well. And now he's going to be able to pick up that quest completion. So, oh man, this is starting to feel pretty good. Especially now that he is denied so much of that cycle from the mage. Only 5 cards in hand doesn't feel great. Does still have a lot of draw
you
options.
draw 2, if I'm not mistaken, at the very least. Might be 3, but I think it's 2.
Yeah, it's 2. Oh, 3.
No, it is
Never mind.
3, yeah. So it would have been Frostfire and Arcane. And honestly, it's looking better. But still feel like Ostinato just needs to draw like 2 cards and he's good.
Yep.
Whereas, still need, what, 2 of your combo pieces? For
Oh
top
yeah,
blocking
yeah,
here?
yeah. He still needs to play Mr.
he
Demon
plays-
Boy.
Yeah.
So that's going to discount the rest of his hand. Sorry, the rest of his deck as he's drawing cards, and then hoping things are going to be okay. And doesn't actually have any of those. He does have I-Beam for a lifesteal option, and can buff that one and still hold on to some decent combo pieces as well if he wants to get some life back, if he's getting a bit worried. But yeah, you take the book every time.
Yeah, especially if you get a +2 spell damage minion, you can draw extra cards. Gonna feel a lot better. Daniel the Demon coming down, discounting the deck. And Daniel.
Yep. And also now you're going to be able to get back another trade card by popping this weapon next turn, so you'll be able to go searching for more of these discounted cards.
Or is it Freddy the Fell?
Freddy the Fell?
Yeah, because he's
I'm
part of the Fell Legion.
yeah, I reckon Freddy. I mean, maybe it's like
Fell Freddy?
Yeah. What's your favorite name that starts with I? Illidari Ian?
I like that.
I don't like Illidari Ian. I'm a bit of a fan of that one. We'll stick with that. We'll see how long he's going to stick as well, as the mage now has something to target all of these things with.
There we go. Can both do trade. Personally, I'd say throw it down, draw some cards.
I mean, spell damage +2, pretty good for this deck. I would hazard a guess.
Yeah. But I think, above all, you need to actually get to stuff. That glide, man.
Yeah, it was real nice. Hasn't really picked into too much more draw, but wasn't actually punished for it because he did want to play down the little questy boy, or Illidari Ian, as we like to call him. He's not going to last too much longer, though. So we've got a lot of de-evolutionizing happening here.
You know what the most revolting thing is, Atlas? You might not even need your combo piece.
Ooh, that feels good.
Oh boy.
That's a lot of draw. So he's going to see what else he gets. And then he's going to trade back, trade around, and there's Il'gynoth in hand right now. Doesn't have the combo pieces just yet, but there's one. Just needs next turn. Next turn and he wins.
Oh,
This is nutty.
I've heard that before though, and every single time.
No, I mean, Ostinato needs to kill him next turn,
No,
otherwise the
that's-
game's over.
I know. I'm aware.
And it's
But-
not like what I was saying to you, like I was going to be able to win the next turn because I then messed up the combo. That's not how it's happening here. Toppoki should be able to get it done. He's got 9 mana to play with. Il'gynoth, double up, and then he's also just got 2 of the lifesteal spells. So if anything sticks on the board,
I think it's gonna happen.
yep.
I think he's done it. Oh, that's not that's not what you want.
It's not what you want to see. Hasn't been able to get to it. And I think this is
Surely.
lethal. I don't know whether he needs another another minion to do it. Like, if he messes it up, though, like, he is just screwed. So he wants to make sure that he knows what's going on here.
Speaking
and
from experience.
yes. Yes. Very good at messing it up, as it turns out.
Oh, now he got double.
Yeah, now he's also got, and yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
This should be Jeej.
The mage getting beaten.
Yeah, let's see how much damage it actually does.
Glide gets it done.
Yeah, that's going to do it for you. That is going to do it for you. So, Toppoki going to be able to take the first win with the Quest OTK Demon Hunter. He got very lucky with the draws towards the end there, but it just feels good to see the deck actually work.
When you draw your entire deck, you know,
Yeah.
like that.
Plus that
it
glide,
helps.
man. That glide was
'Cause
so good.
There were a multitude of other outcast cards he could have drawn, and those would have not guaranteed him the glide.
Yeah.
And that could have completely changed the outcome of this game. And look at that! I've been waiting for this. 'cause
Yeah, the Druidad.
We don't actually have Toppoki's deck list, I don't think. And
No, we
we've been
don't.
Able to,
Oh god, we do have Toppoki's failing internet.
Yeah, I mean we don't. We assume.
RMIT University. I went to RMIT. Did you know that? Back in Australia, studied some mechanical engineering at RMIT.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it the same?
Well, I mean, I didn't go to university
Well, you didn't go
in
to
Singapore,
well,
so.
no. But maybe it's like part of a.
Yeah, I
like
think maybe
a
it's
collab?
maybe it's a different campus or something like that of the same university, or maybe it's just a very common acronym. No idea.
Well, there is MIT.
There
So-
is MIT, but this is RMIT,
No, I get that.
and that's the one that I went to. Often, guys, it is a minute to a minute and a half that Toppoki makes his way back. Maybe he was microwaving some Toppoki for himself, and he's just blaming it on the internet for now. Wouldn't put it past him. But now I'm very intrigued about this Druid deck. You're expecting Token, aren't you? And I was thinking that it could be the Taunt Druid that has been getting popular. I think Taunt Druid on this patch, there are a lot of people theory crafting that it could be better. But because we are, like a day or two into the expansion, it's a little bit more difficult to glean as to just how powerful it is. And also with so many of these decks requiring a lot of practice to pilot,
Yeah.
it makes it a little bit more difficult.
And I think that decks like very quickly rampy Druid.
Yep.
In general, it can feel very good when you win, but if you don't draw any ramp, you just sit there with minions in your hand. Well,
Yep.
Now what? Basically, like we're sitting here, but there we go. Time is gone. The
Yep.
Connect has come through.
It's exactly like what I was saying. You just wait a minute and a half. It's absolutely fine.
no problem at all.
Alrighty. Well, not exactly getting our combo pieces in hand to start things off, but there is some potential draw sitting there, waiting, trading things around here as well for Ostinato. How do you feel like trade as a mechanic? I feel like trade is almost like too robust.
Oh yeah. I think that in normal situations, I love it. I think that the main issue is that with that now we have our answer as the Trog has shown its face.
Yep.
I personally think that the problem of trade is that in like specific decks, the combo decks that are all the rage at the moment, it just gives them even more consistency because you can run cards that can be good in your deck, but you can also always cycle through the entirety of it, and you can keep doing it. I think that, honestly, after you've traded it, maybe you shouldn't be able to keep trading it back. I think that will be...
Oh, like you
feel
get
a little
one
better.
trade
You
and
get
then
one trade, and then the next time you draw it, it's there.
that actually kind of makes sense. I sort
I
of like
would,
that.
I would like that more.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Because you saw and we haven't seen the most egregious example. I think thus far it's been pretty
Yeah.
honest, quote unquote, gameplay in terms of the OTKs. But like if you go back to one of Ostinato's games, right? If you go back to some of the Demon Hunter games where they just draw their entire deck, only have to spend a mana a time,
Yep. And
Yeah.
cycling through.
and you hit everything.
Yep.
Like, you always hit all your answers.
always complete your quests quite easily. If you don't screw it up like I do.
I was not gonna go there.
No, I got it. Discount in the hand just a little bit here is Ostinato. And tidying things up. And he is going to have to definitely deal with this board over and over and over again. Innovate in hand. Doesn't feel quite as good as it used to, does it? Oh, the times.
I remember Old Innovate.
Yeah, Old Innovate was just the most
Old double
ridiculous card.
Innovate into Nourish.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Oh man, I think that is probably the most satisfying turn one that you could ever have.
No, it's Coin Wildgrowth.
Coin Wild Growth is pretty good, but Innovate, Nourish is really dope too. I guess you do end up with an empty hand, but still.
So how do you feel about the development that we're seeing on board here? Because I know he's not feeling great about it.
Oof.
That's Ostinato. He's not he's not having a good time.
That's a big trog!
Yep.
Where's the polymorph when you need it, eh?
You know the best part is when you try to damage him, there's more.
Yeah.
There's more for you to.
And you're actually
to
like
damage.
Trog is probably the worst possible option. Now it's also a 6/6 Trog, and the thing is like it only gets worse in like an exponential sense when it's a druid that's doing it, because druids buff their whole board half the time.
Yeah.
And it's not like you can just make a billion of them and it's only one of them that's going to get worse, right? Which is the case for a lot of these paladin decks, and to a lesser extent, I guess, the priest as well that wants to be playing with these trogs. Like, this is a real disaster.
Oh, Ostinato. The algorithm is losing.
The algorithm
people
is
are
having a
winning.
rough time, yeah. And it was as soon as I became an Ostinato fan that he started getting clapped.
Nosedive.
So maybe I should be like, I just really like Topoki.
Well, you do.
Oh man, that's another one. For there's a lot of buff ability going on.
There is one saving grace, and that is that with the current hand, the ability to reload is limited.
Does it matter
Well, no.
with a 10/10 Trog?
Well, no, but I personally, I like to look at things from
Yeah.
the glass half full.
The
you
glass
know?
is definitely half full. As well, yeah,
well,
we are slamming
this-
face 100%.
This glass. I was
How
just
many-
savoring a half full glass. I
How
might
many
add, and
12/12 Trogs are going to be on the board by
then-
the end of this turn?
then a trog came in. Oh, you can see it. There's no.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna make a maximum.
I think he
amount of
should
12
make
trogs.
6 Trogs.
Yeah.
6 12/12 Trogs. And then we'll see how it's going to go.
Hey, at
Thankfully,
least-
it does actually copy them.
Oh.
All right,
Hold
hold the phone.
up.
But there are 2 of them.
Yeah, and the moment you casted so basically you need 2 of those. You need 2 devolving missiles.
Yeah. He bought another turn though.
Yes.
And we're top decking. But does it even really matter? As yeah.
Well, just-
we're staring down just so many Trogs.
So I guess that.
Oh,
you're
no,
not hitting it.
He's tidying
No,
this
yeah,
board up.
You're doing it.
It's fine.
You're
Look at that.
One on each. That's 2.
Oh.
That's 3.
Oh, he did it.
Well,
We got there.
the gamer.
Yep.
He got it done. Oh.
And now like
my.
he's almost entirely out of the woods, as there's not really too much to worry about. He does want to clear off these 2 minions because of course it is a druid, so those can get bigger. But all right, feeling a little bit better here on the side of Ostinato.
And the moment you said how much you like Tokboki, that devolving missiles was drawn.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it.
If only you could weaponize this Casticus against your opponents.
Yeah, no, exactly. I really need to do that.
Maybe you'd.
Unfortunately,
maybe
they
you'd
can't
finally
hear
win
me.
a Demon Hunter game.
Yeah, so it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, this game.
At least getting some hand buffing done. So it's now a 2/2 kitty cat, which feels a little bit better. Am I right?
I want to say yes, not less. But I don't actually feel that way. No, I don't think it's. Oh God.
Yeah, and now
Just in case of a
that's a
chicken
lot of
refill.
that's a lot of polys.
Yeah, well, this went from very good to very, 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 very bad.
Yeah, the freeze definitely worked out effectively. As now we're just. I mean, Topoki's probably just hovering over the concede button because right now it's just slow death while the mage does whatever he wants.
Sitting there with your spike show and your cannon, you're like, what are my options? And he found the right one.
Yeah, that devolving missiles, man. Ostinato, the algorithm coming out in full force this time around. That's going to tie up the series.
If he doesn't hit all three of those, because the moment you miss one of the trogs, the devolving missile creates another one. Like you just instantly lose.
Yep. And remember, it can hit the same target twice. So like that was
it could have just
actually
gone all,
the most perfect of RNG that you could possibly get to. So
you needed to hit both of them.
Yeah.
100%, or you just instantly lose. This should be a really good matchup, though. But having seen what I see Jabaki does now, I'm starting to wonder whether this is more of a aggro buffless as opposed to like the traditional go very wide on the board. Because going wide on the board against Rogue, amazing.
Yeah.
There's no AoE wave clear whatsoever. At some point, they're going to run out of spot removal. But if you build a few soul minions, then you're going to be very sad. That's why historically Druid has been one of the classes that Rogue actually has been able to deal with through saps, and stealth and smokes and whatnot.
I feel like the Taunt Druid can do a bit of work against the Rogue.
If you high roll.
Certainly had in the past.
Yeah.
But I think that was based on a lot of older cards that were able to go wide pretty comfortably. Like all of the, filling the board with scarabs and things like that, which certainly felt good.
Can we not? I don't want to think back to that era of
Oh,
Hearthstone.
man. I loved it. I love Jade Golems, man. I was a huge Jade Golems fan.
Well, Jade Golems were fine, but jeweled scarabs and like...
You played jeweled scarabs with all of the Jade. Oh, it's
Yeah.
just, huge fan.
Remember Ultimate Infestation?
Yeah.
10 mana card, and it just did
Everything.
everything.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
And half the time, because, like, you never worried about draw with that deck at all, you're like, oh, I'm just going to burn my whole deck, but I don't care.
Oh, yeah. Nourish for mana? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
It was very silly.
Not good.
It was very silly.
No.
A lot of fun, though, if you were the one playing it. Not so much if you're playing against it.
That is somewhat the case now with the current OTT decks. Where is my Zoolock?
Yeah,
Where is
right.
my
Oh, man.
minion against minion?
I still think that, like, I'm not a huge fan of the Owl Warlock, but I do like the Bernie Warlock. I think that's kind of fun.
The
questy one.
It's too much healing.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't like feeling like I'm playing against a yo-yo.
I like the idea
I
of,
love
like,
JoJo, but
fatiguing
yo-yo is
yourself
what
and
I
then
like.
killing your opponent with it, though. That's cool.
I know, I love, like, thematically, I think all these decks are great.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're very cool. But you have already, as we've noted countless times throughout IEF 2021, even in the competitive setting where you'd expect people to be able to kind of target decks and know what is coming,
Yeah.
some of the aggro decks that we've seen actually don't work out. Like outside of Hunter, which just has always been banned, these two players haven't brought it. Basically, everything is just combo. We know Tokbokios has a control warrior. We also saw what happened to that control warrior.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly what we wanted.
It
He's
was
not going to
very
be able to
bad.
play his paladin. If he wins it here, we will be able to see the brick wall warrior. And there is no warlock this time around, so Ostinato not going to be able to play that. Also, I don't believe Ostinato's list was the owl warlock anyway. He was more of the quest fatigue yourself and kill your opponent type deal. So maybe that one works out a little bit better for the warrior. You're not going to be doing 90 damage to face when you hit your combo.
Hello, Draktar. Yeah, I also immediately note the difference in playstyle, right? Because this is a Garrod Rogue from Ostinato, but instead of looking for a lot of damage, just going to straight out curve here, trying to get as much board control as he possibly can.
By the way, I pulled Drekthar after not choosing it.
Nice. Yeah, you can still get him. The other one. Me too.
I'm just glad that I chose the alliance and then just pulled the other card anyway.
Well, Horde's better. But
I mean, horses for courses. Actually, it's more like wolves, isn't it, if you're a horde boy.
yeah, that again confirms the suspicions. Just playing full on tempo.
Yeah?
And this is kind of interesting. I don't know whether Tokboki can, because if you get rid of some of the combo pieces, the secret passage gives a bit of gas. But with this already being taken down, I think you can play it slow as Tokboki and actually outvalue the rogue fairly decently. Yeah, that is going to be a prep passage, and that's not...
Oh man, that feels ridiculously good.
Yeah.
You can Shadow Step there
I guess
as well.
you play and Shadow Step it? I'd honestly would go for that. Because I feel like with your previous one getting killed, you can play it. You can also gamble on him not having removal. Right now he doesn't, so...
Yeah?
you can do that and keep the Shadow Step in your deck.
You did just force some removal as well, so
Yeah, exactly.
you know that
It's a gamble.
likelihood is higher.
Looks like that's going to be the case. Have some extra time to think about it, though.
Indeed. We are microwaving some more Doppelkey. Oh, wow. That was a quick one. Never you mind. Okay, never mind. Take it all back. I'm not going to react to...
No, you really should have
the
learned
lag.
at this point, Atlas.
Yeah. I've failed.
It's okay.
I
We
apologize,
won't hold
everyone.
you personally accountable.
All right, well, that's good. At least we know that it's not my fault entirely.
Nah. Very
We need
partially.
to do our time. Whenever this comes up, it's a minute, right? Otherwise, it's just going to happen again. Thankfully for our final, we've got Korea versus Korea, so likely that the connection should be more than capable, but
And-
Toppoki is certainly struggling a little bit.
With the possibility of the players actually being here as well, which we don't know. You know, we're not teasing it just to tease it. Might not be the case,
Yeah,
but we did see some shots.
we did.
We saw some tech people setting stuff up.
I can peer down. And
I
have
would
a
like
look.
that. Yeah, we're looking at a pause screen right now. Anyway,
There is indeed some playing going on. So I believe Ostinato in the house. I can
Boy.
ask for an autograph later on.
I mean, you should, and maybe also ask him how to play Demon Hunter.
I've figured it out now.
Have you?
I know. I can identify all of my mistakes
Ah.
as I'm making them.
Okay, you do it before you make them.
Well, I mean, that'll happen with time.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah,
so is what they
exactly
say. 2 minutes, I think, is the max that we've waited thus far, right? Otherwise, we're going to be hitting records.
Yeah, we're like 140, 150 is generally how long it takes. The fact that there was a bit of stuttering before this worries me just a little bit. Fingers crossed, though. Touch wood. All that good stuff. I think is this a wooden desk? I think it is.
Close enough.
Yeah. Can't actually touch the wooden part of it, though.
It's definitely not, by
Yeah.
the way. But
Yeah, and we've got plaster back here. Touching wood is quite impossible, as it turns out in here. That's all right. Hopefully it's just going to be all right. 2 minutes for the first time.
starting to go from jovial to moderately worried.
Yeah, I think Topoki's playing Ramp Druid, and he's ramping up the lag each time.
There we go.
There we go. I'm very scared for the next time it lags. Tell you that much. But now we're considering our options.
Yes, Shadow Step yes or no is the final question remaining in this turn. I think that I like it if he doesn't. I think that having to play it again next turn, even for the 1 mana, this early on when you kind of starved for it. Okay, wow. Isn't even going to Shadow Step, but instead going to make sure that he has a way to actually proc the draw with a 0 mana card.
Hell yeah.
Well, that's a Dragfalf turn if I've ever seen one. It's 4 mana.
Yeah.
With an orange Dragfar in your hands.
You're feeling pretty good. You see that, and it feels like it's just telling you how to make things work. But no, it looks like it's not going to be the option here.
Feeling gruffy.
Yeah, we're going to start trogging.
Here we go again.
And as this Trog starts to buff himself up, it's getting harder and harder to remove.
If you can play enough cards as the rogue, then maybe you can just 2-tap it. But you don't have enough cards, and any spell you play, which normally is what you would do, is going to make things way worse. But I guess you just draw and desperately hope to hit something that can kind of save you, but that's going to be enough.
Yeah, well, it's got his Octo. It's feeling pretty good. We're ready to start comboing things around, but it's a very healthy boy.
I think you take it down as low as you can, and then you freeze it, and then the freeze might duplicate it, but then maybe you can kill it next turn. This is...
Mark of the Wild in hand as well for even more buffing.
Oh. Yeah.
Also creating the taunt is going to be a roughie as well.
Tokboki's draws have been very good with this deck.
Yeah. We do know that it definitely runs out of steam if Ostinato passes this test, then he's well and truly very, very happy. So...
Oh. It's gonna let it live. Let it hit phase once. And then be able to deal with it next turn. But like that is not counting the buffing that's about to come through here. I think you just double buff the Trog and keep going.
Yeah, I think so too.
Clear the board, and then that should be just it.
I mean, he's basically all in on this Trog anyway, right? Because there's no way of refilling this hand, so he just has to try and keep it alive.
Oh, God.
Yep, it's feeling pretty nice. That's a big old and he has another one. It's a baby one, but
honestly,
it's still...
maybe you don't even play that one. Because like now you can fill up your board with not just awesome Trogs, but also
crappy Trogs,
mini Trogs.
But this is a druid, as we were talking about.
Well, yeah, it also doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I personally don't think. Can freeze it, so he can buy himself one more turn.
And buy 2 more Trogs.
Yeah. But again, tiny Trog.
Yeah.
Not loving it.
No. Well, we've survived damage, so we've passed the test. Nicely done. Now we can play as many cards as we possibly can. Oh, we're taking a lot of damage. And there it is. We knew it was happening, right? Because otherwise you're just dead. But still. 2 health. Possibly something that can be dealt with.
As you pointed out, if he deals with this, you're good. This is why the lack... oh, come on.
They're trogging up the wazoo.
Well, that's actually not good, I'd personally argue. You don't really need that Trog. And I guess we still have a game? If he get... Yep. That's enough to try and passage your way to something. Like, you can kill both the Trogs. And then... I guess go from there?
Can you kill both the Trogs?
You can kill one. But... I guess the second one would... Yeah, you could have, yeah. But it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah. Doesn't he? I thought he leaves one alive with 1 health no matter what he does.
No, you can use the 1 damage from the inventor to like last hit 1, and then you go Octobolt and you hit face. Or you hit it with your face.
Oh, right. I don't think you want to hit it with your face. Then you have 4 health, and then you just die.
Well, yeah, and then I know, but like that's what I'm saying. And you secret passage into trying to find something. But now, this is good enough, right? At the very least, you deal with the Trogs, and there is no refill available. And he's desperately hanging in there. You also get to proc the Frenzy.
That's true, yeah.
It's still bad, but it's better.
Yeah, Garok goes back. And Ostinato just wanting to get towards, you know, his Garok win condition towards the end. So the more he hangs on, the more he survives, the better things are. And yeah, I think going face with as much damage as you possibly can is precisely what you want, because he knows that there's not a lot left. And right now, representing lethal,
행복한 길드원이 늘었어.
Looking for more.
yep,
행복한 길드원이 늘었어.
just trading things around.
Okay. It's good damage. Yeah, you can kill that one and then...
Not presenting lethal anymore. Haha, not lethal on board. Pog.
Well, I was a glass half full kind of guy. Yeah. Still a possibility for him to find lethal here.
Oh yeah, no, he just needs 1 damage.
That's some fun.
That's some treants. Can't play him just yet though.
And if Ostinato wins from this position,
They'd be pretty obscene, right?
yeah. I've seen crazier things. Like you can kind of retake control of the board here.
He just needs 1 measly damage.
Yeah, but this is the problem: is that once Rogue is on the board, it can be very hard to get them off. Although Ostinato's Rogue is
He doesn't have
just,
it.
Just go face. Honestly, like you have 2. I thought it was going to go for the Glowfly Swarm, but you still have every hero power now always kills him. s- Anything you ever stick on the board, it's just too much. And even though he held on rather,
Yep.
for a long amount of time, it's just
The big trog. The big trog was just a little bit too much. So, unfortunately, was unable to make it work. And Ostinato, once again, struggling to get there. However, there is still potentially 2 more games. Ostinato could come back, and we're not wasting any time. Let's hop into this next one and see whether the victory is going to be picked up. But that, with the fact that it's now the warrior that has to win,
that's
could be difficult, right? Because we know that it's not necessarily the archetype that has been highly successful in a meta that has been a little bit more like the OTKs and being able to just pop you. That being said, this is a great matchup because you generally do about 30 odd damage with your combo as the Demon Hunter. So pressing that armor up button is just real valuable.
yeah. I'm thinking like, what would be your maximum damage potential that you can actually hit with this deck? And I'd imagine like you should, if you can somehow get 6 minions up, you should be able to hit like 72 damage.
Yeah.
That is provided you have everything and you have the 6 minions, and like you didn't have to use any removal. Now the not using removal part, considering you're playing against the warriors, should be fine. But there's other problems, right? There is the
You don't even need to
Azimuth you
like.
need to deal with.
And if Toppoki actually has minions on the board, then it can work. As all right,
Yeah, it's true. But that's my I don't think he will.
yeah.
I think Tokbaki will be able to.
Ostinato's really cycling fast though this time.
Yeah.
Turn 3, completing the first part of the quest. Feels pretty good. Still sitting with a whole bunch of cards in hand, and he can
draw.
set up to draw next turn with this one as well.
He's gliding as well if he would choose to do so.
Yeah. And Glide actually feels pretty good against a warrior like this, actually. Just because the warriors generally draw pretty slowly. So putting him back down to 4 cards. And they also like to hoard cards, right? So certainly working out pretty nicely here as we are going to be able to tidy this one up too. Feels pretty nice. Believe that was outcasted as well, so he's going to get the full value. And he can coin into being able to draw his next outcast card as well, so we'll be able to finish off the quest one more time. This is feeling real great. And he doesn't even need to worry about that. He's just going to trade anyway. Damn. We're getting through this real fast. And Il'gynoth is in hand and at 4 mana as well already. So he probably doesn't even want to be gliding.
I wonder. I really like this matchup. And you're gonna
That's
also
another
see
combo piece.
Tokboki also not playing even remotely similar to last time we saw him play against the Warlock, where he was just actually pressing the button every single turn. Looking for a somewhat more proactive approach here, trying to leverage his weapon damage to at least apply some pressure to Ostonado.
Yeah.
The amount of lifesteal that's still available, just, I guess, depends whether you have enough overall weapon damage.
Yeah, and also Ostonado is sitting on the Viper in hand, so he can get rid of it if he would like to, but instead he's going to go for the Glide to try and activate the quest, and we'll be able to do so pretty comfortably. Not going to be able to actually throw down the card just yet, but still, it's going to be set up pretty nicely. Turn 5, completing all 3 of the subquests actually feels quite nice here. But a little bit greedy, I think, not destroying the weapon while he had the chance, but maybe wanting to destroy the shield rather than get rid of this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, because with how Tokboki has played thus far, he hasn't actually built up that much of a layer of armor. And without any armor available, I mean, he's going to start armoring up now, but you're going to feel a lot safer, right? Like, 36 is pretty easily attainable. Yep. And there we, that's one.
That's combo piece number 1, yeah. He's got acrobatics as well. He can keep trading through at the same time.
Can even glide again if you choose to do so.
Probably not wanting to glide, now wants to start collecting, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's exclusively in case of wanting to mess up your opponent, because his health bar actually is getting low. Tokboki applying a fair amount of pressure, and Ostonado with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's getting more of the pieces.
Oh man, and also gets to play 2 of them, so gets all of the value from the acrobatics this time as well, which is real nice. Does have double also. And think he just really, oh baby.
That was the fastest one I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He knew.
But he needs Tokboki to play some minions. If Tokboki plays some minions, then he has 2 targets for his lifesteal to go towards, and then can theoretically just do double damage.
Yeah, so now it's shield plus hero power. And as you said, I do think that keeping the Viper is correct, specifically to this card.
Yep.
Because this one really ruins everything that you try to do as an OTK deck. I guess not if you're specifically Owllock, because you have infinite damage.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Oh, this is like pretty obscene.
Yeah. Still need to hit the Viper though. I still have the skull.
Oh, there's Il'gynoth. But doesn't quite have... I mean, he doesn't have lethal damage on board right now, but it's getting pretty close. Is it? He's trying to calculate it in his mind right here.
No, because you can't... You need to deal with the shield.
Oh, right, yes. You
right,
need
like otherwise you're not going to be able to actually do that. So now he's like, which cards can I / should I throw away here?
Yeah, he's trying to work out what he's going to get out of his hand.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Cool matchup.
I think he really wants to play the skull. And so now he's thinking about like eye beaming his own stuff. And
I like that.
There we go.
Glide again. I think I can glide, honestly. Like with the amount of draw you have available in this deck, and with you needing to hit Viper, you saw him think about it. I don't mind him not doing it, but also I think it would have been a viable line of play.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if you don't fight your Viper, you just hit him in the face 4 more times.
Yeah, I guess he's just taking it slow.
Takes a bit longer though.
He does need to make sure that he has the calculator out though, because if the Il'gynoth play doesn't work the first time, it's over.
I'm going to be completely honest, Atlas. I have faith in these players to make the right calculations.
They're probably a bit better at it than I am, aren't they?
Sequence it.
Yeah. Trading through some things here.
He's doing it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's thinking about the glide. All right. So chucking it back. Does mean that his opponent also going to be back down to 4 cards, which feels... Oh, man, that feels fantastic. Il'gynoth in hand as well. It's all combo pieces, baby! But he's still trading things around. That's double. Feels nice. Bit of extra damage availability here.
There
There's
it
the
is.
Viper. Oh, baby. I wonder if he trades it. Looking for more
Don't
combo
do it.
pieces. That would be so funny.
We're like, I need the Viper, and then he gets. He's like, no,
Yep.
not yet. I
Not
don't need
today.
you, Snake. Incredibly deadly Viper.
He's wondering whether he wants to play it now or whether he wants to wait.
Honestly, I think you wait because you can also use it, right? He's not going to. Oh,
Interesting.
okay.
All right.
Thinking. I mean, without looking right now, I imagine he would have. He still would have enough damage. So, but I
mean,
was thinking you can.
You can't double damage, so
Yeah.
he gets to draw the next one anyway, so
Yeah.
he's not too worried. Just wants to get a little bit of board presence, I guess.
Yeah, I'm mainly thinking about you just keeping the Viper in hand, show you have a minion guaranteed to throw extra spells toward.
Oh, true.
If you want to like beam
Yep.
a minion as well. Well, that's getting played.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Yep. So that's yeah, it's a lot of options that he has right now. Sitting with 7 cards in hand as well, so he can fill his hand completely. But he won't have all that much mana to play with. As I think we are once again... Alright, no, never mind. He's going to play it. And now he has 0 cards in hand. And so now he's hoping that this is just going to be enough next time around. And with everything costing 0, he will be able to play his entire hand.
I feel like Tteokbokki is having flashbacks to yesterday. If he had this minion, like a couple of turns ago, he would have been very happy. Would have
Yep.
actually provided some pressure, but it's not happening, Atlas.
Yeah, we've got a pretty obscene amount of damage available here. Oh, and he gets the double I-beam as well. And now it's just definitely all over. Goodbye.
He had one more.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have done it again. So that is going to do it. Ostinato gets through his entire deck and then does about a quadrillion damage. I-beam certainly helping out there.
So what happens, like, I understand the warrior, because control warrior in particular, against aggro deck, it's phenomenal, right? Like, your stabilization potential,
Yeah.
your ability to slow down the game, it's really, really, really good.
Ostinato does not have a aggro deck
Yeah, that's my
at
point.
all.
I
Yeah.
think that the warrior is a call you make expecting people to counter the OTK decks.
Yeah.
But then, like, I think the fact that Tteokbokki is in this third, fourth place match itself speaks of its success, because you've been able to, generally, especially in the early parts of the tournament, there will be a lot of people just running straight up aggro, and you made it all the way through, but now you're playing against someone that very clearly has a great grasp of these combo decks,
Yeah.
and then you're just sitting there, pressing on mark, like, I know none of this matters. This guy's gonna get to his true end game.
That's a
And he
0
had,
cost
like-
secret passage, by the way.
Yeah, he had like 35 more damage. I mean, it was more, but I think it was 42. But that says enough. This is already overkill by 10.
Yep.
We need Tank Up, Atlas. Where's Tank Up to save us
Exactly.
from these
Where
OTK
is
decks?
Tank Up? That is exactly right. Because it was a heck of a lot of extra damage. Well, just playing around, setting up a few more daggers, having a great time. Of course, Ostinato very confident that not too much is going to be happening too early on here. See whether it
Go
is
again.
actually going to work. As yep, secret passage to come out as expected.
It's 3 cards. Not the best cards, though. I'll be super stoked about that one.
Not exactly what you want in hand right now, but secret passage will throw it back into the deck anyway. Don't need to worry too much about that. He's just trying to go face. Wondering what he wants to do next here. guess he's just not scared about this 4-4.
Well, the 4-4 definitely you don't really mind. It's more, how do you maximize your resources, and do you want to use Shadow Step this early on? Because against Warrior, even with Garrote, you're really going to need every little bit of damage. Because this is actually one of the OTK decks where I personally think that it is quite hard to get through the Control Warrior if they're able to get a lot going early on. As we will be looking at a hopefully momentary pause screen. Although I'm already hearing some sounds, and that should be good.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot happening that was already queued up before we decided that we were reconnecting. We lasted a long time, though, before we went into reconnect mode. But here we are, in the very final game of our 3rd, 4th place match. And just to remind you guys, this is for $1,000 or absolutely nothing. So this is huge.
And I think you're feeling good here. As
Yeah?
Boki. Secret Passage not really getting into anything. I do think if you can get your double draw engines going on, and you can draw your entire deck, and get that Garrote combo off relatively early with a couple of shadows. So that's why I like not using Shadow Step. Getting as much spell damage as possible and throwing them down.
Yeah.
There is a big amount of damage, but I don't think it's as consistent, and the numbers you can generate are as obscene as what we just witnessed, or even worse, what we witnessed yesterday. Of the Owl Lock. That was...
Yeah, the Owl Lock is just a little bit dumb. It certainly has...
In the words of you, this is stupid.
It was stupid.
It was. Not the play. The play was great. But
No, it was. It was played well. But the fact that that deck exists is pretty silly.
Yeah.
That being said, this also a bit silly. Having to wait. I don't want to. We're living in impatient times. Don't like this at all.
An unfortunate scenario.
Indeed. I just want to get back in. This is we're going for the record. 2 minutes. Ticking over now.
I think we've hit 202.
Yeah.
Like the highest we've hit. And we are, as you pointed out, ramping.
We are ramping. So, is it exponential ramp is the question, or are we just going up by about 30 seconds each time? That's the real question. If we're here until 4 minutes, that's when we know that it's all a disaster.
Then we're going to get into the 8, the 16, but looks like not right now.
Nope, we're back in. All right. Doppelkey, has he gone to the microwave to collect his Doppelkey is the question. No, he's back. We're good. Just going to play the axe. Not
Play
too bad.
hammer. Wouldn't even mind if you just smacked face here. I don't think it's the best position.
No, I think he needs to deal with the board.
Well, he definitely killed it.
Yep.
행복한 길도원이 늘었어.
You can swindle. I like it. Do want to kind of play a card, and this is where it's somewhat awkward. Want to combo that card desperately. Can Octobot then swindle, but without the guarantee that you're going to be able to do some chip damage to the Octobot, throwing it out to die feels very, very bad. Awkward turn here for Ostinato. I think you just swindle for without the combo component. Just draw the spell, see what it gets you.
Or
At
you
least you're not dealing
or you
with tropes.
prep swindle, baby. For no reason.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's not, I honestly don't think it's that bad. Prep swindle might actually be the way.
Certainly an awkward turn, though. Given the fact that there's 2 preps in hand and not a lot to prepare. There's, oh, dearie me.
So 4 minutes now?
Yeah. I can look down and check. Yeah, Ostinato's just looking at the screen. And the fact that he was roping as well sort of makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable waiting for this one. But thankfully, we have made it back into the game the majority of the time.
I mean, every time, right?
Yeah.
Thus far.
I think 100% is still a majority, though, isn't it?
Huh. I don't think so, because for majority to exist, there needs to be a minority, and there's no minority if it's 100%. I don't think 0% will qualify.
True.
I think it's one of those things where there is a technical answer.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know what it is. But
Well, I mean, we can ruminate on it for at least another 5 minutes, I think.
yeah, because we keep going up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
I heard a noise.
I mean, Ostanato is like, he's champing at the bit down there. Just waiting. Because he's got to make a whole bunch of decisions pretty quickly. If you remember, it was the rope. So he has to be right ready to jump on this one. Have you been to Shinhan University before?
No,
No.
I don't think I have.
Neither have I.
Is it in Seoul?
I believe so.
I am not a connoisseur of Korean universities.
You have been to one, though.
I have, but I only know the big ones.
Ah, right.
The well-known ones, the one that... we've been to two, actually. Oh, I've been to two, you've been to one as well. 'Cause
What do you mean?
We did language class.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Together.
Yeah. Well, the rope has been cancelled, which is pretty cool. As we are going to be able to tidy up Mr. 4-4. No worries at all. We ended up utilizing one of the preps in order to get this one going, and I do quite like how this turn has ended up. It's not going to be a swindler that gets to swindle for very much longer, as we can see. Certainly, I mean, he's got a weapon there to smack it in the head if he feels like it as well. A lot of options.
Just prep your Viper.
Hell
Can
yeah.
you prep me? No.
No, you absolutely
Does
cannot.
prep still reduce it? Also no.
Yep. No, you can prep your Shadow Step. So you get 2 mana back. Because it goes to negative 2 mana, right?
Yeah.
That's obviously how that one works.
I wonder what would happen to Hearthstone if it actually did work that way. Well, I do know what
Oh,
would
he is
happen.
actually going to save it. Okay.
I respect it. I think that just a secret passage with this doesn't really give you enough leeway to get anything going. And the health total right now for Toboki really isn't that good. He hasn't really drawn into most of his armor generating cards. And hasn't really been able to press the button all that much.
He will be able to press it this time, though. Absolutely.
Smack.
And yeah, you just cram this guy into face, right? That's probably what you want to do.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh, no.
Saving
Nice.
it.
Holding on to it.
He does have faceless manipulators, so maybe he just wants to like hit him
Yeah.
for 12.
Go for a faceless OTK.
Okay, what's happening? What are we gonna do? Ostanato can go off, obviously.
Yep.
Like on the drawn engine, but
We can see that the Viper is in hand. Not likely that he wants to kill this weapon. He's waiting for that shield to come up before he really throws down his weapon removal. I think it's a very important card to have for that exact reason.
can definitely trade it. With Garode Rogue, you're fatiguing anyway, so trading it isn't really gonna set you back in the long run.
True.
He's gonna passage. Try and get more cards rolled. Well, hello, Shadow Step again.
Hell yeah.
Well, that's 2 trade cards. That'll be something. It's a very, very nice card. Throw it down, get some stealth. Well, not the means you're looking for, though.
No. Subpar.
But you have a hand next turn. Slowly, hands building up.
True.
Now you do have a way to engage your Octobot as well, so you can actively reduce this hand and deal with the board, if there will be a board, which...
Yeah, the
Not too
Octobot
sure.
combo is actually exactly what we wanted to see here for Ostanato. He just basically... I don't think he's necessarily going fast enough.
Yeah, I think he's still fine. If you look at the amount of pressure the Warrior's putting on him, which is
About 0.
nothing. Yeah, he's 27 health. Oh, are we gonna do it? We're gonna go off.
They're starting. All right, well, the deck is about to empty.
Get all of it. Oh,
there's another one.
I don't think you double. I don't think you need to. Although it always feels enticing. Killing minions.
He's just cycling through as best he possibly can. Can't have too many cards left over. We might be down to about 11 or something like that in the deck.
I think you know that this minion is dying anyway, so I wouldn't mind throwing out some more damage just to cycle the card. Okay. Gonna go for the prep. Really filling up the hand. Garrote's slowly coming in. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, gonna keep applying some pressure. I like it.
Yep, wants to make sure that there is some room in his hand for some more stuff to come in, and that was definitely a feels-good moment there. We're down to single-digit cards, and once they all go, that's when, you know, the Garrotes really start to be that huge problem.
And I think your waited turn is Tteokbokki, and then next turn go double Frozen Shield. Normally, you wouldn't really care about hitting. I think you just double Shield Slam this.
I mean, you can still slam it with your axe as well if you want to, right?
Well, I don't think you.
Are you worried about the damage?
Yeah, you're not taking the free damage, no. And like, what are you gonna use Shield Slam for in this matchup?
Yeah, not a whole lot, I guess.
Oh, he's taking damage. I don't think you need to.
Yeah, well. Double big shields. Just feeling pretty good. Able to press the button as well. Not bad. Health totals are getting back up there. But the problem is, I just... still such a worry. It's alright, we're going to be trading. Remember, we want to be using that on the shield.
In case it does come out, indeed. Yeah, that's one. What says the other Octobot still in hand?
Oh, man.
There's, I think one Shadow Step was used. There's one more Shadow Step still in the deck.
I think there is, yeah.
Yeah, and especially you can get the second Octobot as well. So you can guarantee that you can play in total 5 spell damage. You are 100% getting through that 30 health.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is no way the Tteokbokki is anywhere near safety right now. Especially with the fact that there is, you know, it's a little bit of chip damage represented on the board. If he wants to be able to clear these minions, he will need to hit something with his face, which means that he loses more of that armor. Yeah. I just feel like this this warrior deck feels so out of place against the decks that Ostinado's been running.
Yeah, like I said, I think that the warrior deck, it really served its purpose, but it's also...
Yeah.
At this point in the
tournament... If it was against Manual, he would have been having a great time.
Yeah, yeah, at this point in the tournament, just run its course. Like, the players you're up against are all gonna play one OTK combos, but then also be good enough to actually execute on them.
Yeah, unlike myself.
It's okay. Don't worry, Alex. You'll get there one day.
You know, we are getting some of this armor back, able to press his boop again. But it's just, it's not looking super good. Silly Viper back in the hand yet again, but now it's time to pop off, yeah.
It's definitely going down.
Oh, man.
Yep. There's one more Shadow Step in there, if I'm not mistaken. Can we draw now? There we go.
There it is. Oh dear. Well, there's a couple of Garrotes. And, yeah. And thus it begins.
It's not even that much damage, all things considered.
The fact that, like, every time anything gets drawn, it's just more and more.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's enough, but it's only 28 damage. Like, in the grand scheme of what we've seen today, it's not that crazy.
True.
You know?
I mean, it's not exactly an owl.
Well, no, like, you were actually pretty close to getting it down. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you're down 4 health now, right? What if you didn't take that face hit?
Yeah.
You used your removal a little bit more liberally. It might have been the saving grace, but unfortunately, the warrior deck, it's always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult. Well, like you say, I'm actually a little bit surprised myself that once all things were said and done, we were down to single-digit health being the margin. When we've seen so many of these OTK decks, it's
I've played this deck a lot. Benefit of this one, obviously, I think it's much more flexible, and you can get on the board much better than any other OTK deck. You can also just get an early board and contest very well and actually apply pressure, which is why generally you don't need that much damage. But as you can see there, this was outside of like one Shadow Step, which adds like 6 damage at most. This was about as high as you can hit, and it wasn't that much.
It wasn't that much. I mean, we're still talking about over 30, but against a warrior that could have theoretically had a little bit more of that armor. Maybe like holding. Oh no, there's a bunch of what ifs.
Holding the frozen shields, but if you do that, he just waits another turn to pop off.
Yeah.
Right, and I do think that with this list as well, it's just we can go into minutia. I think there were some opportunities to pilot it a little bit better, but at the same time, warrior into 3 OTK decks is just
not really what you wanted. But still, massive congratulations to Ostinato, able to pick up that 1,000 USD. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and unfortunately for Topoki, is just going to have to go home with nothing. 4th place, not actually able to get you anything. It's only top 3, and it does confirm that top 3 will be all Korean, which is quite interesting.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
A lot of work getting done.
In fact, it was 3 Koreans in the top 8, and in fact 3 Koreans in the top 3 as well. So
made it through.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
To be fair, had that mage not hit all 3, I think we might have had a different result.
This is Hearthstone. You can't live in the world of RNG what ifs. It's not how that goes.
And this is the beauty of it, right? Like I think that's actually peak Hearthstone. It's like, well, it's all or nothing on not even coin flip. Good luck.
Ludicrous. I think we are now just waiting for the other 2 to set up. I can actually have a bit of a peek here to see who's going to be coming in. And yes, we've got at least one sitting on their chair. So hopefully we are going to get into it as soon as we possibly can. And I'm not sure whether it is going to be heading towards a break first. Not sure how it's going to work. Yesterday we had no break between our best of 5s. The day before we did. So flip a coin. I think
I'm curious, yeah. I'm going to take a look at the deck list because I kind of want to check to see what is coming up next here.
So I actually have both of them right here.
As well?
I'm ready for you.
Very nice.
Well, my computer is having a little bit of a fit, but that's okay. All right, so Ostinato, he is done. Congratulations. And now we can have a look. JWC, of course, has that really fun priest deck that we were talking about before, the hunter that we're never going to see. And Dalaremion is pretty much Ostinato, but he's playing the owl list instead of the more techie version that was actually banned away last time. Yeah, definitely. The more winning a list. And the SI7 rogue, once again, we've got the quest Demon Hunter OTK and the mage with a billion spells, the Ignite, and the Mozakai, which we have seen many, many, many times. Sometimes doesn't necessarily win. We saw it actually fall to the hands of that very well-piloted Demon Hunter deck, once again, taking a lot of notes here, because I struggle to play that deck very, very much.
It is a hard deck.
Yeah, no, it's tough to play.
At this point, you've seen so much. You've learned so much. If you just take the time, pace yourself.
It is all about my quest to be able to
that is really
effectively pilot the Demon Hunter deck. One day I will be able to do it.
I do like that you immediately know when you've made the mistake the moment you've played the card.
Yeah. No, I definitely know that there's misplays afoot. But I have had less experience. I only started playing it on this particular patch. That was when I decided that it was my turn to become a Demon Hunter guy. Because I was like, I basically was a priest only for like 3 years. Just only played priest.
Yeah. Of all the...
I liked the priest archetypes earlier on. especially when Control Priest was really, really strong. And then like OTK Priest, that was cool as well. No, not a fan.
No.
I liked a lot of those decks. Enjoyed it.
Priest is just frustrating, man. Everything they do makes you go like.
I mean, it's not how it used to be. What about Silence Priest?
It used to always be that way.
Like Silence Yourself Priest? That was a fun deck.
Yeah. Oh, cool. He summons a 4/7. Wow. Now he's gonna heal it.
Yeah, and then
He's gonna keep healing it.
No, and then you inner fire it and you just kill everyone. It's just the best. Huge fan. You didn't like it? You felt like it wasn't quite as interactive as you wanted it to be?
No.
Well, to each their own. And JWC not going to be playing that version of the Priest. His is more of that resurrecty style with the Veil Weavers and things like that. Veil Weavers, of course, are working out very, very effectively in that particular deck. And he's been able to get to pretty much critical mass very early.
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to know whether he's just getting lucky or whether the consistency of the deck is just that high, because it's been pretty impressive.
Yes.
Is that what was going to lock in? Just yes?
That's honestly, that's what it takes to be a good Hearthstone player, right? The difference between winning or losing.
Consistently having good RNG.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
And we say jokingly, but of course the real beauty in Hearthstone is actually getting yourself into a position where your RNG actually matters. And I think that we've seen all players do very well. But some of them are at times a little bit luckier than others.
Yes.
But that's okay, and that's part of the beauty of it.
No, it is. It is indeed. Looking forward to it, though. Man, grand final. It's upon us. Can you believe it? It all comes down to this. 2.5K. It's a lot of money. A lot of money for the victor here. And also all of the clout. And already, as this is the International Esports Festival, Korea feeling pretty good, having the entire top 3 represented. When it comes to esports, though, as a nation, pretty good at it.
They are very good.
Yeah.
In general, they are. They're definitely up there in terms of dominance. I want to get into the finals. I want to see which decks are banned, which decks are not taken, which decks are.
I mean, is there really much of a question? What do you ban out of Dalaramion's decks?
Well, you ban Hunter and then you ban the Warlock.
You ban the Warlock?
Yeah.
Saw the Warlock get through last time, and it was...
You might actually... Maybe... No, with... You know what? With the decks that you have, I think you ban Rogue.
Yeah, I think Dalaramion's Rogue was banned, actually, by a lot of others as well on the way up here.
Actually, I think you ban Rogue because... Priest and Paladin, we've already seen, are doing a very good job against all these OTK decks because they build boards that they can't deal with very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, they generate too much value. And then Paladin is self-explanatory, right? You're Libram Paladin, you build big minions, and then they stand there and look at you go, haha, and then nothing happens.
Indeed.
Hunter is going to get banned, and then you have Rogue. It's not amazing, but Rogue can generally find wins against anything if they get a good early game going.
And also this Rogue is a little bit more tempo-based, a little bit more early because it is the SI7 variant. It's not like he's playing the Garrote OTK or anything like that, so it is a little bit different. Whenever you say Quest Rogue, I always think of a very different Rogue from many years ago.
The old Quest Rogue was honestly ludicrous.
It was
weren't
obscene.
Around for that era of Hearthstone, it's like when Quest had just come out.
Yep.
And there was a quest which turned every minion in your deck into a 5/5.
Yeah. And
that was it. And if you're like, is that really that good? Well, yes, because the entire deck was just one cost minions.
And I can hear some things. And also, like, remember it got nerfed and then it was still too strong.
Yeah, because it was 4/4 and it was still obscene.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And then I think it had to get nerfed one more time. As JWC versus Dalaramion, we are into the grand final, and we're starting off with a mirror match as the priest was actually banned.
Oh boy.
So we are going to see the hunter this time around. I did manage to get my wish, and I actually really like this from Delaramion because it's been free wins for the priest every single time. So really cool stuff. Like it a lot.
And to the mulligan.
Yeah, not exactly things that are optimal, but as soon as you get SI7 agents in your hand, that's when you're feeling absolutely fantastic.
It's always going to feel very, very nice. Seeing both these guys take a little bit of time, and we have them actually in the arena here. Really, really cool. Going to be, of course, considering the circumstances, not the audience numbers that in the long run you're going to be hoping for.
Yeah, but I mean, these different times.
Just having the players in here already adds a lot.
I like how both of these are the same variant. We've seen a lot of different rogues. You'd think when we got to the mirror, it wouldn't necessarily be like this, but here we go. Both of our players in studio. Let's see who's going to be able to take it.
Happy to draw that early. Yeah, quite like that.
I think it's interesting because I think Rogue is one of those classes where turn 2 is so much more important than so many others, especially this variant that has so many combos in it.
Yeah, you mean going second? Like
Yeah, going second.
Yeah,
having
no,
the
it's
coin is like
ludicrous.
even more powerful.
It really is.
So already JWC feeling like he's in the driver's seat.
And honestly, I think you just normally I'd say like you go for a combo SI7, but with the Fox available, that could actually be countered by Dalaramion.
Yeah, and already we've got that first sub-quest completed. And we'll see who's going to be able to do it faster, as that's an early shadow step onto his SI7 agent, wanting to make sure that he's not going to get that one taken out. Gives him another SI7 draw, gets him a little bit closer as the quests are going to continue, as we do have the passage. And no worries there at all.
He's also playing a new hero card. Scab's making many an appearance here. I like it. I don't think it's like mind-blowingly good, but especially in a mirror where any stuck board can be buffed up with Wind Fury by a Battlemaster, being able to swing that momentum by putting down a potential of 16 damage on the board straight up if you're holding a Battlemaster yourself, just by playing that, is really, really nice. And this is something that only Dalaramion is running, so there's no opportunity for JWC to kind of counter that.
Damn, that was a lot of SI7 value. Yeah. And able to stealth it up as well, so he's still representing a lot of damage. JWC, he's just been playing some real clean Hearthstone. Sees the lines. I've been really enjoying it.
Ooh, it's a good weapon. I don't think you're gonna hold. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wonder whether you're gonna hold on to that, because it's just 1 mana. And in terms of board pressure and health total, Rosemary is going to be very volatile. Neither Rogue ever has the opportunity to actually get anything in terms of healing done. You know, there's going to be a lot of stealth minions later on that you won't be able to necessarily deal with. This is a great passage though. Oh my
god. That feels real good.
That's disgusting.
Yeah,
Can
and complete his quest.
Wow.
My goodness.
Yep.
That's insanity. He's only got 1 more to go.
Yeah, and now he can clear the entire board. He can still choose which of the 2 weapons he'd rather play. I personally think that you just use the weaker one, keep the extra damage for later on, which is look like he will be doing.
Yeah, you want the 2 too.
Oh my god, that's just insane. And now, honestly, I would go and slam into face. As I said, health total is very, very important.
Yeah, and it's also likely that it's going to be weapon removal to get rid of this SI7 agent anyway, so that means he's doing 10 damage.
Yeah.
And you're very happy with that.
3 pyro? Yes, please.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not free. Technically, it was like 1 mana. 2 mana? Yeah. Because it was Shadow Step. Stop looking at me like that.
Then doesn't actually go for it. Very interesting. I guess considering the Battle Master in hand does make sense, but I don't know when you actually get the time and opportunity to actually play that. Because now your next turn is definitely looking like Assassin coming out, both for quest and also because there's a 6/6 on the board.
Yeah.
I would have liked to hit. Yeah, I think just taking down the face in a rogue mirror is always going to feel great.
With these assassins sitting in hand, not able to actually do anything though, is a little bit awkward. Might want to just play one just to get his quest moving forward. Gonna take 2 damage here. Alright, so our assassin friend is certainly going to be coming down.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's like Fox, Swindle, Assassin.
Yeah.
Only question is, are you going to also get the weapon out or not? But like I said, don't think that you're necessarily looking into that. First, see what you draw. Assassinate, you're doing very well in terms of how far ahead you are of your opponent for your quest. And I'm now starting to wonder whether JWC is just going to leave that SI7 on the board for an indeterminate amount of time, just keeping that guarantee that once he plays Scabs and stealths it up, and then you play, and then you basically have a 2-turn kill guaranteed setup that the enemy row can deal with. But, as I said previously, Dalaramian is running Scabs as well, so he can actually deal with stealthed minions by sapping them all back to the hand.
Yeah,
He
true.
does find that hero card. And that actually creates a really interesting dynamic here, because JWC is kind of running against a block.
Very interesting. I think that was a bit of a misplay. Didn't quite need to do damage to it, but still, it does get the quest completed, so maybe that's why we threw it down. Going to replace the weapon, and now we're going to throw a shot into the face with the SI7 agent still just hanging out.
Double assassinate, I think, in an attempt to reclaim control of the board. Oh, never mind. It's a very nice maul that you get yourself there. And health bars are getting lower and lower. Both people personally would have preferred to see the assassin placed towards the left in an attempt to maximize the value that you are going to get, because you want to try and get your 2 highest attack minions to Wind Fury.
Yeah.
Because now you can Scabs, and then you're basically gambling on not dying, and I don't think you will with Battle Master, and I think you just win here as JWC, provided that no more damage is drawn, because there isn't really a way. I'm looking at how much damage is on the board right now, because that's going to be 8, 12, 14. No, there is lethal if he doesn't deal with any of the minions, so can have at the very least. But if you sap the assassin, I think you're just fine. Stealth and sap.
Yeah, and it's Giga Sap as well, right?
Oh no, you kept him there all along, don't.
And then he's just used to trade for 1. Oh no. Not really what we want.
I mean, you still set up lethal with just this, right? If you just go face. Outcome remains the same, but
Yep, you want to go, face with the weapon, and then he does have lethal with the Wind Fury available.
Yeah.
Want to tidy up as much of this as you possibly can. Feels a little bit like we're 1 turn away.
oh, it's done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the card you need. As I said, I think you trade.
Where's the giant taunts? You know. What are these rogues
that
doing?
Rogues are known for.
Yeah, why aren't they teching in one of them big old ironbark trees?
The 8/8
Yeah.
for 8 mana.
Yeah.
Oh, what a banger. Yeah, trade.
I remember when that was good in the beta.
Doesn't hit it. And that's going to be game JWC. Rogue mirrors. Gotta love them.
Yep.
Always very, very tense, very cutthroat, as is appropriate. But this one going to be done and dusted. 1-0 for JWC here in the first one.
Yep. Well, you can see it. Of course, the likelihood of Wind Fury being in the hand was certainly very high as boom, boom.
Smack, smack.
Goodbye. So, it will be JWC that starts things off with a victory. I wonder what he's going to be playing next, because I just want to see the Hunter. And it's likely that we will get it. But his Rogue has taken a victory, and we're going to see Delaremion still sitting on it, potentially. Or he might move to something else.
Yeah.
We'll see where he goes. I believe it was the Warlock that was banned, right? So he's got Mage or Demon Hunter left. Demon Hunter into the Hunter actually sounds awful. Like the most awful.
All of it does.
Yeah. Sounds really
honestly,
bad.
like all of. I think honestly, out of the decks that I've seen thus far, it might be Rogue that actually has the best matchup.
Yeah. Especially this
Against-
list of Rogue, because it
yeah.
can actually fight for board
Yeah,
a little bit more consistently.
Obviously, you're gonna still run into issues. Just if the game goes on a little bit longer because of the amount of damage that will still continuously come through, but I do think that matchup you're feeling relatively comfortable. And he has switched.
Ooh, okay. This is the matchup that is a little bit better for the Demon Hunter. So it might be that Delaremion will be able to get some stuff done. That's an awful starting hand, though. Not what you want.
Just mow everything. Throw it all out.
Into the bin.
Oh, that
Varian
is...
and a Trog. That's suboptimal as well. Oh, wow. Just garbage.
Trog into buff. Sounds like a pretty good game plan to me.
Heck yeah.
Oh, it's going to be the auto attack.
Yeah, this is going to be don't play quest, just hero power.
And then next one's going to get buffed.
Yeah. Next turn, it is hero power quest, and you're absolutely fine.
That variant card looks so cool. I really like the diamond
buffed
borders.
it. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I didn't even see it. So this Trog might be sticking around.
I would be willing it stays around. This is a dependable Trog. You know, you can count him in.
Good boy,
you
Trog.
see Delaremion is like, yep.
Yeah, he knows that he's going to have to play his double spell damage boy. There we go.
JW's is like, let's play more stuff.
Well, now it's hero power and then hit the Trog. Oh dear. This is not what you want. Not what you want to see. So I guess, yeah, so you have to hero power, and then you run your dude into it, and then you run your AoE, and then you tidy it up.
Yeah.
Does waste a bit of time, though.
Oh, a lot, but I don't think you have a choice.
No, absolutely. Still, not a lot of cards in the hand of the Paladin. He's already used a whole lot. And getting rid of this Trog early is precisely what you want to do. Alright. Because he got the extra double hit with it still being alive. Gets to avoid hitting his face into it, which feels pretty good. And now can deal with the Divine Shield, which feels also pretty fantastic.
The problem is that Quest hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't walked over to the NPC, we haven't said hello.
Yeah.
I kind of want to take your quest. And this curve from JWC is actually insane, right? It's like, you got a 5 curve, you get a bunch of Libram, you're going to draw a bunch more cards, and on 8 you're going to slam Varian. I don't know how you deal with that.
Yeah. Well, with great difficulty, I believe, is how that one's going to go. As we're coining some things out. This is going to be helping. Stealing some stuff.
Shuffling that in is actually very, very good. I think out of all the cards, giving up Varian is unfortunate, but at the end of the world. But now you lose your curve. Can still play 5 mana, Wolf of cards. So it's not end of the world, but Delaremion is hanging in there.
Yeah. He just needs to keep himself alive, remember? That's the beauty of it. And especially considering the fact that there's no armor abilities or anything like that, so he just needs to do the 30. He just needs to start working on this quest. He hasn't even left the town yet, you know? He went to the quest board. He's like, all right, I guess I'll do that one at some point in the future.
If I have to.
Yeah, exactly.
어서 읽어보고 싶네.
All right, getting these Librams out. Gonna go for a bit of balance. Ah, that's cute. I like that one. Sharing. All right. Oh, that's the dream.
행복한 길도
Gets to hold on to it as well. That's brilliant. So there we go. Quest began.
Yeah, and now what?
Well, now you take 6 at least damage to the face. You're sitting on 11, and you're not having a great time. Chronicler is, I think the basis of how it works. But he has to, because there's really nothing else.
JWC, he's feeling great. He's sitting back in his chair. He's like, I got a board, and you know all those low-cost minions that I need to curve out nice. Those are still in my deck. I have my bombs already.
Yeah,
Man, this is.
it's pretty psyched.
Because I think the only way you deal with this, like you said, is you actually run in your face and then you use your combo pieces. The second one of which, so then your combo is kind of gone.
Oh man, did he just do it? He did.
I think he does.
Wow. Well, let's hope that there's not too much big old buffing. With 3 cards, it's probably likely he's going to be fine.
Don't ever curve. He doesn't know.
He does have 6 mana worth of cards.
He's like, ah. Yeah.
Well, at least it doesn't have Divine Shield. At least there's that.
It's something.
Exactly.
It's an unfortunate scenario here.
that was pretty lucky, because now at least he can deal with this board. He kills all of them if he uses his one of his combo pieces. I think he has to. I think he has to.
Like, your odds aren't great, but your alternative is dying.
Yeah, and he's wondering whether he wants to I-beam him. Like, he's trying to find a way of I-beaming instead. I don't know. I think you... Oh, wait, no. No, because the double damage he can't use. Because that's the last one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so he can't actually use that. So he's not able to actually tidily deal with this.
Yeah, no, that's... Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But still, he can. Just doesn't feel very good. Alright. Not the end of the world.
Question mark. And this is the one awkward turn that JWC has before we hit 8 and we expect a slam down.
I actually thought that he'd use the lifesteal here just because he's at 6 health. But I guess there's not a lot of, like, you know, damage from hand or anything like that for the paladin.
They've never been good at it, and they never should.
Yep.
And another thing that the class sells at. Oh, come on.
Another troggy.
Well, he's still alive, and I think in Dollaramian's mind, you're like, okay, if he can't get it done for a few more turns in a row, if he doesn't actually get any big minions, if he's just drawing trogs,
yep,
we might be fine. Little does he know.
Well, there's the glide, and so that is going to get that quest sorted.
Oh, I can change it up. That would be insane.
Ooh, also manages to get... So, quest completion, as well as picking up the weapon, and can now just use the hero power to kill, and is able to set up for a really nice quest completion next turn as well, and is likely to be able to discount on the same turn.
Yes, but there will be a lot of stats on the enemy board. Like a lot.
Yeah, with that Libram now in hand.
A lot.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 6 whole health. Surely he'll be fine.
You guys couldn't see Atlas' face, but I wish that you did. Because he is kind of hinting towards what we can all see, which is that Dalaramian's current grasp of this game is not looking the greatest. And if this wasn't enough, you've already been bested by the rogue. Now you're playing into Paladin, and once the Paladin switch Hunter, you're playing 2 combo decks and a rogue into a Hunter.
Does not feel great. As now we've that's you mentioned some stats that were going to be on the board.
A fair amount, yeah.
Continuing to have a pretty good time when it comes to statistics.
So you trade and then glide and then concede.
I guess.
That's the line, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure about the concede part being a necessity. That's alright, we're just going to try and keep ourselves alive here. And that will do it, so...
Not dead yet!
Not dead yet, indeed. Unable to activate the... I mean, this was his only option, but now Varian comes in and... Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, boy.
All right, what are the options now?
This is very... I'm sure this is a very authentic Demon Hunter experience that you're witnessing here.
Yeah. Well, I mean... His cards don't cost a lot. Which is cool. He has 1 whole mana.
I think it's the... Oh, I was going to say it's the attack into Varian angle.
With your face. And he can still do it because he drew the weapon. The dream. Well, it does have an I-beam. 2 I-beams. Can't use any of them. There we go. You can use one of them. Not quite able to. So now, JWC moving up to match point. 2-0 already. Doesn't even need his extraordinarily impressive priest in order to get there. And man, this series is going much faster. 1, because JWC is winning every game, and 2, because we haven't had any DCs.
Yeah,
it's kind of nice having both players here.
15 minutes of that. I'm honestly, it might be a 3-1. I think that we might now see the swap back to Rogue, and then maybe the Rogue gets a win against the Hunter.
We are not messing around, and it's Demon Hunter versus Better Hunter. This is really...
I'm feeling a 3-0.
I'm feeling like the 3-0 might come very quickly as well, because we know JWC just running the no messing around, I am going to kill your face, Hunter, and it's going to be really, really hard for Dalaramian to buy enough time.
I was like, no curve, no curve. Ah, no.
Yeah, dang it.
Already ruined.
Yep. It's a terrifying looking reindeer, rabbit, Pegasus thing.
The more, this is one of those minions where like...
Yeah, like the more you look at it, the more terrifying it is.
And the more you look at it, you look into its cold, dead eyes, you're like...
Yeah. Does not feel great. Oh, it's already 4 damage. Not bad. The card investment for the 4 damage, 0 on this turn. But that's a great top deck. I'm feeling really good about that. Finally, a game where he can actually do some questing. And gets the trade for the final one. That feels real nice. Lots of lifesteal in hand as well. Having those I-beams is actually brilliant because that's the spot removal he needs to help get that life total back up again. So he does want that. Gives him a bit more longevity here in this game.
Just keep pressing the button.
Yep. Oh dear. So
biscuit or button, it's button.
Yeah, you're gonna press that button every time. But he's got cookies available, things like this. It's actually Interesting that he got tied down with the couple of 4/4s. The couple of 4 costs early, because this deck has not a lot of high cost minions in it.
No, I was saying jokingly, no curve, no curve. But this is, of course, the problem with Hunter is that this situation especially is still very much an aggro deck, but it doesn't necessarily have to like get an insane amount of damage done very, very early on. You do actually have a little bit more time.
Yep.
But you do need to get early damage to at least force the Demon Hunter to continuously respond. And that part, you've already taken care of. And yeah, I think this is definitely the right call. Try to get your health up early on as much as possible to make sure that doesn't actually ever get to connect with the spell burst attack.
I like this as well, because if he does deal with this minion, which as it sticks around, it's going to be providing even more I-beam value, things like that. He does want to try and get it out there, but as you can see, priority is the face.
Oh, and that move thing right there.
Oh,
is also buffed because he picked it up, and then secondly, all the removal that is available for Dalaramian is damage. Right, like there is no destroy or sap or deal with a minion otherwise. With Glide though,
yeah, we
take care of that.
Just gonna glide back in there. Try and mess with this hand as much as possible. Only really denies him 1 extra card, I guess. Like, and there's still plenty. Yep, Kodo gonna come out.
Already 4 damage to the face.
That's nutty.
Common Heart. It's not as bad as I thought it could be.
This is the last subquest, actually. So we are, especially considering the fact that now he's able to complete the quest. Can't actually throw down the card just yet, but that's fine.
The one thing is that with him having already used this many combo pieces, they're probably going to take...
Oh, what? Straight off the top?
Gets it.
Damn, that was precisely what he needed. That's fantastic.
Oh, I'm sure you go for that plus... Yeah. That and a Moonfang. Get her back. Hit that button. Although I would prefer to go... to develop a board here. Because that's what was my point, as I was getting into earlier. I do actually think that with all the combo pieces that have already had to been invested for Dalaramian, this is still a very close game, because you do need a considerable amount of time to actually get to a point, because there's only one more of all of your pieces.
Yeah,
So
no, yeah, he needs, he still needs to kind of find the nuts a little bit here as well.
Oh, there it goes, there it comes. It's wolf time. Surely.
I'm actually very surprised that he's managed to get back up to 29. Having both of the I-beams available was absolutely huge. So valuable. And now with the 7/7, it's like not messing around. He can clear next turn if he would like to. Can also do it without. He can do it and go face with his Illidan Ian. Illidari Ian, sorry.
Yeah. I was worried for a second.
Yeah.
I like Felfred as well.
Felfred's pretty good.
Felfred's a swell guy. As damage comes through, you're going to clear it out here with use of the bow. And now, are you going to go for Ram Mount? I say you.
I kind of would have liked everything to go face there. I don't think, like...
He did.
No, he cleared the minion.
Huh? Yeah, after you went face. That's what the bow does.
Oh, right, okay.
It allows you to attack in. The minions always follow. And it's actually the best outcome, because it's not in its set order. So he might have also lost his 2-2 if he was a bit unlucky. That's one.
Yep.
Really interesting to see the Moonfang still being held. They're kind of expecting him to go for that.
I'm wondering whether you try and glide here. You don't want your opponent to do it, actually. So you may as well play this, because you just don't really care. And he's playing that just for his ability to get through his deck as much as possible.
It's not quite the pieces just yet, but it is 3 cards that he can cycle through. And this time around, JWC not gonna be nearly as happy. That's a lot the other game that you would have been looking for earlier on in the game.
He's trying to work out what he wants to do. Does he want to actually destroy the weapon? And destroy the weapon and get a body out? I think you absolutely do it. It's feeling pretty good, honestly, for the Demon Hunter. Double Trogs in hand. I mean, he can just empty his hand right now if he wants to, but he doesn't really achieve all that much on this turn.
Yeah, I think you empty most of it, but
wow. Just realized that he wasn't able to get there. Not going to waste any time. JWC going to concede. So we are going to go to a game number 4. It is not all over just yet. So the Demon Hunter getting another victory, not even having to OTK, not even having to do all the calculations and the math. That's how I like to win when I play the Demon Hunter OTK, is I just wait for my opponent to concede, and then I don't need to figure out how to play the deck correctly. Probably not. It's a suboptimal move. Once again, we are going to be jumping back in, as it will be the Rogue this time around, trying to take down this Hunter that really was less than ideal. That's a pretty nice start.
Wow, yeah, that's not. Imagine if Hunter gets banned the entire tournament and JWC just gets swept.
Yeah, gets swept with the Hunter.
To actually win a game with his Hunter. Well, it's not amazing as far as starts go. I would like to Trog. Oh, that's good.
There we go.
That's something.
That's the top deck that you were looking for. That card is quite valuable.
It's really good. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. Problem is though, you can't really play your minion. What about, killing your own minion, which ideally you'd want to avoid. So I think it's just going to end up being hero power, or you develop the weapon this turn.
I think hero power.
Well, yeah, against Rogue, I personally do think that it is the way. Yeah, and then you just get your hero power out. Oh, and go for the main. Okay. Develop a little bit more. I wouldn't have minded the hero power because it allows you to actually deal with the minion very easily. There we go. Now we can again start buffing, putting on Divine Shield, and this is where the Rogue starts to get really scary, because as I said previously, this is exactly the type of situation where as a hunter rather, every piece of chip damage matters, because unlike what we just witnessed, no healing in this deck.
Nope. And Shadow Step going to come through here as able to re-stealth, also helping get that quest working out. Do like that play, but still, lots of minions here available. Damn, this is actually one of the fastest goes through the quest that we've seen for a rogue like this so far. So certainly able to make a decent board as well as get to those win conditions.
Yeah, I love that. Curve out extremely well. You know that there's a fat chance that one of these minions is sticking around. And you're just getting so much damage.
And sitting on weapon as well. Not that it's really all that valuable right now, but the value trades here.
Yeah, but if I'm the rogue here, I'm not feeling great. I'm not feeling super confident. Even though the quest is going very well, the quest in of itself in this matchup just doesn't get you there, right? You need a lot more to actually make something happen. Now there's a great target for the Rhino, so there's going to be, I want to say 6 damage going face here.
Yeah.
On the next turn, there's still a body, and now we're getting into territory as well, where as a hunter, it's only a couple top deck spells, and there's just nothing for the rogue to do. The trade, that's very nice.
Yep, does mean that the Rhino targeting not going to be as favorable.
But I think then you just play your minions and hero power, and you're still completely happy.
Yep. And it's still,
honestly.
I mean, he's down to 13 already.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
And you just hold on to your shot, to your Rhino. They can come out when there is a minion, because eventually, you know, Foxy's going to have to be played. There's going to be some pieces that aren't stealthed, and if attacks comes through at some point. I've played this matchup, not exactly, but like this kind of matchup so many times, and he just always, as the rogue,
doesn't feel great.
it feels so bad. Because against every other class, like, you can get these type of trades, and you're like, I'm generating value. I know my mid game is insane, and like once they're not on the board, I'm good. But it's Hunter, so you're not good.
And whether they're on the board or not, they don't really care. Right?
No,
That's
exactly.
the best part.
Exactly. And as rogue, you need minions to actually get anything done. So it will indeed be just maximum use of mana. Doesn't look like he's going to be playing the minion. I personally wouldn't have minded, but don't think it matters that much either way. Yeah, he's going to play it in the end. Just another source of damage. And now, can't play Scabs yet. Can't bring these minions back. And even if you did, you'd spend your entire turn developing 2 4/2s. And getting ready to take a bunch more damage to the face.
Well, that's the board dealt with by the Hunter on the turn of the Rogue. Doesn't feel great.
I don't think we're hitting turn 8.
Ooh, that assassination potential is certainly high value.
It feels good, but I don't think it actually is.
Yeah, and especially when you've got a 2-1 and a 1-2, so
Yeah.
it's not really it. So you're not worried about that one. You can clear the board, but not really too many options
this is
there. And
so
oh,
over.
this is awful. The fact that it's a rogue and they had to sit there with 5 cards in hand, floating 2 mana and only playing 1, like, oh, it just feels so bad.
Yep.
Oy.
That'll do it.
Yep, that's it. Calculations have been done, and JWC going to be fighting back with the Hunter for the win. A 3-1, and a huge congratulations to JWC, our Hearthstone champion for IEF 2021. Congratulations. 2,500 USD over to this man from Kyunghee University. So, huge congrats. And he was, I think, consistently the most impressive player that we saw all tournament long. And I love it when a plan comes together. You know, you've got a guy that played so well, didn't get wrecked by RNG at the end, and in fact just played some real clean Hearthstone.
Yeah, expertly done. Very, very happy. As you pointed out, it's always nice when you see a player throughout the tournament and you see him at the beginning. Okay. Very, very clean. And I think as opposed to someone like Ostinato that just wowed us with how many times are you going to hit that? How many? How do you keep getting away with this?
I feel like he was definitely one of our more swingy players, but it was an absolute joy to watch. The Mage especially.
But
go back and watch that highlight. That was beautiful.
But JWC specifically, I think, deck choice felt very robust. Felt like he had a good shot against every single lineup.
Yeah.
Able to apply so much pressure, and in the end, very deserved win. Very good. We saw him progress through the ranks with, I'd say, relative ease.
Yeah.
Done expertly.
Yeah. I mean, he was pushed a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
It wasn't clean sweeps the whole way. It was 4 games for the majority, but there is our winner on your screen right now. Not exactly losing his mind. It's just still sinking in, the fact that he is now $2,500 richer.
Done really well. Slinging carts.
Yeah.
Oh, we get a look at the arena.
It's pretty dope.
That's so cool.
As you can see, both of the players were in here. It's actually a really cool little arena over here.
I really like it.
Yeah. Possibly some more options when it comes to, events that we can throw outside of Seoul, right? You know, we're so used to, personally, being in Lol Park and stuff like that, which is another great facility, but there are a lot of them around here in Korea, and it's just great to be able to get out and see some new ones.
Very deserved win. Great, and that's also, it's going to be the end of the Hearthstone tournament for you and me. You know, we've had a swift learning curve, I'd personally say.
It certainly has been that, but it's been an absolute joy. I've learnt a lot, and I've also mostly about Demon Hunters and how terribly bad I am at playing the class. But you best believe, when I am back next time, I will be able to tell you all about the best ways to win from my seat at Rank 1 Legend. That is basically how it's going to go.
Exclusively by playing Demon Hunter.
Yeah, only Demon Hunter. That's how I'm going to do it. Do you believe me?
I believe you're planning to do it.
You believe that I'll give it a red hot crack?
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, no, I believe you're wanting to plan to do that. Actually trying it is like another step, and then doing it. I don't want to talk about doing it yet. I don't think we should get overzealous.
So you're not sure whether the attempt is going to take place, and if the attempt does take place, then there's.
Well, I don't think we need to get into that.
Press E to doubt. Something like that. Yeah. Well, I'm personally relatively confident that I'm going to be able to nail it.
I'm happy to be proven wrong. You know that. I never being wrong is beautiful. You know, provides you with learning opportunities.
Yeah. And now we've got a whole bunch more action coming your way. So a big congratulations to JWC, but that is not the end of IEF 2021. For today, we've still got PUBG, we've still got League of Legends, and after the break, we will be getting into it, and we'll see you there.
Beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the culture industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every culture creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진다면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으면 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티는 그런 말은 알아
지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
The folk song penetrates half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows Land's elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티를 끄란 말은 알아
지켜낼 거야. 평범하게 위대한.
And welcome back to IEF. This time we have PUBG. It's going to be the last 6 rounds out of the 10. We had the first 5 yesterday. Today, of course, we're going to take the second half of the 10 matches. It's going to be sometime. We're having lots of PUBG events at the same time. Yesterday I was also busy after our cast watching the other tournaments, so seeing what's going on. And it took me quite a while, and the Korean teams certainly are doing well.
Definitely. And now, as G. Clef mentioned, and my coffee is in the way, get it out. We do have the next 5 matches, matches 6 through 10. But from what we've seen yesterday, right, we definitely saw some teams do better in Miramar, some teams do better in Erangel. And I want to see if those specific teams that played well yesterday can do the same thing today, because, you know, we're going to have 3 Erangels today and 2 Miramars.
Yep, hopefully we get to see a lot more action, because yesterday we had some ups and downs, especially some teams didn't show up, got nearly 0 points. And then we had some teams like NGE grabbing like massive amount of points, playing in a different style. Miramar maybe is the map for them. So let's see if that continues, especially like we also see NGE and also Solid. They're super aggressive, they want to take fights, they are not afraid of taking much more space, they understand the map a lot better. But on the other hand, FFG, of course the circle did work out for them in Erangel. But I don't think we're getting, and we're having 3 Erangels today, by the way, so I don't think we're getting that Western Circle anymore. So fingers crossed. And overview, you guys know everything about it. We just talked about it already. It's the final day here, the 12-12. Oh, 12-12, 2021. Oh, what a day. And first, we do have the prize pool for first, second, third place. It's a lot of money on the line, of course, 10K, 5K, 3K. And which is really cool. We actually have a stadium available with the computers and desks for all gamers. But because we have the international, maybe when the time comes, we'll have all the teams joining at the venue. We just had HEARTHSTONE. 2 players were Korean, so they actually came offline and they had the matches, which was really cool.
Yeah, and here we go, the overview for the point matrix and day 3 of the finals, or the last day. We're gonna start off with Miramar this time. 2 Miramars and 3 Erangels. So, you know, yesterday we started off with Erangel. So, like, you know, some of these teams, like I said, like FFG played really well in Erangel. We'll see if they can pull it off again today. But these are the teams that are here that are playing in this grand finals. And, you know, G-Cliff talked about, you know, how Solid played really well. Even though they only got 1 chicken dinner out of the 5 games, they were able to secure 14 kills with that chicken dinner. So, you know, that 1 chicken dinner really meant a lot to Solid. But on the other hand, FFG, you know, Friendly Fire Gaming, they actually got back-to-back chicken dinners. So round 1, round 2, 2 chicken dinners, which is, you know, keeping them still in first place.
Yeah, still match ranking didn't change. This is the standings.
Yep.
FFG, Arctic Black at the end got so much points with the final chicken dinner
Yep.
in the fifth game near the circle ending in La Cobreria. Of course, from the last page, there was an error, so OE is not here actually. But as you can see, these are the teams that are actually playing, as you have seen from yesterday. So even if NGE actually did so much better, because they literally like started from like last place before game 3, they're still in the middle pack. But except for the first two, like FFG 52 is a lot of points, Arctic Black 44, still a lot, but the teams within the 30, I think up to NGE, maybe even ESC, I think they have a shot of going up to first place even, because we have 5 matches today.
Definitely, and you know, Arctic Black, you were talking about how, you know, they made it up there into second place by getting that last chicken dinner. But that also proves that, you know, in the first 4 rounds, Arctic Black, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they were able to kind of be consistent with their kills and points. That's why, like, you know, when they got that chicken dinner in round 5, they were able to just shoot up into second place. But because until round 5, it was solid up there. It was Red Sea and Veronica up there. And then Arctic Black just popped off in round 5 and was able to just basically just overthrow everybody. And I think if they play well today once again, you know, consistently, you know, who knows? Like, anybody could be the, you know, the grand champion. Anybody could be first place.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams, and not just a lot of the teams, every single team, there are a couple of mistakes, especially not just shot calling or rotation. Some of the micro mini detail play, there are some mistakes, and then it happens because this is a incredibly open game that you're open to make any type of decision. It's not closed map, and you don't have to go into certain places.
Yeah.
You just have to gather information, and based on that, you have to make the best decision possible. And we've seen a lot of the teams just making like great plays, but at the end there was like some minor mistakes in rotations, or a lot of the teams actually went in where they could have stayed because it was still like near the circle. They could have just moved an inch instead of just jumping in directly into the center. No, a lot of other teams, not just them. We've seen a couple of other teams like SMS towards the end. They didn't have to go across the road, but they just went for it, thinking that it would actually pop to the other side. And what I'm saying is, mating for the next circle is actually a good idea, especially knowing that a lot of these teams can be aggressive and a lot of the positions are already taken. So when you think you're safe around your area, even if it's like really small, just keep your place, because we've seen a lot of the teams dropping out at like circle 7, which is, and by circle 8 we only have like 2-3 teams. Usually it's slightly more than that oftentimes, unless we go into like a clear open field. So I wish that a lot of the teams from yesterday's matches just saw, especially the late rotations, that they can actually just have patience and stay and gather some more placement points, even if they can't really get the kills. I think that's what we're looking for. Still 5 matches left, but I expect, of course, towards like last 2, maybe they will just dive in running, saying, okay, this is now or never. We can't really get the top 3 unless we go in center dive and get the best place. We'll see that in the last 2, but before that actually happens, keeping that room, I think that's one of the most important things for all the 16 teams that we have here.
Yeah, so, you know, what G-Cliff is saying is, you know, yesterday it was the first day of the finals, right? So that was the day to make the mistakes and kind of go over it. Today is the second day. You're not allowed, well, you can, obviously you're a human being, so you know, they will make mistakes, but yesterday was the day where you had a good excuse. Today, you know, let's hope that they've kind of looked back at the VODs and kind of, you know, figured out what the other teams like doing, but also figured out what, you know, what they've done wrong, their flaws, their mistakes, so they can kind of fix it up. Like G-Cliff was saying, like sometimes, you have to plow through compounds. Sometimes you can go around it. Sometimes you can wait for the next circle and then move accordingly. So, you know, some of the teams were a little bit hasty on their movements yesterday, but today, let's see if, you know, some of those teams kind of change things up to be able to, you know, get their placement points, get the, you know, only take the fight that needs to be taken to get more kill points, like solid.
And let's just hope that everything runs smooth today. We had some hiccups a little bit on the second match, but not the worst. And hopefully every single team can actually join the fight with full squad, and we have no problem because 5 matches, 4, I think it's optimal, but having 5 match, more than 4 a day, it's actually lots of stress and lots of energy out. And it's tournament at tournament level stage games are actually very energy consuming. If you're talking about the pro matches, and at this level, to strain your energy out. So I think it's very important to gather yourself up and maybe take a little break. We do have little breaks in the middle, like 5 minutes each, maybe. I think there was also like a 10-minute one in the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after round 4, we had a 10-minute break. Maybe.
Yeah, it's sometimes compared to just having feedback for 5 minutes. It's just sometimes it's just better to take a bathroom break, guys. Let's go grab some Coca-Cola or something. That's the way. Caffeine, some energy drinks. I think that's what we're looking for. And as we have pointed out, we will have excuse me on that. We will have 2 Miramar back to back, and then we go back to Erangel triple times.
Yep, and the countdown begins. I am afraid for this round 1 because of the numbers of players that joined. But we'll see. So far, no word on a remake or anything else. So we will be getting into that plane.
We shall see. We do have the plane, and we're going from the west, 9 o'clock to about 4 o'clock. So this is a fair plane path, I would say, for lots of landmarks.
Definitely. And honestly, Miramar, like, you were talking about and you were explaining yesterday that compared to Erangel, there's a lot more land, right? Less water. So whichever plane path is, going through for Miramar, a lot of the people will say, to some people it's always fair. To some people it's always unfair because there's so much places for you to go. And, if that plane path is just away from your landmark, like, what can you say? The land is huge.
It is, and the terrain makes it really hard to
Exactly.
drive. So those are going to be. Hey, we'll hold on to that thought as we actually have a lot of teams changing their land, but we have NGE and also Mass plus another team.
Versatile.
Versatile. I think it is VA yesterday from the color.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I remember.
Going to Pozo, so that's going to be there's going to be some contests for vehicles, and also Pozo's pretty big. 2, I think is okay, and I think one of them was actually going towards the other side.
But in the meantime, Liu Yang from Solid gets a knock and confirms that first kill. First blood.
Okay, Friendly Fire Gaming, they're good, we know. But let's see the action, of course. Nice. You've got it done. Liu Yang right here.
It was Picado. I'm pretty sure they know that Solid always goes Picado in Miramar, so I'm pretty sure that ESC was just trying to find a car or something like that, and then Liu Yang just picked them off.
I think it was the vehicle, and they just got a pretty quick shot at it because a lot of these guys they loaded the gun up from the ceiling. Yeah, when you just land on the ceiling, there are plenty of weapons, as you can see up here. It's just a single section of the weapons. Yeah, Solid off to a great start. Again, the kills, and we see the circle pop, please. It's already been 2:19.
Yeah, let's hope that we can see the map soon to kind of get an idea of what the teams might do. Like fast rotations, maybe just staying in. How many teams are out, in of the circle.
Aweki here. You do have to be careful because we do have some teams actually changing up landmarks. So without knowing what happened in the first game, I think those type of like just one point men going out like very far can be dangerous. Of course, his teammates should be nearby.
G-Club was talking about how there was 2, possibly 3 teams around El Pozo, and Mesa was one of them. Oh, here we go.
Okay,
So yeah,
3-11.
NG decided to go to the western side and not go into El Pozo to contest. However, Versatile is on the eastern side of El Pozo, so who knows? Later on, maybe Mess and Team Versatile might kind of duel it out.
Okay, NGE. did get somewhat lucky on the circle. Unless that happened, I think they really had to go around. But well, they had unless it was going to be the eastern circle, they had clear path. It was just straight up north, straight up south, because of that big road that goes up and down I-95 on the left side. Yeah, NGE did get lucky, but for the looting, there are not that many compounds that actually give you that many loot. So even if they're spreaded, they might actually have to gather some more or share some resources.
Yeah, but if you trash loot in Miramar on the western coast, right? Like, just get the basic needs for at least 1 to 2 fights, and you have to hope that you win those fights so you can loot off of the bodies that you killed. But we'll see what NG decides to do. They may just go look for a little bit more, like G Cliff was talking about. But if that's not the case, they are in trouble though.
Yeah, and not oftentimes we get western edge circles, and there are some new, actually not quite small, actually pretty big villages that they added not quite a while ago, but because no one actually goes there, it's not the most common places. But if you place yourself pretty early, there are some hills available, and because Veronica 7 is on the screen, one of the best teams known for the rotation, especially at this tournament level. We were having high expectation that they would do slightly better. Still in the middle pack for now.
Yeah. Unicorn Phoenix Alpha is duking it out right now. He's alone right now until his teammates get back. But look at this. On the minimap, you can see SMS kind of waiting to third party.
Okay, this is a somewhat empty place, and
ooh, get some.
Yeah, Ming really had to get it down. NKV might actually don't
see. I
know
told you, SMS.
No, don't. Okay, yes. But don't know about the next member, NKV of UPA, joining here because
it was way too late.
There was no vehicle. And there was another team shooting fire on the defending compound. So lots of action here. We actually to also have CJC nearby, but NKV is kind of caught in nowhere, saying, "Okay, I came for my teammate, but now I can't go anywhere. This is a weird place. Where are the rest of UPA?"
That nade was so close.
Yeah, he certainly was spotted on the way. There's only one SMS quite far away. But once you go towards the road, you will also be spotted very likely. SMS is actually looking at this direction.
Yeah, SMS Grandma was the one that was taking the shots, kind of. He's in a safe place for now. His teammates are behind him, but we're talking about UPA, and NKV is alone, but in the back, far away, we saw another member of UPA. But I don't know if he's going to come to fight this Friendly Fire Gaming here in this compound, because they've already lost their members. So, NKV should have backed out, or, now he's stuck here, so his teammate might need to be forced to help out.
And Manuel J is actually coming around the corner. Unless the other member of UPA spots him, I think CJC is actually going to take kill onto NKV.
They're deciding to push him.
Okay, NG4 is coming for help, but I think that's the worst decision. Yes, Manuel J came early enough, got the kill. MK. Here's the second person with the
shot. Not gonna connect.
But UPA, I think it's better to actually just drive away. There are a couple more members. Yeah, with that many shots fired, he should be going down.
Yeah,
actually
CJC
survives, okay.
CJC knows that, all right, I got a kill. There's 2 other teams that got the attention, so he's just running away.
Yeah, unicorns
are out.
Could not fly this time. They're just horses.
So basically, NKV died there, as we saw. But his teammate was coming to help, but SMS, who was trying to third party, picked them off. So, 2 members of UPA died to 2 different teams in 2 different fights all alone. So now they are out as the last place team for round number 1.
A better situation for CJC. They just got a free kill. Picked up I'm pretty sure he first just ran for the red light.
Yeah.
The box saying, okay, I want something. Groza, AWM, or or anything like that. But he got an MK, picked up a kill, and he did not go down. I thought the best would be the back member of UPA, I think NG4, would be guarding out for MKV. So he gets a kill onto the manual. I think that could have been the best, but they were busy trying to help the teammate. I don't know why the Korean casters are so excited about this dragon.
Yeah.
But that's pretty normal for PUBG on Miramar.
Yeah, we don't have to let them get excited. Look at this. Mr. Flank is actually flanking. Maybe he's caught.
I think he will actually survive unless Lions, all of them actually come down. And knowing that Lions are actually a really passive team,
Yeah.
I don't think they will come all the way down here
True.
and risk their life because the blue is there. They will say, okay, instead let's just find a vehicle and get in and go, because it is actually time to go for us. This place is actually still out of the circle, not too far away, but because this is the western circle, depending on the second, you do have to climb a lot of hills.
Definitely. And, you know, Mr. Flank definitely hears the buggy, hears the Jeep going away. And this is the next circle popping up. Monte Nuevo.
See what we talked? UPA, if they just stayed, they didn't even need a vehicle.
But look at this. You can see the rotation. You can see the vehicle icons. PBN plus 3 other teams are rotating towards Monte Nuevo. We'll see how, you know, that fight will go for that landmark for phase number 3 when that comes to time. But until then, everybody's just driving.
Yeah, this car is no good. Should find another vehicle, but knows that SMS is on the other side of the road, so FFG. But because they're in the circle, they have some time to gather some information. Maybe they don't even have to move. Let's see where they actually go using. They still have like 1 vehicle on the back because they didn't have all their members. They had a few more members joining the fight afterwards.
Just some shots, you know, if it lands good, if it doesn't, oh well, it's not a big deal. But solid, definitely a team that is not gonna just fully rotate straight into the center right away. This is a team that will take fights, that will go in slow, clear small terrains little by little as they move in. So, you know, we'll see how well they'll do in this round. But from the future, a 3-man squad here, 0 kills. They've done well on the first day, right? Like I remember from the future, they secured a lot of placement points. They got a lot of kill points as well. Unfortunately, in the first day of the finals, they weren't able to secure any chicken dinners. So we'll see if they can do something about that today. But for now, they're in the circle on the northwestern or northern part of this phase 2 circle.
Yeah, from the future, they had bright moments in their rotations. But when they were trying to defend against some upcoming enemies, they had some problems just securing their spots. I think that's one thing that they have to work on. If I really have to pinpoint, they really had great plays yesterday. So expect those similar type of play to be coming out from them. And they're still playing edge, which I like. As with a less member here, I think that's a safer call. Understanding how hectic this circle shift can be. If we just stay on Nuevo and go towards like the stadium side, then it's going to be a lot of teams just trying to break into any type of compound. But if we actually go slightly more north, we do have to climb up, and not that many compounds. Plus the driving is going to be insanely hard.
Yep.
So I think those are few options or thoughts that a lot of these teams, especially the shot caller, should be thinking about right now.
All right, so Team Lion, they have pretty high ground here. Let's hope that all the information they're gathering can stay in their heads, because getting such a high ground advantage is good, but if you're not able to remember all the specific information of the other teams, if you have to rotate out and you forget something, then then you're in trouble. But for now,
Okay, we do have somewhat of a northern circle. This is what I talked about. As if we go here instead of the somewhat more playing ground, the hills are going to be the problem. And driving through a lot of these teams through the road, there's only one directly. So now a lot of the teams have to think, okay, the rotation, we couldn't start early. We're not into the vehicles now. And if they didn't make the rotations yet, I think they're thinking about playing edge. Solid after the circle. Now they're moving in as they're still edge, maybe trying to gather their forces nearby the waters, those water tanks, the giant water tanks on top.
all right. Well, solid. Like I said, they're not a team to just hold that thought. One more. Seriously, is he gonna live? He lives. No.
No, they
His
destroyed the
car
car. Yeah,
flipped.
no,
Oh,
they
no.
destroyed the car. So he's going to be gone. As oftentimes you do have to be safe, especially when you're driving. That's why we take the license test. And if you fail, gotta try again. But I think there are lots of wild drivers out there. Not going to complain, but they're just out there.
Exactly. But unfortunate for V7, they secure that kill. And from the future, as you just saw, Django was shooting at. They're in the circle. Many of the teams are now in the circle, but like G Cliff was saying, there's so much hills, there's so much mountainsides, there's so much little cracks that you can hide from. Oh my God.
Yeah, it does have mini and not that far away, only about 200, maybe 220.
Yep.
Out.
Pretty close. He's just waiting for him to just stand still.
Yeah, but because Aya is actually just gathering information, unless he finds a good target, but there's no close target for him.
You can see that 3 of his members are actually pushing him. OP is the one gathering information. Drink.
So
Gonna cancel that drink.
He's healing up. Perfect moment. The rest of the members actually climbing up. There are a few more.
Nice.
3 knocks, and the last one is actually not nearby, so it won't be a complete dead squad. But ATB takes the hill. Oh. Aya from Alliance here thought he was actually safe. Gathered all the information in the circle, but not from outside. Gotta watch out. Someone's got to watch out the back. You just have to always call out. And oftentimes there's always, in your squad, there's always one that's supposed to be looking behind. I think they were busy just climbing up the hill.
Oh my goodness, Arctic Black, they have a circle right here because they have, control of this high terrain. As long as they don't let anybody come up, as long as they keep that.
Mr. Flank actually joined this team. Didn't get to see the rotation, but he's alive. And Alliance instead was trying to kill Mr. Flank. They're the one with 3 men dead. He has a single person. Okay, but not a bad compound though. ATB say, okay, we got 3 kills. We'll leave the final member just to keep the team alive. A-pick.
So, he does land a couple shots.
Okay, this can be a nice moment,
oh my
but
gosh, solid.
yeah, they
He's
were actually
helping out.
further away from the mountainside.
CJC was, they weren't gonna die. They were close. They had a compound, but solid
Toby?
helped him out.
Toby or Tobe won. Here, riding shot with his teammates. They're actually getting through a very nice rotational work through SMS. They're using the small dips to actually cancel the angle.
Oh no, that's not the one that's shooting at your TBN is, and yeah, you better go in there and heal up and wait for it. The northern part is just insane with SMS, and everybody just literally just rotating in, and because they're late, they're just driving in without any information, and they're taking some shots. But fortunately for the 2 teams that literally just rotated in, none of them died yet. As I say that, one of the members of Versatile does go down. Look at this. B7 is making a wide rotation on the west side. Not caught. High. That safe.
Gotta watch out. Sometimes.
Oh my
things
god, look
happen.
at the kill feed.
Ooh, Veronica, they were trying to go through there. I thought they made it through a lot of these teams, but in the middle, something happened. I think they clashed into B7. There were some grenades being thrown and lots of rotational work because it's the hill.
Yep.
And sometimes you just lose horse. But the moment you lose the horsepower on the engine, oh, you just go down. So driving skills are certainly important.
Yep, and there is Arctic Black getting shot at, but I'm pretty sure this area is good, but Kinch from B7 does go down.
There are some dips nearby the road, especially towards the western side, and a lot of the teams will be using it. Even below VE or on top of VE, there are similar spots. All you have to do is smoke one angle against VE and cover that up with continuous smokes, one at a time. I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams, so never mind on that because we have a center circle. We're not going to be using that road at all. But because we have the center, it is actually quite an open space, not fully flat. But for the teams that are stuck in Monte Nuevo, I think I know the reason ending. It's because they don't have vehicles.
Yeah.
They were just forced to be here saying, okay, maybe we'll get a city ending if it shifts towards the right side.
They were praying for it, but it did not happen, and you know, they're in trouble. But look at this. ESC versus SMS. They are coming out of the mountain. SMS, they had an idea. That's why they smoked it off. But first Tao does go down, get cleaned up by two teams.
Yeah, I think he was about to get hit by the vehicle too.
Yeah.
But as we have another set of action, the double story house of these teams trying to get out of Nuevo.
G versus FFG.
Toby is ready on top. Epod also from the side, so
They're clearing the house.
have to get ready. Do they not have any more nades to the first floor? Toby should be giving them information from top. Dangerous moments. All three right next to each other. Okay, actually, yeah. Aoki actually escaped because he had the vehicle cover. Okay. So great action, but SST is looking to join the fight and says, okay,
Yep.
the remainder will be ours.
There's a three-way fight.
Oh,
my
he's
God,
on,
the
he's
jump
on fire,
out.
can't get the
Nice.
damage done. Deka says, Deka's also coming from behind.
Oh my God, what
Sa-
an insane fight going on
Sakura has
here.
no idea. SST's here, they're about to clean up. Anak does go down in the middle, but as long as this is done quickly enough, they can actually carry him into the circle. There's a small compound that's in the lines. If they lose one
They're
more
just
member,
resting
they're
him.
in trouble though.
Yeah, they're just rezzing him. They have to heal up. And FFG, Black Rose, I think, you know, they're being damaged by the blue as they come in. They're being forced to come in. So it's either FFG, Black Rose, trying to go for kills.
I think this is
Here
what
we go,
they
here we
have
go.
to actually look for. Yeah, Black
He only has
Black
smoke.
Rose can't really get everything done. Has some idea, and they're through the smoke, but we can see it, but he can't. He just sees the smoke. Okay, sees a couple of members actually going to throw it outside because he doesn't exactly know what a juke. Okay, goes up. Finally, Deka finds him over the window.
All right, Zastra with 5 kills. They were being pushed in by the blue, but they were able to clear everything on their way.
I think that was a smart play. Let the other team fight first,
Yeah.
and then just use
Very
the
smart.
blue line to close in on them when they take damage, when they just trade damage. That was easier just watching them fight. And I think 5 kills, that's a lot of points actually picked up. Understanding how bad the situation could have been.
All right, so basically in this next circle, there's only 2 compounds, and PBN has one, Solid has the other. Everybody else is just on the ground or with their vehicles to provide cover. MXY is the one that is only separated from their teams to get that information, to get a wider cover of the terrain. But other than that, I think Solid is in a pretty good position.
Yeah, towards the south side, there is no big dip that you can actually hide from. So SST is actually off to the east. So they really have to run. Maybe even towards south using some of the tree as cover. They have some terrain, not much, but they have to use a lot of smokes to get to those terrain. It's going to be about the timing. ESC has to run, so SST actually has some free space. See, it depends on where CJC is looking at. If they actually,
You have to go in. What's happening?
okay, did get the damage in.
Arctic Black, they had a pretty good start, but they're in trouble. Yeah, PBN and Solid, these are the two teams that have a pretty good position for this phase 6 circle as it closes in. Everybody else, like you were saying, you know, it's just plain ground, provide cover with the small trees.
But southern side does have higher angle compared to the compound, so this is the reason why V7 is trying to take this over. There's a riding shot. 2 more members putting alone. Drove a little early.
Well. Agatha very low, healing up. Oh, that's
Yeah, he was supposed to be the turret player on the back, but ATB had slightly higher angle, and I think they should have just drove together. Maybe everyone in one car or two. That was a big split, and the teamwork wasn't there, and they weren't really getting targeted by any other team. So the rotation was not really perfect with the teamwork. Maybe they just needed some more bandages or nades.
Yeah, but Team Sastro, they're kind of in trouble. They're going to try to push CJC, but Solid, I'm telling you, their position is just the best right now. They have high grounds. They can see everybody.
I thought Sastro would actually just stay here nearby the hill because they used a few of their smokes already to get into this side, and ESC is actually taken care of. And ESC was actually their Team Sastro's biggest threat, but this will be somewhat of an easy rotation for them. They just have to push CJC. It's about the timing, but they have some molly and 3 grenades available, so that's going to be a sick dump. Looking to, yeah, the molly didn't get in. The second also not getting in, so this is certainly not working out.
Look at Solid just
Not really.
cleaning everybody up.
SST, even after taking initial damage, even after losing 1 from Solid, I thought they were going to cover up the angle using a few more smokes. But just 1. Maybe they thought they could get away with this, which I don't think is going to happen. Which I never thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Arctic Black, look at their kills, 7 kills. They definitely had a great start. The first half of this round, they were in that high ground. They were picking up those kills. But now, as the phase 7 closes in, PBN is the only one with a big compound. CJC, they have a small hut, but it will not matter. It's small. If all 4 players are in there, 1 nade will clean that up. But other than that, PBN is the only team that has an actual compound. And teams will want to push that. Here we go, 2 teams.
PBN had the nades and easy cleanup. They have everything. And even those angles, yeah, from Solid and CJC, because of the angle from the terrain from Solid and also the sideboard from CJC, PBN had no worries. And until now, that's another reason why until now they couldn't get any kills. As long as they have those 2 compounds secured, I think they have a pretty nice option. But this is the type of play that we've been waiting for. Opening up, using smokes, and moving in slowly, cleaning up 1 by 1. They know that CJC is in just a single compound, and if they actually delete these angles with the smoke, they can take the small hill against PBN and actually be safe. That molly actually went in, so disastrous situation for CJC. They have to get out.
It's a 4v4v4, but for Solid, who's stuck in the middle, in the wide, they have to push CJC because if they don't,
Smoke covers the side. Great play.
if they don't, then they're gonna get picked off by PBN and CJC. So they do decide to make that push.
They have to use 1 more smoke, and I think Solid, they want the full team wipe They're going in. Just to see Manuel with the ghillie on the ground, but here checks in. Here Chen actually coming in for the closer with the Groza. We'll have 2 members left. Looking for the final play here from CJC. Right in, but hitting the aisle. But PBN picks up a kill on Kronos, so that's a team wipe. Just the 2 teams left. Solid used a lot of their smoke, but there's Wang Xiao from the top, so they had the angle. Let's see if they can actually crack this open. It is indeed going to be hard. 2v4. Wang Xiao, let's see how many smokes he has. There's 1. He already used it.
2v4, but PBN has the compound. All they need to do is defend, wait for Solid to make their move. And if you just saw the fight against CJC, they used most of their utility trying to wipe out CJC. So I think Solid, even though, they're less in number, but they're lacking utility as well. So I think it's PBN that has it in the bag.
I think Chenchin's got a lot of smokes. He's got a few kills, okay? That shot has to be careful. I think smokes can come. Oh, but it's just going to be the kills, the wipe. There it is, PBN. I would say it's an incredibly easy chicken dinner for them. They waited here for like the last 10 minutes and got the full squad wipe, 4 kills, plus 2 more, plus a couple more. Actually landing on 9 from Solid. That's going to be the most amount of kills. But PBN just getting 5, so by points, Solid actually got a lot more points done. Or, no, it's exactly the same.
Yeah,
but
it's the same.
Same points, but Solid did more kills. So if we actually go into like the tiebreaker situation, they would actually grab it and win.
But yeah, PBN, like you said, they had a great position. So in the beginning, I think starting like phase 6, it was PBN, Solid, and CJC. They had a triangle with the compounds, right? And as the circle closed in, like first it got rid of Solid's compound, which they were forced to move towards CJC. PBN just always had their compound intact. That's why they were just staying there. They only got 5 kills, and they were able to stay there until the end of the game. So in a way, kind of lucky of having their compound in the circle till the end.
Yeah, PBN, I would say 5 kills.
Yep.
But there's not much to talk about because he literally just stayed in, and one was it Veronica or another squad? No, Veronica was wiped out by
Arctic
another.
Black that
Arctic Black just ran in with because they had the other side of the compound actually covered from against Solid, against CJC. All they had to do was, okay, we hear the vehicle, 4-man ready, shoot, and then it was a complete wipe, easily done, and that's 4, and that was at least 3. I thought that was 4, but counting the last 2, so it must have been 3 kills, not 4. So that was easy. And before that, because of the angle, the southern side had higher terrain, so they had no other angle to shoot at V7 or Arctic Black. Nothing else could be said. I think we also have to go to the break, guys. So when we come back, we'll have the 7th match out of the 10.
평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈습니다. 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song passed through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows Land's elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain, here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer, every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
And we are right back in. Welcome back to IEF, International Esports Festival. If you don't know what it is, the final day, and it's going to be for a couple more rounds. Exactly 4 more rounds. It is going to be PUBG, and after we do have League of Legends. Right before we had Hearthstone. It is the final day, so we will going to find out who wins, crown the champion for all games. For now, looking like we have some updates. We didn't see. We didn't see the scoreboard yet. We're about to see it, but I wanted to talk more about. Even if I talked a lot before the closing, I wanted to talk more about because you mentioned PBN.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about Solid and how they actually made the play against PBN. It was nearly impossible against 4 men to actually go in and get that many kills. So against CDC, getting that amount of kill was the best play that they could have pulled off.
Yeah.
And that is exactly the reason why they're up on 2nd place with 1 point difference. FFG still standing on top because they got so much points done on the first day.
Yep.
2 chicken dinners, right?
What happened? Yeah, 2 chicken
Yeah,
dinners
Aaron
in a
got
row.
2 chicken dinners
Yep,
in a row.
back to back.
And after that, just some points.
Yeah.
Not bad, but not
They're
having
still
like
playing,
not
right?
having like the biggest impact moment compared to the first day. And also Arctic Black wiping out V7. I think that was some kills picked up there. And then I think honestly, instead of running into the compound, they should have just challenged Solid because PBN was no threat.
Yep.
Solid, there were some higher chances, I believe, because they had the terrain to work things out. But of course, if you know if they're Solid, do we really want to take close quarter fight with Solid against Solid when they are like the strongest combat team out of the 16 at the moment? I think that was a hard decision to pull off.
Definitely, but Solid being in 2nd place because they have more kill points compared to Arctic Black, even though their total points are both 54. So they're the top 3 teams are starting to solidify in a way, but we'll have to see because when we change into 3 Erangels later on, Friendly Fire Gaming, a couple of other teams do a little bit better on Erangel compared to Miramar, but so far Solid. I think they're the one of a couple of teams that is very consistent in any maps, right? Like if Solid is not gonna get the chicken dinner, they're gonna get 9 kills. Like they just they placed third place in placement points, but they got 9 kills.
No, because this is Super Rule, you don't have to go for the chicken all the time.
Yeah.
And they have the right mindset. They know how strong they can actually be. They know how strong, they know the right power and what kind of teams they can dominate on. So I love their style of play. And certainly it is working. You have to have good understanding, great understanding, not just about your power, the power and the strength of the other team to make that work. But because they're actually so powerful in this lineup, I saw them getting a lot of kills. I think was already predicting yesterday to praise myself in a way that they will at least be in top 2 because I maybe not as much for placement points. Well, they still got a lot of placement points, but because they get massive amount of kills, and in this type of tournaments, kills actually can actually give you the win even without a chicken dinner.
Yeah, if they're just gonna sweep everything, like for instance in round 1, Solid had a great position for like 2 circles when they had the high terrain compound, and they were just sweeping kills. They were just picking a kill after kill, and that's why they were able to get 9 kills in round 1. But now, on the second Miramar, the last Miramar of the finals, we'll see how these teams do. The playing path a little bit towards the north. It's still not bad, I don't think. We'll see where the teams decide to go. Team Versatile, once again, they're going to the eastern side of El Pozo. NGE started off on the western side, but this time around, they didn't drop yet.
Not yet, as this plane actually started from Alcantara, which is very far away. So teams thinking about like going to Valle or Chumacera, even Los Leones, it's actually quite far away. So I think a few of the south landmark teams would switch positions. And actually we do have the Alliance this time going all the way near Cobreria, which is covered by mess. So there might be some
Lions, yeah,
yes,
good point.
some
might
contest in the middle because they're also trapped by another team towards the 12 o'clock side.
25 Gaming, they're gonna secure that vehicle early on. But I also noticed that NGE, who went to El Pozo in round 1, in the first map, they went to Campo Militar northeast. So we'll see if they'll be able to be successful. And look at this. This first circle, Cruz del Valle, a little bit of La Cobreria, but mostly around the center, San Martin, and stuff like that. So this circle, honestly, is not, it's pretty good. It's not like super extremely to the north. It's a little bit north, but the land is big. Everybody has vehicles. And we do have a couple of big cities included in it. So I think everybody is good to go.
Yeah, this is the time where we actually say, okay, we might actually have somewhat of like a city ending. There's a potential on that. And this time Alliance, because they found some vehicles, but knows that MESS went into Cobreria, just going to spread apart and loot slowly. But that's a big disadvantage if you just do not have the city. You have to use your vehicle, move to another place, loot 2 houses, move to another vehicle, get on your vehicle, move to another part, and then go to another storage, and then get on your vehicle again. So that takes a long time. So let's see if it all works out for them, because they do. First circle they can surely get in, but starting from the second, the rotation might not be so easy when they took that much time of looting time. Oftentimes becomes a problem, and when you think later, it's like, why did we get caught? Why were we so slow? It's because we had slow start.
Yeah, they had a slow start, but they're still in the circle, I think, because they were near La Cobreria, but then they moved towards the eastern side, northeast. So they might be in the circle or be very close to the circle. So we'll see if that bites them in the back later. But for now, even Pecado is like very slightly in the circle. So, this first circle is going to be good for most of the teams because I don't think anybody went down all the way south, right? So, if you're not a team, as long as you didn't go down all the way south to Los Hijos or, southern part of Los Leones, like you're going to be fine rotating in for the phase 1 circle. And as you said, as long as you loot it pretty well, like you're not gonna have a problem because the circle is just good for most of the players.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's not like super east
Yeah, it's
with
not like
water.
the
It's not
best.
like super west like we had last time. So a lot of teams will have easier rotation. But when you think easier rotation, that's when it bites you. Ending,
Yes,
you
it
think you
does.
have a
Yes,
lot of
yes,
times like, oh, well, it'll be easy, but and then you have a hardship left, right, top, bottom.
And also, you have to keep in mind, if it's an easy circle for you, that means it's
It's
an
easier
easy
circle for
everybody.
Picado. Easier circle for Picado. They don't have to move until phase 3 potentially. So that's the thing. And we'll see. Veronica. See, so here's the thing. So now I'm thinking.
Oh, you're thinking.
No, I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking differently about this team. Because in a different setting where they were against lots of like higher dimension teams, like international class teams, they had lots of problems in rotations too. So they learned a lot from them. But because they're rotating a lot and using their rotational time too much, especially on Miramar, we saw that from the first game yesterday. I think they're running into trouble because their playstyle is very different compared to everyone else's, and they have to. I thought they were going to make some adjustments, but after watching the first game today, unless they actually dive in phase 2-3, they might not end up in top 3. So I do switch my position on Veronica here.
Okay, but as they rotate, PBN, they are shooting at him. Just a warning shot saying, all right, this compound is taken, don't come here, and they do respect that. They drive through, but Agatha does get picked off and get confirmed. V7 loses Agatha. Very unfortunate.
Not too bad though. Not too bad. I think it'll actually be okay. It's not the worst.
Oh no, Pudding taking some shots.
Still off the road, off to the left side. Headshot. Not going to come in this time.
Yep, he lives. One first aid. His helmet is halfway down, so yeah, that headshot landing.
And level 1 vest, so that could have been dangerous. But okay. And
Pete Astro.
And going to hit his teammate's car because of some shots taken by Sastro. This is one of the best spots, I think, on the map because they have the field control. Plus, the top side not really covered. Can be grenaded, but there are lots of compounds to work out from. If you have a squad here, it's like the perfect place. You just have just enough compounds, just enough places to park your car to keep your tires safe, and just enough cover on the back so you can freely shoot at the field. That's why the pros love that section on the map.
Hey, Karu from the future taking shots on Friendly Fire Gaming here. These two teams, they've been playing together since the first day before the final, so they kind of know, they're used to each other's play styles. So we'll see if they decide to continue shooting at each other. But until then, looking at the minimap, we have FFG, FTF, and ESC all clumped up together. Just holding on to the compound in the circle, not needing to move, as just defending their compound, right? Until, telling all the other teams to not come here.
Okay, man, actually switched back into the damaged level 2 helmet. I don't think he realizes that at the moment. Maybe just pressed F on the wrong item. And yeah, ESC could not really hold their position from the north. The north actually was one of the hardest from on phase 7. So, but nothing to be let down. They just had bad circle pop. And the position was incredibly hard, but they got some kills picked up. So I think this should be a better round for them if they continue to just play edge like they did last time.
Okay, CJC has a knock, but Wouldn't be too bad. They do have a car inside safe, so the wheels don't pop. So they're gonna rotate later on. But look at the minimap; they're just covered all over the place. You know, we have one leading to SMS, Disaster shooting at CJC. They're basically just stuck in the middle, and they'll have to stay here until the other teams start to rotate, and they, you know, not focus on all of them. Just stuck in this one little compound.
They still have the vehicles. I don't think all the tires popped, and a few more vehicles on the back.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay. I think I was too soft until now. Is my mic volume okay?
No, to me, you're fine.
Okay, as long as you're fine and the viewers are fine, and I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine also. A lot of the teams are just staying there because they think there's a big chance that this will be a field. Where I was mentioning from the crown houses, where the perfect squad position, right towards the south, there are a couple of like open storage and couple more where CJC was and SST. I think they're thinking about that it's going to be a near close or field finishes right in the middle, on the east of Hacienda. Yeah, this position. That's the reason why they're already here. Because once it goes away from this position, they have to move, but there are lots of other buildings they can work from if it goes to west or south. Yeah, these teams really thinking ahead and what's likely to be the next circle. And it actually somewhat lands, and there's no one at San Martin. UPA, they don't have to go down. As long as they stay there, keep their position, because they're already there, they will grab 100% of the information who's going into San Martin, and also already check who's in or not. They can also send a few on the southern side of San Martin. It's actually a lot higher ground, and you don't have to go into the city until like phase 7, and you can just dive in with your vehicle and not even lose a single member because that city is huge with full of houses.
Yep, UPA definitely just need to stay there. Oh no!
Oh, that car almost got stuck. You have to be careful. So you do have to speed up to about like I think like 50 or 60, right?
Yeah, somewhere. I thought it was 70, but yeah, I think 60 might work to break the fences. But yeah, that was a little bit too dangerous for Janko because the vehicle was already damaged. But Veronica 7, they already lost.
Okay, FFG is right next to him. They want to have some riding shots. Yes, we knew this would come because they had multiple members on each vehicle.
ESC is actually taking some shots at them.
But quite far away, not going to be taking any more damage from this. And they want to split away just in case the circle pops even north again. San Martin, that's what a lot of these teams are actually thinking. But will this actually be the right choice?
Actually gets
Can they actually push? They only have 2 men. I think it's better to just get the knock and keep these 2 members safe. Yeah. It's not actually like at the core of the city. It's off to the side. So maybe they can look for some nade pop and another knock. So now they should be thinking about potentially going in.
Yep.
They know that there was only 3 of Lions.
Yeah, they don't know that. It's unfortunate. I think.
Yeah, if they had one more member, if they didn't lose putting on that rotation, they 100% went for the kill. But because they only have 2, yeah, going to be stopping, just giving some more pressure. And because they also just came into the city, they don't know what's going on. So they have to collect some more information by listening to the sound. At least they found one team. Just got the knock, so nothing else can be done. They're missing one person, but it's not here. Okay, Aya's just coming into the mini map.
They saw the knocks coming in, so I think they called him up because they kind of had him spread out for uphill info. But oh my goodness,
this cannot happen! Come on, what? Hey, finish.
For no reason.
I think he was either just talking to the teammates or had lost his. Maybe the powertrain from the handle went out, or the transmission.
Yeah, well,
but there was no like big reason. Maybe he had the map open for like pings and checking ping, or the teammates were saying, okay, this ping right here, yellow ping, at least 2 or more. Veronica, they're dangerous, they're strong, they're powerful. And then you're opening the maps like, yeah, I've got it. And then you run into the wall.
And then
But that's not a good excuse, of course.
Yeah, of course it's not. But look at this. San Martin, we have Solid on the south side approaching in. UPA, like you said, they're keeping that high ground advantage.
Yes, that's the right decision.
That is the best position, I think. So far, nobody is contesting them. UPA, they're keeping everybody away. And because of that, all the other teams on the northern side of San Martin, they have to fight their way in.
And I think, this team, PBN, not that risky actually. It's going to take some more time, but actually not very risky. Not saying that because we know that, they're going to rotate towards the western side, but let's see SMS. That grenade action, got 2 knocks, going to push. That molly seems way too good to me. And that will be confirmed kills. Just waiting for, I think, last remaining member there on RS. Apic actually just escapes. And that's the 3rd kill secured. What a nade plus.
Oh! He was running away.
Yeah,
oh, wait,
you do
C7
have.
is out.
Was pushed by Alliance and UPA in the middle. Got the final kill. Solid was coming to clean this up. But I guess the angle was open from UPA, who was actually not nearby.
So the thing is,
Okay, Solid actually doesn't even know that they were just all wiped out.
So the thing is, it was Malians and C7 fighting first, right? And the Solid hears that and they decide to third party it. And they come in, the fight was already over. So they're gonna have that compound for themselves. But in the meantime, we have Grandmas who rushed in. Now CJC, they have to make their way in. And Grandma is not gonna allow that because they're outside the circle. Does Grandma have an idea that CJC is spread out left and right? Oh, there we go, IT solve.
He's team, but there's another, yes.
Yeah,
The manual
nice spread.
does have really angle all the time. I'm really impressed by this player. Always keeping in check.
Yep. But M1, he is outside the blue.
Does he have a vehicle on the back?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Okay, to C1 pickup truck, so it's going to be okay. And still phase 3, but starting from phase 4, it starts to hurt. So let's see if N1 wants to secure the kill, or because he's the last one, I think it's safer just to go in, take some more blue damage, go around, and think about some open angles. No, he's actually shooting. What a dangerous play, but he's got the balls. Might as well go for this. Actually, stopped by Patron. Not even, because the next phase, it has already shown up.
Yeah.
But without knowing what's happening, I think he wants to collect some information. Maybe even take a revenge against CJC.
Possibly.
Because
see what he does.
if you bring down Grandma, I mean, you do have to take the revenge. I get it.
Yep.
But if it's for the team, let's see what they can do.
Here we go. UPA, they were in a great position for like the past 3 phases, but now they have to make a rotation, and they are taking the high ground to get the information. You can see they're spread out. They're at the top, getting the information, allowing the other teams to rotate first, so they can, follow them in. Let the other teams clear their way for them, pave the road, and then they're gonna go in. Look at this. NGE goes in, takes some shots. And Arctic Black and Mess are in another fight here.
And
Grenades are being thrown.
yeah, Arctic, pinning down if they have a couple more nades. But okay, the other 3 is not really coming because they're in the circle and they have a really good angle to work things out. They know that Mess is basically trapped. They're not going to come up the hill. The moment they come up, they are going to be pinned down by so many teams. So they're safe. They don't have to charge.
Well, look at this.
They have so much time.
UPA and PBN. The nade was under the vehicle. Did not notice it. Aki from PBN is the only one alive. They have only 1 kill so far. So compared to what they did in game 1 with the chicken dinner and 5 kills, it's not looking so great this time. Oh my goodness. 3 teams at the bottom. We have Versatile, Solid, and CJC at the south side. of Phase 4. It's gonna be hell if the circle shifts away and those three teams need to get out of the compound.
Yeah, RB.
But until then, you don't need to. Really.
RB seems to be in a position where they can get like a lot of kills in this round because a lot of the teams from San Martin, they have to climb up, and rotating towards the west will be a big castle. Maybe Solid will decide to push before Phase 5. It depends.
Nice shots. Ooh.
Yeah, great shots coming from Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao has been
Oh, you gotta hide, gotta hide.
a great flanker for the team. Oftentimes, yeah, covering as a wingman position. Yeah, with MXY oftentimes being the fragger, this squad seems very strong.
Yep.
Yeah, CJC, they've just decided to come here, and they sort of knew that they would be in big trouble when the grenade comes. And
circle.
it actually covers some places from San Martin, so I thought RB was going to be just wiping dishes all around, but they don't even have to do that work. Yeah, they won't get this many kills even if they get the chicken dinner, but I think they have to pull. I think they have to pull off for the maximum. This could be a better round for Solid if they can keep up a squad. Yeah, because still San Martin, it's Phase 5, still has a circle. Next circle. Yeah, I don't think it's still going to be covering any of that San Martin area. So yeah, ESC. Yeah, ESC off to a great position.
SMS from the back gets a knock onto Liu Yang. NXY gets that confirmed kill. Solid, such a great position. And look at this. What a fun position for him to be in. On top of the roof. And Arctic Black is out. So right now, like Friendly Fire Gaming, Arctic Black, Solid, SMS, and Versatile.
That nade didn't do any damage.
Yeah, it was behind the wall. We only saw the pellets. But in the meantime, like you were saying, at the tip of San Martin, Solid has control, but CJC, Team Versatile, and even a bit of UPA is trying to push them out. So right now, there's basically 4 teams bunched up together in a very small area.
Yeah, UPA not just to push them out, they've already gathered themselves in a higher position because a lot of these teams have to climb up.
Yes.
So instead of ESC picking up these kills, Unicorn, they have decided to, okay, let's actually use our time. We have nothing else to do.
Oh, no.
Come down here and pick up these kills because they have to escape and come into us. As the time goes.
That was
Okay.
a long cooking.
That was a pretty nice cook, but
You're
Wang
right,
Xiao
you're right.
actually, yep, moved away from the vehicle
Oh,
off to
look
the
at this.
side.
Popped off. Here we go.
And there are a couple more teams over to the eastern side is what we're seeing from ESC. They were here for such a long time. Pushing out SST should not be a problem. They already have a member down.
Okay, so now, positionally, UPA definitely has it. But in the meantime, Mess knows. Get a knock.
Yeah, Mess is helping them out big time.
Oh, Mastastro!
ESC, all they had to do was look for that eastern angle, but they at least
They allow them in.
they're at least keeping few members together. SST was a smart team overall to come in and not really take too much damage. Actually, getting a kill onto FFG and taking the final kill, the splitting 1-1 between SST and ESC that we have here.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was ESC's fault for letting Sastro in because they weren't keeping an eye out for the eastern side. Sastro literally just walked in the building for free. They got a knock and they got a kill onto FFG as well. And now they're contesting ESC. But in the meantime, this three-way fight has been going on for so long.
Look how Solid is still spread apart. Just 2 at the front. You would imagine they have to gather a lot more firepower on the front, but they have the 2 on the back just to check everything. Making sure they can pick up every single kill from San Martin and know that everything's clear on their back. so they can push after. So they're not in a rush. They're playing like a team that wants to win the chicken dinner with 25 kills.
I don't know about that because UPA positionally, they have so much of the advantage compared to Solid. But since we know Solid, who they make sure they clear everything and they're good at the close quarter combat. They're good at the pushing. So I can't promise that UPA will win, but at least positionally, they were supposed to have the advantage.
They did, but not anymore because Solid, they already climbed up with no contest. If UP actually held that angle down, then they did. But because Wang Xiao already climbed up without getting knocked, and it's a total disaster for UPA now because they were even when Solid was coming up,
they were
still UPA, they were shooting at FTF.
Yeah.
Which was, I don't think, the best decision at the moment. Pinning down who's on your back should be number one all the time when you have the other side covered. So that's going to be... Yeah, but CJC actually fires back, so there will be some more firing exchange on the southern side. Solid did not perfectly win the south. Okay, nose. When it comes to grenade, it has to be nose. On the left, that seems real good. But is it through the door? Yes, it is indeed through the door. Maybe that door was actually open.
Oh my goodness, this is the worst. Just nade after nade. Here comes the push.
Urami is here, and Anak, I believe, was trying to get like one more smoke. Did not have his firing weapon out in his hand. Great push using the smoke to delete the footsteps.
Well,
It will be a win for Mess. They have waited for a very long time. They let SST in first, and they stroke on the back. I love the weight from the team, and
he can't do anything right now. He heard the fight.
He'll just wait. I think that's the best thing he can do, and just crawl back in, and maybe Solid will find him, maybe not.
Getting rid of that tire, but Solid is firing back. They have to make their way in, and this next circle is going to be chaotic. There's going to be smokes everywhere because there's not going to be too much cover. But in the meantime, Zeus is actually thinking to push him. Wow! That stun grenade.
Yep, it was basically
perfect.
Yep, it was in
their faces.
Great play to clean out that eastern side. Now they will have full control, other than Apic, who actually I don't think will be doing too much. But still, because of that, we have top 4-3-1-1. Yeah.
Yep.
And Solid, they lost Wang Xiao in the trade. I think not in the trade against UPA, just from CJC actually. They're just cleaning that rest of the squad out, made them bleed. But we do have a lot of circle being controlled by FTF. But okay, do like their spread, but there might be a time where they have to join forces. This is actually a big wide angle. They do have the confidence, and they have more than half of the circle basically controlled because they have the high ground, they have the vehicles ready to go, even if there's a hardship towards the south. So this is actually really good.
Yeah,
And,
FTF basically has the advantage of the next circle. So as long as they don't lose in shots, they should be able to get the chicken dinner. But with Solid still alive, I can't say for sure.
So the better decision making, because they have so much time, would be actually have just 4-man west side and east side and push one of these teams, either Zeus or Apic. So make sure they have some few more kills. Oh yes, we do see the other two from the west actually joining because Solid, they cannot come up. There's no way. They just cannot come up unless they use like 12 smokes because the open angle. And they know Apic is out there. Also, Zeus is out there. So Solid, they have to literally just climb slowly one at a time. See the uphill here? It's so open. There's basically nothing.
They're going. They heard the nades being thrown, so they know at least a couple of them are fighting.
Yes, so
that's the moment where Solid will take over. And this is what I was afraid of.
Yeah, great catch ending. So from the future, they took a lot of time on the eastern side, but they have to choose one side. This might actually take them away from the chicken dinner if they lose the fight against either this side or the other side against Solid. But for now, Hikaru got the first knock onto MXY. Great start, now only down to 2. Still going to be a very tough fight. Knowing that Solid can certainly pull off these type of terrain fights. And Zeus, the one who took 7 kills alone, he's got the Groza in his hand. Certainly a dangerous weapon on a dangerous person, which means it's going to be deadly.
We'll see how deadly it can be, but for now, making its way in. Right now, FTF is just confused left and right, like you were saying. They have to take care of Solid, they have to take care of Zeus and Epic from Red Sea. So as long as they win the fight on one side, it'll be like a chicken dinner for them for sure. But until that is cleaned up, we'll have to wait. But Solid with 8 kills already. Holy. Oh, see ahead. 2. He confirms that there's 2 looking at them. But remember, Solid, they're still in the circle. You know, they're not in a hurry. Like, they want to win the fight to get the higher ground. But oh my God, Red Sea. He's gonna be the difference maker. He should be able to see them. Yeah, the jumps, the tip of the head.
I don't know about Solid. They're concerned about FTF. They have no room. They have no time and space to actually look towards their back. Maybe one of the member can look towards the side. We saw, yeah, was it Chenshin, I think, looking towards the side, and he does find Apic. Finally, we saw him shooting towards Apic, and that will be the kill. Secured, nice look around. Knew that there was one more surviving from the eastern side of the circle. Now we have the final circle popping right in the dead center. This is going to be the problem, and Zeus, if he creates one knock, even one single knock against FTF, Solid will push through.
No,
but instead, okay, broke hearts. They make them bleed, and because of the pressure, Zeus actually rotates back. He's looking for that second place. Okay, Solid is a common enemy now.
Here we go. All the smokes and nades are being thrown.
Yeah, from the future, they have no idea. Okay, Zeus from the long angle. Now they know how far he actually went. Made the sound with the Groza. FTF moving in and out. The Groza taking some action. The other two is actually smoked from the other side, but not landing the shots perfectly against the 2. So now FTF down to the cleanup duty. Finds Zhen Xiao from the side. Okay, Hikaru running towards.
Everybody's burst up. Oh my
Got
goodness.
the knock.
Nice.
So 3v3 is what we have, and the circle is closing slowly. And the bullets.
Smoke shots.
Yeah,
Gotta heal
bullets
up.
raining down. Doesn't exactly know where all the members of Solid are. They still have some smokes available. And the one who was the closest, Hikaru, did go down.
They're stun grenading out. Figure their way out. I think they're running out of smoke grenades. They have to literally just push by force, and nice shot.
Okay, one more traded. So one more knocks on both
1 for
sides.
1.
2-2. Okay, Lee Yang actually got another one. And Solid will actually win the chicken dinner by keeping their place. FTF have overextended just a little bit more in the shots. Certainly better situation for Solid, and they picked up so many kills from San Martin even before the climb up the hill here. 13 kills in total, plus that chicken dinner, 23 points, and they will steal that first place away from FFG.
Yep. FTF 9 kills. Not so bad, but they got knocked out. Where is...
Yeah, from the future also 9 kills, so they
bad,
actually did great. Yeah, keeping Zeus out was, I think, the big problem, and that just the right amount of pressure allowed, made Zeus to go around. Zeus was looking for some potential, okay, I have Groza, I'm pretty good at shooting, not too far away, so it was just the right distance, not too far away for the Groza to be actually having 1-2. Okay, FTF, we were saying from the future that they should actually focus towards one side, maybe not 4 entirely, but 1-3, and push just so slightly so they can open up some more space so they can actually push, either get a knock onto Solid, but Solid is indeed a strong team, so maybe getting a push onto Zeus, who's alone, it's insta. So I think that could have been a better decision, and if they had made that decision, potentially a chicken dinner for them, because Solid, they just gathered their place. also had a lot of smoke from the fight from San Martin. They were able to grab loots from all the San Martin teams, 3 teams to be exact, plus against UPA on their climb towards the Electrics. So they had so much utility to work on that final circle. But as it is always like this, G-Clef talking so much after the match each day. It is closing time. It's closing time before this commercial. And 5 minutes.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
명차가 벼슬이라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 트렌드란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song passed through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to our cultural creative industry dreamer. every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Bay Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Shangsha, Malan Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운마
저리가
네가 치는 그런 말은 알아 참 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 하는 나무는 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song pans through a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of radio creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Radio.
And we are back to IEF 2021. Well, I was saying something before the break, but the production says, you're talking too much, Clef. Let Ending talk. So it's your time, Ending.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, you didn't finish. You didn't finish, so I'll let you finish, and then I'll continue.
I was, in few words,
Uh-huh.
Solid cracked the game.
Yeah.
Okay? That's it. That's what I wanted to say. And
That's what I want.
FTF was cracked open, okay?
Yeah.
In few words, yes. I guess that's basically the finish and like the last 6-7 minutes of the game.
So that was round 7. So we have 3 maps left, and they're all going to be Erangel. But until now, at the end of round 7, Solid 13 kills chicken dinner is going to secure that first place. Now the point difference is starting to kind of be visible. Until the beginning of today, everybody had a chance to take first place, take second place, and even maybe third place, because the prize pool is up to third place. But now, Solid being at 77 is going to be a little bit hard, because unless Solid doesn't play the game in the next 3 rounds, right? Like, Solid is a team who always secures kills even though they don't get a chicken. So their points always go up consistently. So unless the other teams get like 10 plus kills and a chicken dinner at least twice to beat and bring down Solid, I think Solid has the potential to stay in first place till the end of today.
Yeah, so I'm about to sneeze, so take it away for a second.
But anyways, to continue with that, Friendly Fire Gaming and From the Future, we've been seeing a lot of them as well as Arctic Black, but Friendly Fire Gaming in especially in Erangel, they played really well. Remember, back-to-back chicken dinner. That was Friendly Fire Gaming.
They got
in
lucky in their position, but it is totally possible, and I've already said it too. And yeah, we do have lots of papers, but I believe we are ready to jump in to the next game because the Koreancasters are talking about it. Maybe now we'll see the timer anyhow. So
Stop listening to the
I,
Koreancasters.
of course, 100% agree on what you said, and also didn't sneeze, so that might come back anytime, anytime soon.
Let me know.
Just in case. But the thing is, Solid, the lucky 7-7, double 7. I think unless they really screw up all 3 matches, so we're talking like situational plus situational of the other single team like getting 2 chicken dinners, which means that longer we talk about situations, it just means that Solid very likely still to keep the first place. And less of a chance for the other teams to make it up on top. I think by now we're really talking about the second place. And
the
third place is, I think, what a lot of the teams are looking for. And if FFG, if they can secure that second place, or they can challenge up to the first place, those are going to be the main key points of the upcoming Erangel games. We do have 3 more. And we're about to see what in the world is this flight path. This is insane.
I don't mind. I'm a North George guy, so flight paths like this is like a flight path for me. It's like, all right, dropping on top of the apartments in North George, but let's see what the other players think. And I also want to keep an eye out.
You're a North. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a North George.
Major, keep going. We have to. Okay, couldn't read
I
the
missed it.
Discord, but
Ooh, but look at this. So we know that Friendly Fire always drops military base. Look at Arctic Black. I think they're not contesting Friendly Fire Gaming in military base. They're gonna opt to find vehicles, probably go to Novo, and just loot there and just get into the circle. So, but still, Friendly Fire Gaming just being on this island with another team might bother them a little.
no. I think ATB also landed Novo yesterday. They will just rotate. So FFG, no big contest. So it should be okay. But after hearing that you're a North George guy, I don't know if I'm okay with the cast with you anymore. North George, like it's okay. Apartments, looting's fine. But the main problem, vehicles.
Yeah, that is.
Like that's the reason why. That is the reason why I don't go there.
Yeah.
Even in esports setting,
Yeah.
even in rankings.
Yeah.
But of course, in normal games, you just cannot find vehicles around there. There's something wrong about that city. If there's that many apartments.
Wait.
No, I'm still going to talk about the
yeah,
vehicles.
but yeah, but oh my goodness!
I thought he got hit by the wall.
Oh my god! I thought he bumped into the door or something. Like I don't know. 4 HP, he still stays alive.
Is this a 4v4?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and I don't see. There should be like this is where you find like the most amount of buggies, from my experience. And there are a couple, not that many. Like one up to the left, one up to the right.
Well, Grandma's already got the AKM.
Yeah, Grandma can run. He's trying to wrap around, open up a few more angles, or even also to look for vehicle because there's no one at school. Luckily enough, no one's going to school in apartments. Wow.
But in the meantime,
I think it's because of the flight path. It was slightly towards the west. I think the team that should have went to school apartments actually went to somewhere else.
shots are being taken. And honestly, in terms of compounds, I think SMS has a little bit more loot. They have the two big houses with the warehouse on their side, whereas ESC, they have that open garage where, yeah, loot's gonna be in there, but how are you gonna do that? Look at this, Grandma with the flank already up.
Yeah, Zeus has.
Was he caught?
Oh yeah,
I think
yeah,
he saw
yes,
him.
he did.
Wait.
Oh, not
Oh, he did.
really. Doesn't really exactly know. I think Zeus felt him, but doesn't exactly know where he is.
M24 without a scope.
Yeah, I think he is considering there might be an open angle from SMS, but Grandma is off to all the way towards the school. So he doesn't exactly know, and he certainly need the scope. Oh!
Wow.
Okay, everyone grab M24. Let's have sniper rifle action across the road only.
But he
Okay,
had
no
a 3X.
rifle, no grenade, no smoke, only SR. You can
But he
heal
had
up.
a
That's the
3X.
rule.
ESC only has the iron sights. He had the 3X and another one! Oh,
Okay.
I think it's time for Grandma to make that flank a little bit more tighter.
Okay,
here.
yes, Grandma is going across the road. Zeus has to be concerned about this angle slightly more. But Zeus is actually like looking around left, right. Grandma does open
some
fire across the road.
Yeah,
So
Grandma
okay, that's
landing
exactly
a
the
couple
timing.
shots.
Neil would go cross and potentially
Oh, no. He's like,
no further cover up by his teammates.
where's the other guy?
Okay, Zeus is indeed stuck here, but you have to have BBQ. Also really low in HP. M1 does come across to sort of save Neo, but instead of saving Neo, they're going for the kills, I think.
Yeah, well, they're gonna boost up.
There we
Oh
go,
my
the shotgun.
gosh,
M1
a
does get
pump.
the compound kill.
Yep,
So
pump shot.
instead of just having one big push, they're trying to have like 1v2, 1-1 skirmishes, knowing that they actually have pretty good understanding where they are, especially because Grandma took the
Oh,
path,
nice
aka headshot. Zeus turns around, thought he had a chance around those tree, but of course, if you're the one moving around on the concrete, Grandma surely heard that sound.
Secures that kill onto Zeus, and oh my goodness, Molly, he's like, don't come up, I hear you.
Yep, I've also got the shotgun. I think M1 is also somewhat considering, it's,
Long range Uzi, I don't know about that
it's
one.
not like super long range, but okay,
M1 is here.
third shot, and it is good. And M1 scores once again. Just
Not on. They know where he is. Oh, and that is a cleanup onto ESC by SMS.
with losing no, but look at Hikaru actually sneaking into the fight.
Yeah.
Was saying, okay, if there are like 2 more knocks on SMS, maybe there's chance for me to steal some points. Not going to be the case this time, as that was a full 4-man wipe with few more knocks, but everyone back up on their feet.
Yep. And in the meantime, seems like CJC.
We see ending life in game,
Yeah, here we go.
but I think he found the vehicle from the South George.
Oh,
But of
there's a
course there are
motorcycle there.
a few vehicles It's not like it never spawns.
Honestly,
But
it's
I'm just
rare
saying,
in
it's super rare in normal
Yeah.
games. Esports setting, there are a couple, but
Yeah.
if you get unlucky, you like have to like look all the way around to
Yeah.
find like one dash.
One,
Yeah.
yeah.
And usually I don't like that because everywhere else on the map there are lots of vehicles.
Well, Mess, 3 vehicles coming out of South Georgia. It seems like they're gonna drive in. In the meantime, Red Sea, they had a little car accident within the city, so it's not a biggie. Phase 1 is closing in. Veronica, as we know it, they usually don't just ram into the compounds. They do what they're doing right now. They
Hey, ending.
scout and
Where
they-
was the first circle again? I don't think we've
don't
seen
think
it.
we've seen it
No, we
yet,
have
no.
not. Please show us the first circle. They keep on forgetting it. It's 7 minutes already. It pops to 1:30.
They do have V7 have information on solid. They saw
Okay,
them
V7.
at the top of the
Yeah, V7 going towards the sewers here. I think we have like a Gatka circle potentially, slightly
Maybe.
towards the west. Maybe
Is it
near
a
the
West
field.
circle again?
Yeah, so understanding where V7 actually parked up and they're fully loaded. I think they're actually, but NGE is actually rotating south, so maybe it's like a Pochinki center nearby circle. Is
Yeah,
what
but-
I'm guessing.
But SMS, they moved east from after they fought, right? Onto the right side apartment. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a western circle because SMS, if they went this way, it
No,
means
I-
they went away from
No,
the circle.
I think it's just for better loots, and
Yeah.
they used a lot of time fighting against the other team. They had to go to some high loot place, which is the apartments. And after just one apartment, usually you're fully loaded. Okay, M1 just checking, just faking, pretending like there's an enemy.
Shadow boxing.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I hope to see the phase 1 circle before it finishes closing in. But oh, I think I saw a little bit to the left of school. But here we go, Arctic Black, one of the teams that dropped in the military base island, Luden Novo, and is driving out now safely. Friendly Fire Gaming will probably do the same. But in the meantime, we have Team Versatile and Red Sea kind of waiting on each other to come out first. Cold set from Team Mess is on top of the mountains. Getting the information. Nobody is trying to come here yet. And V7 Agatha slowly but surely going a little bit more towards the west. So everybody is on the western side so far.
And yeah, not going to be. It's still first phase 1,
Yeah.
so it will actually it'd be okay. So no more contest here, but understanding how the circle can actually go spread out. We do have some teams actually near the small forest and hills, which is another great spot to gather some information.
Okay.
See, so it was so slightly more western circle compared to what we saw, and we do have the north of Ferry Pier, the small. We actually say a lot of them, especially the Korean caster, says the nearby village next to Quarry. That's actually the center of phase 2. So some teams might actually consider going into Quarry and then dropping by. Some you can just chill out from the forest right under it.
Yep.
There are lots of space.
Yeah, the forest
Near
in
Ferry Pier?
between
Uh-huh.
is like one of the best, one of my favorites if it goes to, if the circle covers it, because it has a lot of dips and you can, get cover. And if you're a 4-man squad, you can literally just take control of like a section and nobody can come through. But whoa, is that landing?
Got one headshot in, but other than that, no further shots. SLR, certainly a deadly weapon out there. A lot of teams actually prefer to use this. Ace
Oh gosh.
Oh, securing a kill in the middle of their rotation, but because of a lot of these other teams has already placed him. Okay, Solid getting one.
Not looking so good. And
Ace
now-
got one, but he's dead because of that rotation on his own. Let's see if that one single point was worth it for SST.
They're trying to find a safe
Yeah, a
place.
lot of these teams will clash into FFG. FFG's compound, you can actually use the wall on the side and have the entire squad just bumping into the wall because it's actually quite large. You have this huge
Yes.
storage on the left. You have the huge building towards the south side on that small compound section.
Right now, CJC and UPA kind of duking it out because one of them is on foot, and Leo does go down from Versatile from the other side, and kill steal might happen. Who's gonna get the kills? UPA gets the kills. Okay.
Yeah, when you make phase 2 rotation in Erangel, especially when the circle is around the fields like this, it's better not to go up the hill. It's the best to drive right before the climb of the hill, so there's no angle from the hill and less angle from the ground, or at least some distance from the ground. But a lot of teams, they were slightly late on their rotation, thought that it was empty. Going to be losing a couple of their members, including CJC. Has only Kronos, just proning down here. UPA doesn't exactly know where he is. They know that he's around, but just not exactly where he is. I think UPA can also just back off
I think so.
because they have lots of hill control and they still have vehicles parked towards the south, I believe. And there will be a moment that they might actually go down to the storage that we see on the minimap.
Okay, in the meantime, V7, they had a little bit of trouble while they were rotating, but finally it seems like Kinch found an empty house in the middle of the farmland. So this isn't really an ideal place for you to camp out unless, you know, the circle basically forces you to. Like, you wouldn't choose to come here and stay here forever. But for now, it's very close to the phase 3 circle, so and thankfully for
Yeah.
V7, nobody is around
And
them. So they'll be
FFG,
pretty safe.
that compound will be challenged at least a couple of times. And NG's position, there are dips and some like used destroyed military stuff around it that you can use, which was added not too long ago, but not really.
It's been a while.
It's been some time.
Yeah.
But those spaces are actually you've been used by lots and lots of pros. One of the best spots out there. So I think those spots are certainly the best, but also will be challenged because NGE, it's somewhat open, and the smokes actually cover lots of angles from the west. But it's just going to be about the timing, because still a lot of the teams will be thinking, okay, this might actually be a field finish.
CSMS is deciding to run into the circle instead of driving into
Okay, let's see.
either sound, but this is the part where I
No,
like.
let's see where Solid ends up. Okay, they're going to be landing right in the middle, not challenging all the way.
They don't know. Now they know.
It is not just FTF around them.
Well, all they need to do is clear FTF. Everybody else is in, under the hill, in the compound. Not going to shoot at them, but wow, Hikaru is going to land that frag.
Okay, it's also the wingman. So Solid, they are sort of trapped on the side. That's why Liu Yang is trying to not just to res his team, also to open up the angle for the team. Okay, what a decision from the future. Knowing that they only have two, and the moment they saw it, okay, it's Solid, let's get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh,
They
but
decided-
ATB from the off angle, there are not that many open angle from the gas station, but they just found the right person.
Yep, but in the meantime, UPA and Team Sastra are duking it out here for this compound, and it's not looking so hot for UPA here. One gets confirmed, one is down. Now it's NG4 all by himself.
Yeah, it's very pure. Of course, it's in phase 3, but still, you do
Oh my
not
gosh,
have this many
three-man.
teams. NG looked for one, got the knock,
but they're
And
out.
the problem is West. Cold Set was was here the entire time.
Look at Solid cleaning out SMS.
Yes. I'm telling you, FTF made the right decision to get the hell out of the position after getting a knock. What? I actually knocked a Solid guy? Like, we better watch out. It's a full squad.
There goes SMS.
They actually also challenged into them in a wild position. So it was going to be a tough win against the full squad of Solid. Yeah, but PBN, look what they can actually achieve. Okay, there's some of their members in the blue taking the damage, but against PE, this has to be done. They have few vehicles, but just escaping away from this fight, I don't think it's their style.
For now, on your screen, Team Versatile, they have 4 kills, and they're at the edge of the circle, fighting against PBN. We'll see who will come out on top because they do, if they get the rest. Team Versatile will have 3. PBN only has 2, and they're still taking damage from blue.
And this is insane. We had a grenade, a kill feed on Solid, which means ATB actually ran into them from the gas station they came out, trying to control more space. And even saw V7 actually stealing that kill away from ATB. Yes, we see Master here. Certainly came out from the gas. Solid, I think, just lost 1 member, so still should be having 3-man squad.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Came to loot, but that's not the position you want to be in right now. The position that Solid is in, it's so good that so many teams are going at them. Because of that reason, they are able to pick up a lot of kills, but they're still losing members in between, so it's not going to be so good.
Yeah, Veronica this time, knowing that a lot of the teams would be challenging from the south. This is one of the safer spots, and even if you go east, there's still a shack available with no one else covering it. So I think they can also somewhat make a split after gathering some information. Okay, eastern side is also open. Let's have a small split of 2-2. And basically all the other teams are just south with some compounds over by where Solid is. And the western action here, near the forest.
MG versus Mesh. They are trading kills, but so far... but as that happens, Disaster is coming in to disturb them. Here we go, a third party.
So NGE had favorable position. They came into these dips in phase 2, even before phase 2.
Yeah, but so hard for them.
But you really have to, because there are so many concrete and containers, you have to really gather your firepower at one place, but they're somewhat spread apart. It's also the reason why Sastro can join in like this and get the kills. Now they know there's a big fight on. Knows the last remaining member who can certainly create some chaos towards the opponent.
He saw them. He saw 2 heads.
And not spotted from SST. Now he is. Okay, spreading apart. SST is not just thinking about nose, they're also thinking about picking up kill against NGE, who also has a member left, I believe. 6 kills.
Yep.
Certainly looking for a top 3 finish.
It's looking pretty good for Sastro here.
But the next circle actually shifted towards the eastern side. Perfect for Veronica. And also, the shack that I talked about is still empty, I believe. Unless we totally missed that action. Yeah, as I said, these grounds, it's very important to keep the entire squad not like 2 together, so because of the grenades, but you have to be really close quarter. Unless you do that, you lose a lot of your teammates in the middle of the fight. SST will lose 1 more against D-Pod. With that many kills picked up, I think they're okay with how they fought.
Yeah, it's not so bad, but in the meantime, Solid versus Arctic Black is going to be crucial because whoever takes control of this forest is going to have the possibility of just sweeping everybody.
As you can see, we had 2 teams running into FFG. I talked about the wall, that the teams will be clashing into this wall right here. we had two teams at the same time. And FFG is just standing on the side saying, you guys fight all you want. When we see about 5-6 knocks, then we'll challenge into you guys. But, I mean, like, we're losing a few points, but have fun out there.
Came out to confirm that kill.
Yeah, Lions
Dean-
still have the entire squad.
Yeah, Dean is the only one. I think they have an idea. They think he's in the smoke. But, you know, spamming the smoke is just saying that Malayans know that you're somewhere. They're just not sure, so they might be in trouble very soon. But in the meantime, SST.
Oh, Deca!
Yo, SST is like the best third party.
Oh, knew
made.
exactly where he was. Got the insta, but SSD. Whoa, the Molly is destroying them. The three of them were all together in a single play. That nade also, if it cooked,
good.
if it was cooked perfectly, I think that would do the damage. Just 32. Need some more, but solid from the back. Actually, got the knock on the sick dummet. A lot of these Mollies are finishing up. Actually, got a few more kills. Lion
Like I
only
said.
left with Aya. Corazon, I think he was knocked a couple more times, so the HP is going down quickly.
So Solid's position, like I said, is gonna be crucial.
Yep,
If Arctic
ATB
Black won the fight against Solid, I think it would have been them securing all the kills. But
Yeah, that's-
Solid is going to keep that position and win the fight and knock out Arctic Black. And they're in such a good position because now these three teams, FFG, Malayan, and SST, they have to get out of this compound. And as they get out or as they move in the next phase, they're going to have to fight. So,
Okay, this is a win for Veronica 7, but let's see who makes it out second.
yeah.
Because they're still VE off to Northwest, but they lost a lot of their power. And those grounds, they still have 3, but not as powerful as V7 for sure, as they're in Dead Circle. But the real fight is around Friendly Fire Gaming. Because they were just in the compounds, they're looking for that first place. They need points. They need points. Only 3 matches, including this match, to go. But because they were just staying still, looking for the other teams to fight, they only got a single kill. So I think it's about time that they push into SST. They need more points. So we should be seeing them going aggressive.
FFG, they have a compound, but in the meantime, Solid Liu Yang from super long range.
Got the kill. What
Gets
an
that
insane
kill on
play.
the
They,
pinch.
yeah, solid there. Firepower is just out of this world right now, and they don't care who fights against them. They're still in the circle. They managed it. They have some more room, not too far, maybe less than 100 meters. They can actually rotate towards the eastern side, which is actually not covered by anyone else. And V7, they are just busy hiding behind their vehicles on top.
Solid is not afraid to take shots, and they know that compound, they don't have to worry too much about it because there's so many teams there. So they're just busy fighting each other. So as long as they clear out V7 and Team Versatile as they go down the hill, they're not going to be in too much trouble.
Not just trouble, they are making sure that everything else is open. Even after seeing SST dive into the position, just checking if everyone is out nearby. And we do have, this is going to be the hot spot, hot potato here. No, you can't make it. It's really hard. You can make it, but you have to get the speed. You can't just jump on it. You have to get the running speed and then jump on top.
It's not going to go on the roof.
As you can certainly see, if you go up there, you can see the field. Not entirely, but you can see some angles up to V7 and also certainly onto into VE.
Oh, you get spotted.
Still okay. Aya is
13 kills.
Aya is also right in the middle of the other two, in the middle of FFG and also SST. That's going to be the big contest. If the circles shift away from these compounds, which was very likely, or just having one compound in the next circle, could have been open. So now, Solid, they have some open angle against V7. So all they have to do is point down at V7. The moment they get the knock, rotate east. They don't have the vehicles, but they have some room and they didn't use that many smokes. So there actually might be some open chances for Solid to actually get the chicken dinner. Of course, a lot more advantage for V7, but the real fight is, again, mentioning between these three teams. Aya spraying down, doesn't exactly know where they are.
Here we go. Here's him. Ooh, gets cleaned up here as Team Sastro wants to get out of this early because they know that if they stay here longer, until the blue closes in, that's going to be too late for them because there's 3 teams within this small compound. So they want to get out a little bit early, take early fights, clear their way out, and Friendly Fire Gaming will definitely be in their way.
SST, where are they going to go? Though there's not much space. And Shin, all the way out here, was not checked at all by Veronica 7. This is quite a deadly spot. Okay, they do take care of Wang Xiao, and they just ran into them.
Yeah, they wanted to clear it. Confirmed, but
Jensen still not scared as he is indeed alone. Gets one knock, 2 members.
another one.
2 more members of E7 in waiting, but because of the bush, can't really see.
Look at this shot,
There's a
man.
second, but Pudding finishes him off.
V7
Both
is
knocks. Go 7. No, Solid is out.
Oh, Solid is out.
Yeah, V7 still has
cleans up
2
Solid.
knocks.
Okay, sorry.
2 knocks. And FFG does get the final kill onto. Okay, but
Yep,
can they?
Astro.
No, you should actually carry instead. Okay, cancel the res. Okay, got the res. Just escaped the blues in time. And because of that knock, FFG also gained so much time
Yeah.
thanks to Solid to go into the circle. Without Solid, FFG would have just got 3 kills. It could have been just the game over already. But FFG, because of that, not too many kills. V7 doesn't even know that VE was cleaned up minutes ago. They were busy fighting against Solid. Hectic situation. It is just 2 teams.
That's what Jungkook's looking towards. Where
It's also
Versatile
it's
was.
also because they can't count fully because Friendly Fire Gaming, they have been not fighting anyone until now at the same time, so they don't exactly know how many are alive from FFG.
Well, they should know. You know, it's gonna have 6 players. So it's gonna be either a 3 versus 2 versus 1 or 3 versus 3. So we'll see if they have that idea. Janggu does clear the side of where Team Versatile used to be. So it seems like they have like half and half. But V7 has had that position for a longer time compared to Friendly Fire Gaming, who is approaching in now. But we'll see if V7 is able to see them first, because remember, Solid ran into V7, so they had, they were able to get some loot off them.
And FFG, they actually opened up nice angles, but the thing is, I think this is going to be taking a while. 3v3.
Yeah.
We come down to the final points. The
We're
point
gonna have some
center finish is what we're looking for, but V7, because they have better position.
But honestly, I'm gonna
Kevel should actually use the vehicle. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually use the vehicle and challenge up, make a gate, or just pinpoint towards the center. Nicely done. I would have liked him if he pushed slightly more, especially towards the right, so that he can actually draw attention away from his team members. And V7,
but right
that
now,
1 point is surely secured, but our camera guy certainly wants to check out every single angle.
and as of now, yeah, you can say V7 has a better position, but honestly, when it goes to phase, the last phase, nobody has a better position. Everybody's just gonna be snaking, and regardless of if you're in a little ditch or not,
Yes.
like everybody's gonna be prone.
Yeah, but FFG, they have slight more plane, a straight up plane path, and V7 has not too much, but small amount of terrain and ups and downs to work out from. So FFG, they have to get into the field first,
Yeah,
and
but
V7
when
is closer
everybody's
to the
snaking,
center.
If you're in the ditch, you're at a disadvantage because you can't see people that are snaking when you're down. So that's why I'm saying V7 right now, they might have an advantage, but when everybody starts snaking, it's gonna be in an even playing field. Maybe even FFG.
Yeah, see the amount of util already has to be used by FFG because they just have less information and they're just sort of away from the circle. So that's center circle, and F7 now thinking, okay, spotted Aoki, but not going to be in the right place. They have the distance now, and putting He's dashed level 3, but that's like
Kevin
having
was
those.
actually pushing.
Uh-huh.
He ran in there.
And not really spotted by the other two, I believe. They're also just hiding. Okay, this vehicle can be. Whoa, he just turned around. That was dangerous. It almost got his legs. At that speed, you don't get knocked, but you still take damage.
Oh, he has a molly. Yeah, he does.
Okay, that's good enough distance for the molly.
That's gonna hurt.
Will it actually come around to the side?
Oh, wow.
Just survive.
Oh,
And he
he
actually
gets
gets
it
caught
on.
towards the end, but I don't think that brings him down.
Yeah.
Because he was actually healed up.
Yep.
And he just won. But the other two, not exactly spotted. V7, they're closing in. Didn't really use the smoke because until now they had the angle. Now they have to use the smoke though. They have to use everything, but they don't have it. Janku has none of that. It's immediately spotted by Aoki, and from the it's just Agata left. Can he pull off a 1v2? Immediately spotted it, and friendly Fire Gaming, the third chicken dinner on Erangel only, as they did not have to take that many fights, not that many kills in total, but because they had one of the best spots, certainly secured, going to win that chicken dinner. But as you pointed out, Sastro, I think you pointed out when they had like 11 kills or 12 kills already, they lost two members, but they grabbed so many. They were able to take so many kills off of all the other teams.
Yeah, so like Team Sastro, 14 kills and third place, which means 5 placement points, right? So that's 19 points even when you place third. So like they secured a lot of points by just getting a lot of kills. And FFG, now, like, do you believe them now? 3 chickens.
I actually still don't.
And you have to keep in mind.
I actually still don't. That's the surprising part.
They always start in military base. And in the first 2 Erangel, it was always a Western.
I know.
So they made good rotations. They
Positioned
positioned themselves.
Okay,
in
let's
good
think about the
compound.
entire map.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just make this into 8-8. So they start here,
Yeah.
and twice they went here.
Yeah.
And once they went here.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was too far away, honestly.
But
There's a bridge.
Think about teams that are starting here and still losing.
Oh, the phase 1, they have a lot of open space, but I
Yeah.
think the real challenge really comes when we have like any sort of like northern circle or the eastern circle. Then I will start to believe.
But
Is
you're,
what
you're,
I'm trying
you're
to
going
say.
against FFG. Like you're saying, oh, if it's the worst circle for FFG and they win, maybe I'll believe.
No, I'm saying they're still a good team, but
Yeah.
in terms of rotational work, they were
They
on
do
that
a good
compound
job.
from phase 1.
Their
They were
in-
there since phase 1,
Their
so
in-game leader knows the
yes,
future.
yes, I know. So that's going to be the discussion that we were having. But we're taking a break, so when we come back, well, only 2 more matches left. So don't go anywhere, guys.
The famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of radio creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Radio Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Malan Mountain in the south. Today, the Malan Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Malan Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Malan Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게도
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 내가 위대해지고 기본을 지켜낼 시간 최초의 라면인 내가 반드시 이길 거야
And welcome back to IEF. You don't get to see the Greencasters this time. Straight to our faces. Again, ending life right here. I'm G Clef, and you guys are in for a treat because we still have 2 more PUBG matches and PUBG all day long in the morning, afternoon, and night. There's a huge tournament going on right. Not, I can't say nearby, but in the same country. Right at Incheon this tonight. So, yeah. Actually, I'm actually going to the venue today. So I'm shooting to Seoul right after this, and then taking the train ride to Incheon to check out the players. It's the last final weekend before the grand final, so it's going to be another good pack of action. If you guys want to watch like the highest level matches, that's also available tonight.
Busy
Yep.
man. Maybe they're just watching this while they're.
I'm
waiting for
sure
that,
like a
so-
lot of these players that are playing in the tournaments have also watched the matches from yesterday because there were lots of crazy matches happening, real good. But coming back to our tournament for sure. Okay, we had the discussion right before the closing, but Solid, like I had full trust since like match 3 from Solid. Okay, and then already called out this team would be top 2 because we saw the rotation and the firepower. It's like, okay, this team. They're really good. They're like on top. They know like exactly what they're doing. They're so smart. And also Sastro, like the team that actually breaks through, gets that many kills, and like runs into a perfect timing points. I like it a lot. Like, I'm not saying I have like no trust, no faith in FFG, but I want to see them challenged. You know, like Zucker pops away, moves away, and then they break through. Then okay, I'll just admit it. Okay, they're really good. They're really, really good. Of course, they're really
Calm
good.
down, Jacob. They're good.
I'm excited because we
but
have a
solid.
lot of great teams here. And because Solid has 91 points now,
Yeah.
I think, okay, their secure top 2 is 100%. I
Yeah,
would say,
most likely, yeah.
unless Team Sastro wins 2 chicken dinners in a row,
Yeah.
which there is that potential because Team Sastro is actually playing really well today.
Yeah.
Even without the 2 chicken dinner, like how many kills did they have? 13, 14, 15?
14 kills.
Okay,
and
14
third
kills.
place.
Okay, so that's
So that's
5 plus
19,
15.
yeah.
Yeah. 14 kills? Okay,
Yeah,
19,
14
yes.
plus 5.
Okay, you're smart. But I was just super excited after that match because in Erangel, especially like the teams like SSC, Sastro, you get to, when you get to push on a third party and push on other teams, you get to do that maybe once, but maybe twice, and you lose out so much.
Yeah.
Because you just can't be perfect on this game. But they tried that 3-4 times and got so many kills, so I was really excited and hyped from those moments. And also downfall for, what a disaster for Veronica 7, man. Oh,
Yeah, they
this
tried-
has got to be like, okay, we win this round. Like, we have the total control over the field. Like, phase 7, okay, it's on us. Phase 8, it's on us. And then they lose.
Yeah, so basically,
What?
they thought that they had the advantage, and they did positionally because everybody had to come towards them. But unfortunately, Veronica, they were just so comfortable there. They didn't look out because they had to pick at least a couple of them as they rotated into the.
Oh, they missed. You have to
grass,
jump
but,
right at the. Yes, exactly.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, so if they did, since they didn't get any picks as they, the other teams came into the grass, like everybody got into position, nades were thrown, and Veronica lost the advantage that they had. But anyways, yeah, back to football.
It's hard.
Yeah, it
You-
is.
You have to. I do agree. I do agree. And
You agree that V7 is bad in football?
yes, I do. I do agree on that too. It took me a few seconds to think
Yeah.
about that because I did not see them playing football, and I'm not good at football either. But on PUBG football, maybe there should be like a PUBG football mode.
Yeah, I was thinking
like,
the exact same thing.
That's going to be fun. But this game's about
Ooh,
shooting,
the
not
plane's
not
pretty good.
kicking. Okay, a pretty fair flight path compared to the one before, which was like totally western side. So we do see a couple more teams.
All right, Red Sea going to Severny. Mess is spreading out. Doram's going towards Zarki. Ugh. Is that a G club?
No, that's 2017 G
Oh, okay,
So
2017. That's
that's
4 years
no,
ago.
that's 2017 spring G Even from summer G
You changed?
Sarky was not my place, man. I was always saying, why are we always dying to the blue? Like, it takes way too long. We can't find a vehicle. I'm running and I'm dying to the blue. And like,
Wait.
why is this happening? And that's 27, like
That's 2017. But
early
there's a
access
surprise.
class, okay?
There's a surprise. Look
Yeah,
at the
CJC.
military base.
Okay, and FFG actually, wow,
Yeah.
they
'Cause
they
so
they bailed out.
I don't even know what's happening here because CJC dropped straight into military base. Malayan, I think he's just looking for a vehicle because the rest of his team is on the other side of the bridge. So, they didn't all come in towards
Oh yes,
CJC predicted it. I'm telling you.
and how good is it to see the map and the circle
Yes.
at 130?
Exactly.
Because I've asked the production to show it to
Good
us.
job, man. You've made our cast like 80%
Oh,
easier.
and how much more epic is it to
Yeah.
see that type of circle, and
Yeah.
then when it goes to military?
Yeah.
So we've had
I think
four
a total
games of Erangel so
Yeah,
far,
yeah, yeah,
and 2 military circles,
Oh yeah.
which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
We usually have
a half.
1 or maybe 2 out of 10 Erangel games.
Yes, it's 2 out of 4 so far, right? So that is a lot. But I want to, CJC. I think it's 5-head right now
Do you-
because
okay, uh-huh.
they never come to military.
Or do you think it was for them to snipe onto FFG because they're getting way too much points and way too
Good
much
point.
advantage of just going to free loot, great loot, one of the best looting spot for sure.
That's a big possibility.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they just came to, just snipe FFG, but it ended up becoming a military circle. So like, oh,
Yeah, so
1+1.
even without the snipe, you can actually have two teams
Yeah.
fitting in that military base. It's filled with weapons and
Yeah.
items and utilities. So I think that was the idea, or potential idea.
well, whichever it is.
Yeah, because
CJC
we only have
is-
two matches
job.
left.
Yeah.
You need points. FFG's up top. And Solid, they already have 90 something, so I don't think that's a good challenge.
Yeah.
But pointing down at FFG, I think
Yeah.
not a bad shot, I would say. Yeah.
And we just got a glimpse of the
Yeah,
North George. And
Yeah,
the
look
South
at like
George.
CJC. They're like going against FF. They came out from the military base.
Looking for FFG.
I think that was the idea.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we do have the North George people.
Here?
Yeah, they're
What?
fighting already, and 3 are down. Or 2 are down, sorry. And Mr. Boris gets confirmed. So yeah, I'm telling you, this is another world right now because they have to get into the military. They're like the furthest away. They're in North George, and now they're in a fight, so they have to finish this fight. Whew, I feel bad for these two.
Yeah, I think it had to be a forced open fight.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's see if Mess can actually
Oh my goodness!
raise M16. Not
That
even
was
a single.
I think that was a burst.
Uh-huh.
Put it on a burst and
That
just
control is actually
that was
very hard, but there are a couple of those M16 lovers saying burst is actually really good, but that actually worked.
That is a nice snipe by CJC, I think. They literally came here to
Uh-huh.
bring them down.
And it's not just one, it's all 3 members of. Okay, what did I say? My trust numbers for FFG. -3.
I'm, I'll have to see about this, but yeah, CJC, great plays by them. Like,
I think they were around top 3 still?
Yeah.
4th place, I believe? Or 5th?
top 5 something.
Yes, so they had to snipe.
Yeah.
I think snipe was the better decision to bring them down myself, and then let's gather the points. Certainly could have been risky, but they certainly did catch FFG.
Off guard.
Very off guard. They only had like 2 members there in the compound. One was running away. Other one, we didn't even get to see the 4th person. And
Now
B7 again. The rotation. Okay, they made it in already. Okay, can they find the vehicle? That might be the problem. One should be running towards the road already.
But here we go. They made their early rotations. They're gonna, it seems like they're not fully looted, but they're gonna finish their loot on the military island here. But in the meantime, we do have FTF slowly making their way in. They're on the northern side of the circle. They're not in a hurry. Just in case they're gatekeepers on the bridge, they're gonna slowly clear them out. Many of the teams like NG and V7, they're gonna opt to take the boat to get into this, to the island. Maybe loop around to the southern part of the island. That's what I like to do if it's like a total military circle and I'm on the mainland. Like, I don't want to go through the bridge. Like, I've had such bad experience trying to go through the bridge. So it's like I'm always a boat guy.
Well,
So
bridge
these
is
guys are doing
certainly better now compared to the old days. And as we've talked about this yesterday slightly, phase 1, I think it's pretty clear that as long as you turn straight left, straight right now, yes, yes, and it's usually okay. It's usually okay during phase 1, but after like phase 2 and like 3, then like I don't know why you're still not here, first of all, but but like using the boat, maybe like waiting for the blue, I think that might be a safer decision. But because of somewhat even plane path, actually a lot of the teams coming in slower. I don't think anyone is actually. Oh, just got the first team on the radio tower now.
Let's see, they are taking their time here as well. All 4, you can see the first car, the point man has that +1 on the minimap, so it's 2 people. And the rest of them are following in the back. But like you said, Arctic Black has that high ground, so...
Okay, I think he spotted.
Yeah. You think
One
that's why
of
they
them.
turned away
Uh-huh.
right away. Oh, and shots are being taken. So now they know. Radio tower is taken.
Okay, yeah, yes, they certainly did. That's the reason why they kept the vehicles off of that angle.
Yep.
The only angle.
To keep their tires safe.
Exactly. And now they're going to be guarding the bridge on their own, saying, "Ooh, next team. Let's see." Okay, they also got she got a shot at Dacia, the white Dacia in the middle. So they know there's a squad out there in the small forest. And this is by Primorsk.
Yep.
That boat spawns 100%. So if there's no boat there, that means someone took it before you. And PBN, I think they looted western side. So, and there's no one having Primorsk as their landmark. I think there was like one match because we had like crazy
plane
flight
path
path.
was,
Yeah,
like, south.
but unless that happens, yeah, usually that city is open. So free boat here to rotate. But where do they land? So they're not going all the way around for sure.
Well,
But
they're going south.
maybe were they going directly south? I
Yeah,
thought
they're
they were going towards the river. Maybe I just missed it because I was talking.
But yeah, so right now you can see that Solid is guarding the bridge before going into it. So at the entrance of the gas station. Oh
He's
my
out.
God.
Yeah, he's
Oh my
out
God.
the window.
Yeah.
There. That's a secret spot.
That's gotta be a super bait because oh gosh.
You can only stay here when you have the teammates covering you from the
Yeah.
outside.
B7. Oh, they came in early and they wanted to go deeper, and as they do, FTF gets rid of Pudding.
Yeah, FTF actually came towards like the small. Like, some people say that's like a police station, like a small police station with like small prisons in. They already got good angles off of. I think it's a 2-on-1 split nearby. Ooh, do you see the AWM popping head?
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
we
Django.
heard. Yeah, we heard that like that heavy sound from the side.
Yeah, they should show us Django instead.
That's exactly what I was thinking, but production's on top.
Yeah.
But
Oh, UPA, look at this.
things
They
are
can run.
happening. Solid. This time taking some more damage. Oh, cool. That at least wins the fight. It's still phase 2, so you can certainly. What?
NG4 so last one left.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, they found him now.
Does not win the fight, and still Solid. They had 3 members down, but because it's only phase 2, they can still heal back up and come into the military base. There's no problem, but they still lost a member, I believe.
Yeah.
In the fight. So let's see if that's good enough. They still have like 91 points, was it? And
Yeah,
CJC is
94.
guarding that bridge.
Yeah.
So let's
CJC
see what
guarding that
happens
bridge,
in
yeah.
like the next 2-3 minutes.
And then Mess was coming.
Okay.
Yeah, Mess is gonna go past Solid.
So by now, I think Solid might actually be thinking, like, let's just grab kills,
Yeah.
and we should
Yeah.
actually be
Yeah.
like still first place
Yeah.
because that's what we're good at. It's military base. Why do we even challenge up there? Let's just grab a few more kills, and I think we're still safe to go grab that first place.
Ooh. Kinch gets a pick on Hikaru.
Oh wow!
Oh, see, Mess and Solid, they're fighting again in the bridge, and
And yeah, FTF actually came all the way out here.
oh no.
They have to be. Okay, he's going to just carry him off to the side where you can't see because of the tree.
Yep.
Yeah, better decision, but I think they lost the car because of that.
Ooh, we got a swimmer.
And they've been swimming for a long time because they're already on the beach side. It actually takes like minute and a half at least. Of course, you do swim slightly faster now, but still. And you don't immediately get knocked and dead on the water anymore.
All right, well, Team Sastro, 2 members, as you see on the boat, are going towards Novo. I want to know where the other 2 are, but so far these 2 are the only ones that we have info on. Solid, Chenjin. Oh, here we go. The rest of Mess is coming. Are
Yeah, I
they
think
gonna let him pass?
after the knock, I think they are not looking to challenge, just going to pass them.
Oh no, they're shooting at him.
Uh-huh.
They're shooting.
Oh, but they're actually going, okay, to the side and to the ground. Yeah, I think that final person is dead. Deep
one.
shot. And the second
Ooh,
person
woo.
by Liu Yang and Wang Xiao. 2 dead, and CJC
Yeah,
says,
and then they run into CJC.
welcome. Get him. Okay, he's actually got 1 kill secured, so plus 1 point. But solid all the way from the back. MXY says, well, my teammates got 1 each. I've got to do my part.
Yep.
Yeah, 7 kills.
Yeah.
So they're near that magic number 100.
Yeah. I
Which
think they're
means-
101 maybe. Because they were 94.
Really, 94?
Yeah.
I thought they were 91. Okay,
Yeah.
so... Okay, so they might actually be ready to celebrate.
Yeah.
They might actually order their cupcakes already and get them delivered before before we have
before
the
even the last
trophy
match.
time.
But
Yeah,
solid.
I think they can actually talk to the final member because he's dead and open up like a delivery Uber delivery app and get some food to celebrate. But they still have to cross the bridge, and they know now that CJC Red Lions are guarding against them. But
This is gonna
CJC
be-
also has to go.
Yeah, exactly. They have to go.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be all about who has more heals as they go in. And look at this, CJC. They decide to just go away first. They're not gonna take the fight. They're not gonna
Yes.
take the risk. but
So knowing the scores, this is towards the eastern side now.
bridge.
Knowing the score of Solid, there's no reason to challenge into them.
Yeah.
They're just good. So they are free to not make the chicken dinner play. So you have higher risk of going against them all the time.
Yeah.
Because they can just throw out everything. When every other team, they have to think about the chicken dinner situation.
Yeah.
So it was a better decision, I believe, for CJC to back off, because they are late joining the circle when every other team, other than those 11 teams, are already near the next circle pop. They're just going to walk this one out.
Yeah, but look at this. 7 first aids, 25
25 bandages.
So it's like,
okay. So
yeah,
he
they're
has
not in a
he has
hurry.
like 3 bullets, right? But bandages are like, it doesn't take up that much
Yeah.
space.
But anyway,
Yeah,
CJC
first aids 10 each.
Wait,
but
they're not fully going yet still?
just checking if they can, because you know those lucky spots,
Yeah.
like when the teams coming in the blue, they try to maximize their utility, and then you wait until like 10 HP and then try to heal. That's the moment you shoot, and then you like barely get their finger, then get a knock.
Yeah. That happens sometimes. If you take a lot of damage.
Here we go,
But in the
FFG,
meantime-
only 2 available against 4.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, you ran through the. Ooh, you ran through the thing.
But I think,
And FFG
Yeah,
still on
Elky.
iron sight. What is happening?
yeah, they just ran away, man.
Yeah.
Could not really deliver too many. Okay, SMS in the hills. CJC, they decided to rotate left.
Wow. That was clean.
And M1, this player is certainly something. We, not just in the previous round, even yesterday, M1, like flanking quickly enough. And we do back in action with Friendly Fire Gaming, only 2 against still 4, right? Or NGE. Few of their members actually backed out or are already lost.
So, EPOD, I think they might have seen a glimpse of EPOD.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Ah, did miss. It's a ghillie, so the grass might actually cover him. He's still moving around. Got the damage in, but I think, yeah, only 37, which means that he has a level 3 vest, I think. But SST, the snakes, they're coming to bite on SGE. Hat doesn't really know exactly where they are. SST, yeah, came into land. Okay, this guy's, yeah, for
But
sure.
they're all in the blue, so that's the important thing. You just wait until Friendly Fire Gaming just needs to wait.
Uh-huh. SST, they think they are okay by rotating towards the south. Oh, but the next circle actually pops northwest. What a terrible situation for all the teams fighting on the southern side.
Solid still coming in. Now it's starting to hurt a little bit.
Yeah,
so
phase
everybody-
4 it does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, are they out
switching.
of gas? Oh, no, they
No, I think they're switching because the driver can't heal. Yeah, they're gonna get it, I think. It's just in time. Whoa, Wang Xiao actually dropped dead. So yeah, just drop your items.
Yeah.
Let us live. You go down. We're good. We have a lot of points. Yeah, MXY right now is like, let's go. We gotta go.
Yeah, they have to boost too, though. They have to full boost.
I don't think they have time to boost enough because it's 5 seconds, and soon. Oh man, so
Well, honestly, it's not their loss. They're not giving kill points. They stopped the game.
yeah, just trying to get some more points
Yeah.
in, and I think. Oh, this might just be it for Solid, but
Yeah.
the main action's on the other side here. PBN stayed here, but who's in for a challenge?
Ooh, PBN gets the rest of Friendly Fire Gaming, and like you said, -3 points.
No,
to
no,
their
FFG
trial.
only had 2 members
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
so it was incredibly hard for them to. How are they still alive? They're like switching perfectly around the driver's seat.
They're in! They're in! Oh my goodness!
Hey, we should have always trusted Solid. They're number 1. And then they run into each other with a vehicle.
And look, no, everybody else is so busy.
Yeah, other teams actually betted on out of the military zone, actually towards the radio tower. That's why we see like 4 teams nearby,
Yeah,
at least 3, but few more teams right below these guys. As you can see.
Solid is not in a hurry anymore, right? Like, everybody else is fighting. They hear the gunshots from far away, and ESC is just aggroing with Dacia.
Yeah, I think Sean Long was trying to get some more information for the team. I think the other 2 is somewhat spread apart, so they have some line of sight.
Yeah. So they are trying to take control, like you were saying, but the problem is they have V7 on top. Behind them, they have Arctic Black. So like, they probably don't know yet, but they could be potentially sandwiched.
But from the edge, I think this is the best play they can pull off with lacking information, which I like. This is the type of edge play that we see, but. B7. Ooh, West again. This is insane. And the few teams, Solid is actually in here. What in the world? That's crazy. Okay, ATB trying to strike back from the bottom. Okay, they have to do this now because there was a Western shift. And they do have.
Oh my gosh!
He's out in the
Yeah, he was
blue.
out.
There was no idea.
Solid's getting pushed. Oh no!
And
Was that a trade? Yeah, that was.
yeah, and the grenade. No, never mind, not the grenade. Liu Yang actually finished the kill.
8 kills.
Perfect play by his teammate. Had the sound covered, I think. His teammate was saying, okay, there's one more climbing the window. Liu Yang.
Oh my god!
What a play! Had the idea that he can also be down the stairs or on top.
Yeah. That A was
Still with
insane
two,
by Solid.
still 2 players are Solid.
But
Great guard on that apartment.
yeah, going away from Solid. Now it's going to be V7 versus SMS. One of the 2 teams will go down because there's only room for 1 team on the northern part of this circle. In the meantime, we have this
Lion, they
other
waited.
fight.
They waited for a long time, but TBN, in terms of attack power,
Oh my gosh, this nade. Ooh.
they have so much more firepower. Lions, they were waiting for them, but the sweep through the building seems pretty good to me. And Malayan, they will just back up. They still have the vehicle, okay? They're just going to. Are they going
Up,
to
they're
the
going
radio?
too solid.
They should have heard the sound of the fight. They're going directly to Solid.
Oh my gosh, they're just feeding Solid more kills.
Okay, this isn't exactly the building where the fight was on.
Yeah.
So did not know. I thought rotation to the south building would have been a much safer call. But yeah, well, Lions, we knew that they were one of the most passive teams out of the 16. They just had to get back on their feet on another building, which failed this time. Which is another 2 kills for Solid just by staying on top.
Yeah. The Lions, they had that factor, and then when somebody came in, they didn't fight them. They just ran away, and then unfortunately they died. But like I said before, SMS and V7, they're trying to fight for this northern hill. So fortunately for them, they're both in, so they don't have to force the fight, but eventually they're gonna have to. So now the rest of the teams are like basically in their position. They're gonna probably wait until phase 6.
Has a wrong idea that someone is there, but better safe than sorry. And circle luckily for the guys towards the hill, slightly more towards the hill, but still covering the road. So
FTF contesting V7 seems like.
let's see how quickly SMS actually joins this fight. Grandma is actually nearby V7 already. From the future, gets the first knock onto V7. Second person, 1-1 traded. As Hikaru is secured with the kill. Okay, let's see. The rest has to come quickly. SMS is coming through. There's also M1 with the long angle.
Good. You can't use all of your utilities right now.
I think but they're thinking that they have to get the knock, and they somewhat know that SMS is closing in,
Yeah,
and
they have to make something happen.
they're blocking angles. Yeah, using all the smoke, I think it's actually a better idea. FTF.
Kinch is pushing. Kinch is. Oh, saw Kinch. Oh, nice.
It's actually
PBN
PBN
helps
from the military base, getting that final kill secured insta. And B7 says, okay guys, okay, one kill away, but thanks. But thanks, that was cleaned up slightly easier because of you guys. Thanks a lot. And SMS. What a rotation. They're quick. They know what's happening. They know what has to be done. B7 did not lose a single member. There was a knock, but they got the res done early enough. So SMS, okay. It's going to be 3v3. Veronica's pretty strong. Let's just rotate towards the other side and check what's happening here instead.
Okay, well, so far this hill is going to be good, but if the circle goes towards the apartments, it's going to be hell going down the hill. But if the circle comes towards them, where SMS is, they're going to have a blast and a party getting kills and getting people running outside towards from the military base. So we'll see where this next circle shifts.
Yeah, the king. There can only be one king. And eventually V7, SMS, they have to fight. And ATB. Ooh! Oh. I thought this was somewhat of a risky move, because once you go that far from the hill, the military guys can actually shoot at you. But they get the kill regardless of that risk. And Neo is matrixing away, spotted by Agatha, and now they're shooting at him. Got a few damage tagged, but they know where they are now exactly. Only one spotted, and the next phase goes to that hill. All the three teams solid. TBN.
All right, finally we get to see some op shots being taken. Not gonna land, unfortunately.
Okay, think he actually also had he had the extended magazine on that round, so having 7, but only 6 bullets left. Might consider changing the gun after a while. Solid 2 men, but they're fighting like they have the full squad. They're not scared.
Janggu gets another knock with the AWM.
Okay, now down to 2-2. I said there can only be one king, but if that king only has one left by the end, won't actually be the king anymore. That nade looks way too sweet!
Oh my god. But they're answering with their own nades as well.
And Solid actually goes down in the middle of the military base fight.
Oh, and the B7 go down as well.
Yeah, PBM pushed fast enough because ATB had to deal with a not Simon, yeah, Solid. Why was I thinking of Simon? Simon for some reason. Yeah, there was another cast for Simon, but that's another story for another time. PBN actually pushing through. They got the center position this quickly. I did not imagine that they would come across this quickly, because ATB had somewhat of control towards the road, but they used the time of them fighting.
Gave the info, not gonna shoot.
Uh-huh.
But SMS was busy fighting B7. I think that's why PBN was uncontested by SMS. On top of the hill, but now they have to worry about them. PBN gets M1 down. Gets to confirm. So So now it's a 4v2v1. PBN definitely having the advantage, even though they're on the lower ground, which they, it should be harder, but because of the numbers,
Okay.
they should be able to push SMS.
Oh, yes, sure, but they are also just concerned about this player.
Arctic.
Alzheimer here as slowly moving in because it's still phase 7. There's also phase 8. Maybe SMS, I think all the teams are just thinking, okay, there's still a chance that another team strikes from the side. So SMS especially, okay, we wait for a better position because once you shift north, they have to come uphill. And they have some util, but not too much because they ended up using so much against V7.
Yeah.
Okay, Neo has a lot actually, but Grandma does not. And knowing that PBN did not really have to fight that much, they have all the utility, the smoke, flash, molly from the military base. Let's see if Alzheimer from the side can create any problem. That's also the reason why PBN, 3 men on top because their angle will be covered by the side hill. Not being challenged at all, not having opening against ATB. But
It
now
seems like they're deciding to kind of stay still, like you said, right? Like usually, like if PBN, like they knew, oh, it's a 4v2v1, like we just need to find where they are, get some information. Like there was a potential for them to push, but it seems like all 3 of them obviously just opting to play it safe.
Okay, ATB, this is your moment. You're alone, but there's that road. You can actually go downhill and give some challenge. Give some challenge to PBN. It is certainly possible because once you go down, because of how steep the angle is, of course, sometimes you can't come back up. But you know that the full squad shouldn't be on the road.
And the point,
Very likely.
The point for Alzheimer is he can't start the fight. He has to join in after. He has to third party.
Yeah,
so
third party
he can't
or-
start shooting first at either PBM or SMS. That's why he's going slow, waiting for PBM and SMN to start shooting, at least nading each other, and then Alzheimer will go in and try to be the hero for his team.
Maybe he's thinking the second place is the right way, but
Here we go now.
there's another option. So
It's safe.
it's now SMS also thinking, okay, against 4, harder to pull that off. So second place seems like the better option, but Grandma, once he steps over the line to kill the last remaining member of ATB, he will actually be opening angles for PBN to shoot at him. So yes,
Oh
this
gosh,
was
he's
the
going
only
forward.
path. This was the only path where he has to take, but Sihon is actually closing in. Alzheimer doesn't know. Now he's heard the sound.
Oh,
No,
I
but
think he's slipping.
he does have to go down. That's the only way. Okay, PBN got the push onto SM. Just the final member left.
Yeah.
They know it's 4v1. Just run down. Just has to find. Okay, this is the barrel.
All right, here we go. If he gets one
Out.
time,
Can you get it? No, it is going to be Aki just having a perfect win. PBN had the perfect push off of that military base, and with a total of 11 kills. 11 kills in total. They managed to push so many teams out of the way. Nicely done. Did not lose a single member. Somewhat clean match, I would say.
pretty clean.
But still amazed by SMS, how much how much ability they showed pushing from that side. Also the rotational work, just going back and forth. Once they chose to push B7 and then went back into like a higher percentage depending on the gunshots and the situational fights. Yeah, we like the rotational guy here. Smart decisioning, but still did not get the second place. But you're against the full squad. What can you do?
Yeah, they definitely played it safe. Like honestly, like they played it super safe. But now I understand why, because they still got 11 kills at the end of the day.
Oh, yes.
With the chicken dinner, so like PBN definitely did a great job getting 2 chicken dinners today.
Yeah, so that's actually insane.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, PBN, the first number 6, the first matchup today, which with not many kills because they just had like really good compound there. And the one team just ran in and there was like 5 kills in total, but still 2 chicken dinners. That might be actually close, really close, or good enough to put them on like near top three, if not top three.
Yeah, probably up there somewhere.
But we'll have that score when we come back. We will have a short break again for that final and the last match of PUBG. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으며 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨웠나
저리가
내가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 내가 위대해지고 기본을 지켜낼 시간 최초의 라면인 내가 반드시 이길 거야 사명라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song pans through a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
And we are back for the last game of PUBG for IEF 2021. We are still here for the last match, and soon we will see the points all total from 1 to match number 129. We just have one more Erangel to go, but I think what we're really looking for ending, as we said, it's not just about the top 2 anymore. It is just about the 3rd place, I believe. But FFG actually went down
super early.
They lost 2 super early, and the other 2 didn't really do too much. So let's see the updated score. Okay, PBN.
Oh, but look at this. Veronica 7 is right behind PBN, and Arctic Black is right behind Veronica 7. So, like, this race for 3rd place and possibly even 2nd place, right, is going to be so close. But, you know, as we've been saying, number 1 place is solid. Right.
Dude, 74 kills is out of this world. That's like combining the kills for number 3 and number 5.
Like, that's almost as many points in kills compared to Friendly Fire Gaming. 79 total points, but Solid has 74 kills. So, like, that is just insane. But yeah, like we predicted, it's gonna be the fight for 2nd and 3rd place for the rest of these players. We'll see which teams will be able to kind of contest FFG.
This
and
is the fight between PBN, 4th Veronica 7, Arctic Black still in there, Team Sastro, yes, from the future, SMS, and I think just potentially up to Red Sea. There's a slight chance, of course. I think the realistic line is on the left side only.
Yeah.
But very low chance for Red Sea because they have to literally get like 20 points.
Yeah.
20 points plus, which is Chicken Dinner plus 10 plus kills, which is possible. But knowing that this many kills will be stealing kills away from them will be the real challenge. So that many teams are still in the game. Not for 1st place for sure, but for 2nd place and also 3rd. So up to 8th place, so we can surely say solid congratulations. Congratulations, you're a champion already. You guys rock and you guys dominate and kill everywhere you go. Wow.
Yeah, Solid definitely. Like, see, like the thing is, like, when we first came in on yesterday, we didn't get to see Solid because they were Group A, but we got that sheet. And I saw the kills that they did.
40-something kills in 6 games.
So I was thinking in my head, like, if they're a team that only goes for kills, they might, you know, falter because of teams that, you know, rotate well and stuff like that. But Solid definitely has a good rotational skill as well. So, like, that team is just super strong.
That they have rotational skills.
And
it's, I think it's also because they can win every single fight, their rotation is always good.
Yeah,
because they make it work. Even if the rotation is bad, if they win the fight, then the rotation is actually good. So I don't know which one comes first. It's like, is it egg first or chicken first? So I think those are going to be the discussion. But certainly, had their eyes on since the beginning.
Playing route looks.
So that's the thing. Solid, now they can actually land anywhere on the map, challenge any other team. So some of the teams might actually be in trouble against them. They're going to put Chinky, and I don't think anyone else wants to fight against them. 2 teams at Gaka, what's happening?
Yeah, I know, it's a Gaka fight.
And for PBN, CJC, these 2 teams, they're contesting for top.
Yeah, these 2 teams.
Oh my god. Okay,
No.
Asi, few shots in, no knock. Only Scar. And no sight available yet. But CJC, they're actually spread it apart, left and right, so they might not push for a while. Unless they really get good loots, like a lot of nades. And the circle actually is not bad for them. They can keep themselves here. It's going to be the North George circle.
Oh, there's another group here.
Oh,
SMS
wow.
and ESC here overlapping. But yeah, this position for Hella, I think this is a great position. Like, you have some cover, and you get the most field of vision here.
I know we have the fight here, but still.
Can we see
Yes.
Right?
Circle, please.
Yes.
It's 2 minutes. But Leo, the fight is on. Okay, he's dead. Oh, but Manuel went for like 2 extra steps. Shihyun
my
trying
goodness.
to save the team, but CJC is putting an end to PBN's dream right now. Getting that kill down. Final member is alone. Hella certainly had his moments in the first 2 days. That's one down, but Tommy Gun only a single has 30, but only 1 more bullet on that.
They know. They know.
A few more damage in. This is one of the best spots. Okay, looting for Micro Uzi off of him, but way too close. That's gonna be PBN down. Can they actually stay up on that spot? That's the real question. Leo says, "Get out of here! This is our land. Gaka is ours. Get destroyed."
Ooh, the circle.
Yep, North George Circle.
Yeah, but it was like totally North George
Yes.
Marquee Circle. Wow. But
Yeah.
that was too short. I wanted to see if FFG still went to military base. Did you see if anybody went there?
Oh no, that was too short.
Yeah, it was like
That was too short. It was down, but yes, CJC. I think they were still on like top 5, top 6. So that's good 4 points. A mess.
can't. Yeah, there we
Didn't this happen last time?
I think so.
They lost a man in rotation, even in the vehicle, but maybe they just didn't spot Unicorn coming down to the spots here.
Here we go.
And Mess, they didn't even have to challenge. They didn't even have to send anyone.
SMS. Ooh, at the last second as he was trying to take cover.
Yeah, the try house here is a crucial spot when we have this kind of circle.
Wow.
Okay. NG is actually insane. He's alone. The rest of the team is not even close to him. Two of the others are in South George. One's still up on North George, I believe. Yeah, they're coming now.
Yeah.
But what an aggressive play when they're like dead center in. I think these fights are happening because a lot of these teams understand that they have to get a lot of kill points, or else they just do not get top 3.
Look at this. SMS gets a kill onto UPA. That's why everybody else is coming to contest them. And here we go. Another knock onto Neo.
Yeah, unless
They're
it's the
getting their revenge.
Unless it's the final round, we should not be seeing this kind of fight. But because it is, and if you get too close, close. There's M1. Okay. There was a nade on the first floor the moment you see the person on the second floor.
This guy is just pushing.
Oh, doesn't see!
Missed him.
BBQ from the side, and NKV could not get the. Oh,
come on,
what? NKV, come on! I think.
They're done. They're out.
Okay, RS was surely shooting from the northern side, but I think there was like some more time, still some more time, a few more seconds for him to survive. Because of that, okay, because this is the final round, these teams are going insane. They're saying, okay, we have to get like 20 kills. Unless that happens, we can't get top 2, top 3. RS. I believe RS was 8th place.
Oh my God.
There's that headshot, M4, and shotgun available. The moment you come in, you're dead. Grandma from the side, BBQ gets a headshot. RS, you guys are going down. They needed the kills, understandable. But was this really the right decision? Not even getting a single kill onto SMS, only up to 8 pick.
They are pushing Red Sea right now. He's in the bathroom healing up. And there we go. Oh, he gets a shot, but there we go, the finish.
He actually got he actually got a kill point off of BBQ.
Yep. Got 1 kill point, so I don't know if that was worth it, but they got something. But look at SMS, 9 kills.
Yeah, at the end, I don't think it matters.
And, oh my goodness.
But still,
the North George fight, SMS is the winner.
yeah, they were willing to go for that big decision, saying, okay, it is the last round, you just have to go. And
it's all or nothing.
yeah, respect to all the teams that ran into these tri-compound, because that is the place where you gather the most amount of information, some free kills from the teams rotating up and down, And because of that bridge, those two bridges nearby that position are so packed, and a lot of teams prefer that. The west bridge from the South Shore to the North Shore,
Yeah.
no one actually uses
Yeah.
that for some reason.
Yeah.
And because
Even me,
everyone
it's like,
thinks
no.
that there should be someone, right?
Yeah.
But
It's
no-
usually empty there.
yeah. And you expect teams to be staying in South Shore and some apartments from the North George. Everyone in the world, every PUBG player in the world knows that. But because of that, maybe it's like a stereotype that logically thought that we always have. Not that many people actually use the bridge. And sometimes you can just get away with that.
But now we do have NGE and everybody else just
Yeah,
rotating
that's
in,
like
and look at this.
super
This
north.
is the bridge that we were talking
Yeah,
about.
see, my Lions,
Yeah, they're smart. They're like-
easy
They
pass.
didn't even check.
No,
It's like nobody uses
Uh-huh.
it.
dude, there's no
We're
one.
just gonna pass it.
Yeah,
and
Venom.
they do.
Venom does spot them, but alone here, so can't really shoot at them. And there are some really great compounds. You see the 8 apartments, and
Yeah.
right on top those 2, and the ones across, those are going to be the crucial. Yep. When we have like phase 2 and 3, I'll mention those houses again because they have full control over the field.
Yeah, but I honestly, for me personally, I don't like the 8 apartments because they don't have a roof, so you have to stay in the apartment, and I don't like that.
Yeah,
But-
so the compounds on the northern side
Yeah.
of the apartments, I think a lot of the pros actually prefer that, just like you do.
But you know, we'll see what happens as the phases, the circle closes in.
Phase. No wonder why these teams are going all the way north. Phase 2. Did you just get to see that circle for a second?
I missed it.
I think it was like
No-
covering
Zarki
Zarki.
again?
Yes.
Oh really?
So I think we're looking for like on top of North George finish.
Oh my God.
That's the reason why. And then there's that like a rocky mountain, like a small rocky mountain off to like northwest of North George.
Yeah.
I think that is another spot that a lot of the teams will actually putting their hands in.
All right. Well, as all these players look at the map and the phase that is up,
Yeah.
you know, I'm pretty sure they're surprised. They're like in their head, what are we gonna do? Where are we gonna go? Because it's an unusual circle for sure.
Yeah, as you see, okay, hold on to that thought. Doram.
Ooh.
Yeah, the other 2 were actually spread apart. We saw Venom near the bridge. I think DE certainly had the right idea. Okay, there should be someone from North George. They had a couple of teams going toward that side. And Mass understanding that apartments are not the way to go. Already climbing the hill over on top of the apartments and trying to gather information towards the field. But I don't think there's anyone yet
Yeah.
towards that
and
side.
The V7 rotating towards the shooting range, towards you know, past Severny, it seems like, and they'll be safer now.
Ooh,
but
hard
they have
shift.
0 kills. Oh my goodness! look at this.
Sarky. Okay, we do have the.
Yep.
Okay, this
We
is
have
a
the Sarky.
third. So away from the circle. So where ATB OP is right at the center. I think that might be like the center of phase 4, likely, unless we like literally go to Zarki, which is very unusual.
Yeah. 2017 G Clef would have liked this circle.
Dude, you know what?
Yeah.
I would have went to South Georgia and died already. In phase 1 says, okay, I've got the circle, but I need to move.
Yeah.
Because phase 2, I don't know.
Yeah. Usually you never think, oh, we're gonna get a Sarky circle, right? Like you never think that.
Or on the other hand, okay, never mind. As we have Venom. It is Venom and just a Colt set here.
Not gonna get.
And they're,
Comes for the backup and
they're
get.
attacking into Solid, but Solid, I think they're
Yeah.
looking for a laying down position. Oh no.
Oh no.
But still driving to the side, and
Yep.
Solid, there are a couple of dip points that they can use off to the side, and I don't think still there's anyone towards the rocky hillside that we're seeing off of the left of the
Yep.
screen.
But so far, you know, Solid, honestly, like they shouldn't. It shouldn't really matter too much because they're so ahead.
Uh-huh.
It's all about the other teams like we're talking about, you know, second and down. And look at this. Zeus and Changu. V7, they need to get some kills here. They can't just always run away if they want to take, you know, second or third. Oh no, Changu. Getting shot at by ESC. 3 members are shooting at him. They do get out because Team Sastro is also shooting at EFC. So
Yeah, I think great decision from Veronica 7 to just escape. There was no reason to stay towards the rocks. The next circle, it seems like very likely. If I can lead the circle, then the players, all of them, all of the 16s playing right now, they have pretty good idea of where the next circle and the phase 4 is going to be very much like. Also, the reason why ATB is controlling one of the best spots, and even right next to the road, there are some couple really good dipping points where the entire squad can actually come and just smoke up the side and not being challenged.
okay, well, Arctic Black waiting. They do spot MXY from Solid. Is there no action going on so far? Is everybody already in position? And nobody is fighting yet until this phase 2 finishes.
I think there's a couple more teams that we want to look at, which are super north teams, but we're not seeing them on camera yet.
Yep.
VE, they have managed to push away mass into the northern compounds, and when you have this hill, you get to cover, unless you're being pushed by another team from North George, from the apartments, you can actually stay there for a very, very long time. And they also have vehicles available, I believe, because they weren't really challenged from the apartments side. What in the world?
All right, well, NGE.
That is not supposed to happen, actually. What in the world is this?
Well, SMS with 9 kills, only 2 members alive. They're gonna start to make their move in. But like I said, NG, who has been in Zarki since the last phase, they're gonna have to get into position now because they have to defend. They have to get some kills because they've not been in action. And in the meantime, FFG gets picked off by Zeus. And FFG is another team that needs to rack up some kills to stay in the top 3 to get that prize money. If they just, die out, they might get pushed down.
Yeah, FTF in a way better position here. That small, walled up village. All the teams nearby will be getting shot at. Yeah, Solid also thought, okay, this should be near field finish, but it's actually the other way. A half water circle for phase 4.
Yeah, that's really odd.
Really unusual.
But look at this. Like I said, NGE, they have to get some kills. They have to defend Zarki. They're at 0 kills right now.
They'll be getting a lot of kills because the moment you see these kind of circles, the teams will come into Zarki.
Yeah, they will. And here we go. They do come in. And we have 3 teams now already. Team Sastro, Lion, and NGE, and Team Versatile is going to join them right now. So 4 teams will be fighting.
Yes, and Versatile might actually just keep the hill. It's not a hill, but like a small ground up right there, so where you can actually keep yourselves quite safely.
ESC.
Just in case the circle goes away from the city, there is also that chance. But this many teams for Zarki, it is quite a rare sight for PUBG competitive.
All right, well, like you said, Team Versatile decide to stay on top of that terrain and not rush into Zarki. A good decision, I would have to say.
It says, okay, coastal line, we're going for all the way at the end.
Messes out.
Solid keeps on picking. We don't see them as much on screen because even the production knows that they're going to get first place regardless.
Yeah.
But they keep on getting these kills one at a time. They're going for 120. Already have 107 points, but NGE, even though they were quite spread apart, nicely done to keep the top part of the Zarki. The bottom part of the Zarki from the north, they're doomed.
Here we go. This is the next phase.
Dude,
and
it's again Solid. There's that small forest on the southwestern part. If they can get pretty good positions, Solid might be going closer to another chicken dinner. I can sort of feel it because all these teams from Zarki, like by the end, we'll have like maximum 2 teams.
Yeah. Look at this from the future. Looking at V7. V7 stays still. They're gonna go for the head, but you can't stay still.
He's alone here, right? The rest of the FTF
One shot. He's like, nope.
has a silencer, so.
Yeah.
But of course, V7 knows that he's out there. Yeah,
Yeah, but V7
yeah,
is not
broken.
in such
Yeah,
a good
broken
position.
hearts. The other three members are actually in here, but
Yeah, that's why. Like they're being the gatekeeper. So Broken Hearts gave them the information. All right, there's a couple of guys that's gonna go your way, so just be ready. Yeah. V7 knows that, so they're gonna try to loop around to not lose any members. But they're still getting shot at. They're playing and driving, and nobody gets knocked as they go past, and they do get through.
ooh, tires.
They're slowing down.
And Kinch actually is pinpoint on the rock,
Yep.
and they actually stop. There are some potential where the Zarki team would also come back into this site, but that 4-4 is going to be certainly interesting as we keep on having the screen swap.
Yeah.
Can we stay on, someone,
Yeah,
please?
Yeah,
Oh yes.
It's like a 4D.
And because V7 just went towards the top,
What just happened?
and now FTF actually has 4 men. I think Broken Hearts actually just ran towards where V7 used to be. Now they will have full 4-member squad backup.
All right. Well, depending on where the next phase circle lands, teams like V7 that's outside will have to rotate once again. But also the 3 to 4 teams in Zarki right now will have to decide to move out if the circle moves away from Zarki. But I have a feeling that it's gonna cover Zarki again. At
Really?
least a part of it. Yeah.
Right now you have like 1/4 of a chance, I think. It's only top northwest. And for the teams that are staying in Zarki, that would be great news. Everything else, like the other 70%, we're going to the forest
Yep.
with Solid waiting for that chicken dinner if that happens. Yeah, but these teams are going to be having somewhat covered, but
But Versatile has
Yes.
such a good position.
they do
if
have a
to
great
come out.
spot. Yeah, they do have a great spot. There's that small, not too many rocks, but
Yeah.
still you have to go slightly up.
But if they just wait until everybody starts moving out, and unless they miss like the
No,
position.
and also there's another option of just going to the western
Yeah.
road down to where Solid is,
Yeah.
and I think at least one team is actually going to try that.
and then they'll die to Solid, right?
Maybe. Well, plus 10% on maybe.
yeah.
Oh, 15% then.
But we'll have to see. But like I said, teams like V7 and FTF, I said if the circle moves away from them, they're gonna have to rotate because they're outside.
Okay.
And they're gonna have to do that, but they're gonna opt to fight it out a
Yes,
little bit.
this is important because remember, this is about a top, second place and third place.
Yeah.
And only 29 surviving. So maximum a single team can get is actually 24 already if they, assuming that they have a full squad. So they have to be looking for those kills, and you have to get greedy. And lock V7 down. This is the first step for FTF to get any placements.
They're pushing. FTF is
They have to,
actually pushing,
yes.
Yeah.
And they don't have, they have some time, but no one else contesting. So this is full 4 versus 4.
Ooh, but they backed off, and now we have Team Sastro and I think it was Versatile shooting at him at the same time. So bad luck.
He's stepped up, stepped on the hill, just a little too far towards Zarki, which I don't think was needed at the moment. But still, they're bringing V7 down. That's the important part.
Yep. Finch goes, gets knocked down again.
Yeah, Janggu there just trying to open up angle, but again we have ATB.
Arctic Black is coming. It doesn't matter where they go because FTF and V7, they're already fighting, and another team joining in is going to be chaotic, and they do. They're just nading.
And the more fight goes on over here, Solid is saying, guys, we exist. But I guess we're first place, so no one fights us. But and
makes
every other team, the 7 teams that are still remaining.
Oh no!
Oh man, he's got the damage in. And that's going to be an escape now because the circle is there. But they don't know that ATB is there. Now they just found that out through the smoke. Gets a kill. Oh, escape through the car, but still the blue damage should be kicking. So this has to be done really quickly.
Getting a lot of
Full
kills this
squad.
time.
That's good. 5 kills. Is this the moment? Was this a decision to bring them up to that top 3 spot from the future? Broken Hearts still alive, but the blue damage. Phase 5, it hurts a lot from this moment on.
Oh, there's
Gets
a lineup.
one, gets
Smoke.
secures the kill and escapes.
But he's getting
Okay,
shot
multiple
from
teams,
inside
multiple
Zarky,
teams
yeah.
are actually shooting at even VE looking
Good.
for this.
2 HP, he lives.
Wait, we've seen kill feed from Solid. What in the world? They want fight?
Yeah, they came to fight because
There
nobody
was,
was
no one else from South. They didn't have to, but they're just going to because they want more fight. They want more kills. They want like 130 kills. Okay, they're going to be stealing away that Gilly and maybe even AWM or Groza. Oh my.
The damage does go in.
That's enough distance, and they cook it so well. Oh, and that they get the nade in.
Arctic Black was in such a good position. They cleaned up everybody on that side. There were some players knocked down. They were getting them back up, but Solid was like, nope, we're not gonna give you the time.
You know
Oh my
what?
gosh.
Ending. It's solid.
solid.
It's solid show.
Yeah.
It's solid show. And because they don't have to get chicken dinner, they
Yeah.
can actually go out to whatever they
They're
want
sweeping
to.
outside the circle right now. You see that? Like they're sweeping everything. It's like if
And
you
they
want to survive,
they
go in.
also know that they're actually the only team that knows that no one else is in South.
Yeah.
Because they came from
Yeah.
the South angle. Okay, they're going to take the vehicle away and go back to the South where no one is.
Yeah.
So,
They're going back to where they came from, rotating around.
I'm
Oh my
in
God.
love
Yeah.
with this team right now.
The way they kind of utilize, like, I bet you they went to the eastern side to fight and die possibly, but then they're like, oh, we lived, so let's go back.
They actually slightly went towards the west just to check it out. Okay, Jangyu,
Yeah.
the last remaining person still takes down FMS. So between the two teams, well, there were a lot of teams involved, but still between the two teams, yeah, V7 will be the winner. And M, X, Y, 2, 3.
Oh, but another cover fire comes through, but
Yeah,
they'll be safe.
Yeah, VE now sort of Solid is actually pressuring VE in a good way. They didn't even have to come all the way up here. They can still be safe all the way back in the forest. It's exactly what we were seeing. But of course that would not be Solid. That would certainly not be Solid. And all these teams now, the 5 others.
Now we just, you
Yeah.
know, people in the compound of Zarky, they're literally just waiting for the circle to go away so they can pick off the players that come out of the compound. Until that happens, it's just going to be Solid shooting everywhere. Everybody's just going
Yeah,
to stay still and
Friendly
quiet.
Fire Gaming with 2 alive. I think they're looking for those placement points. They were second place, but 0 kills with
Come on.
2.
Circle?
Oh!
Yeah.
Look,
This is-
even VE actually has to come up here. So NGE,
NGE has that little part of that compound and the fence.
Yeah, second, the 2-story buildings. So they are actually good. Depends on how aggressive Friendly Fire Gaming will be against them. Yeah, but they lose 1. Last remaining member of FFG. Will they get 0 or placement points? So that will be actually 2 points on this, which is scary. There are lots of teams that grabbed a lot of kills already.
Yeah, but A-Rep is down and...
Oh, this is it. That's it. They're gone.
They're gone. 0
GG.
kills.
They might not even get 3rd place.
Yeah,
I
they
think
might
there's high chance.
There is a high chance of them getting pushed down, but Solid, they're enjoying this right now. Because teams that are shooting at Solid, they know in their head, oh, you're going to regret shooting at us because there's going to be like 2, maybe even 3 teams that are going to be running out of Zarky and they're going to know your position because they shot at Solid. Look at this. Janggu is trying to at least
damage.
pick up a couple of
Okay,
kills.
this not even close. I was about to
Oh
say,
my gosh.
well, he's alone. He's close by from VE, but
Yep.
AWM can make some differences, you know? Like if one headshot, one knock leads into 2 shots, 2 knocks.
We saw him.
Not this
Oh,
case.
You're gonna take the blue?
Oh,
Yeah,
next,
that's what I'm talking about this.
yeah, next trust. Yeah.
We're gonna have to
They
start
just-
running out of compounds, and everybody's gonna just be
They have-
waiting for each other to come out.
They do have few smokes, but because Team Versatile has the upper high ground, you still can actually see the rotation through the smoke. This is high enough, I think, where you can have easier angle reading their rotation. But VE,
2 man down.
okay, solid 2 men down. That's okay. That actually needs to happen right now. SST
Up, there we go.
Okay.
Team Sastro out.
finished quickly enough. Now they can actually focus against Solid. That's what they need.
All right, NGE, from what I remember, they were on the lower half of the rankings, but this time around, 8 kills and possibly a chicken dinner might bring them up.
If they get the entire white plus chicken dinner, they're looking for 3rd place, and they get
They get 10 kills.
okay.
We have solid and 1 knockdown, so it's a potential 12 kills.
Potential 2 more kills, and for the sweep, 4 men, and against just got the res up.
They should be able to do it though.
This should be, opening up angle. This should be easily clean up. Chen's down, the final member of Solid. We're looking at Wang Xiao in the smoke. You know exactly where to throw. The nades are flying.
It's going.
And we have the winner for the last game. New Generation eSports, NGE. It's going to be the 2nd chicken dinner for the team, but 12 kills. Is this enough? Was this enough to pop them up to 2nd place potentially? Because FFG, remember, they got like 2 placement points from going down to 6th place or 5th.
22
Yeah, 6th place, but 0 kills.
Yeah.
Wow, I think NG just bought them another like couple $1,000 on the final game.
Maybe.
And
And
Solid
V7 was pretty, like, I think they were like 4th or 5th place too. So like
4 kills?
Yeah,
Do you
4
think
kills
that's
in
enough?
5th place?
And
I
also,
don't know.
but Sastra though. Sastra was
Yeah.
in the higher place. For sure. And
I can't
1
wait.
less kill. Okay,
Yeah.
we're looking at the same monitor.
I can't wait.
But this is the calculation now.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. We know who's the winner already. So congratulations, Solid already. Just before, congratulations. Oh, you guys, they were amazing. This
they
is
played
actually
really well.
like, they just show that this is not the level they should stay on.
Exactly.
They totally show that they deserve to be on a higher level, near pro level for sure. But NGE with that 12 kill chicken dinner, I think there's like pretty high chance. I'm like always talk about how casters should never do math on stream, but if I turn my brain back into my college day where I actually used math to major in math, I think they have like 75% of taking that 2nd place spot away from FFG. And FFG, to be honest, I think they're pushed out to like 4th place now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
They did not do well. They just did not do well. They lost a member or 2 to begin. And I think they were feeling the pressure. Feeling lots of pressure because see how they're now challenged from further away, then
Exactly.
the rotation did not really come into their hands. And the circle, when they had to move, it wasn't easy. But a lot of the teams chose Zarki, which was not so bad. But I think one of the best choices early on was VE, not really going in, but understanding, okay, there's a small hill that we can use from. The terrains are actually really good. And they had one of the best spots. But NGE, like they just climbed against FFG, got 2 kills, and they just walked through their way. And we thought until like the last 3 minutes, okay, VE actually has a really high chance of taking this. The moment they got 2 knocks on Solid, I was thinking, oh man, they might actually get 2nd place. And then like 10 seconds after that, we saw NGE right next to them, the full squad. Like, when did they come out of their compounds? Certainly a team that knows how to grab the chicken dinner. Also got a chicken dinner in the match number 4 yesterday. What do you think, Anthony? Who takes
basically,
2nd place and 3rd place?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, like I don't want to do math. I never said I was good at it, so I'm gonna just wait for the math to be done. But what I want to talk about is, out of the 10 games that we had in the finals, right, yesterday and today, only 5 teams got chicken dinners. So basically, we had a lot
really?
of overlapping.
Oh,
So,
yes.
Yeah. So Friendly Fire
That's
Gaming
right.
got 3 chicken dinners, right?
Out of 10, so
Yeah.
that's 30%.
Yeah, and then Solid got 2, NG got 2, PBN got 2, Arctic Black got 1. So like only these 5
Ah.
teams. So like basically like the rest of the teams didn't really have a chance of like kind of contesting for the top. Well, we say top 3, but I want to just say top 5 because like these 5 teams just kept getting chicken dinners back to back,
Yes.
like over and over. Like
Yeah,
so They
certainly.
were sharing chickens.
And we really, especially Erangel,
Yeah.
we really never had the center, like fair center circle.
Yeah.
It was always like towards the
West,
west, military base, Zarki, like what in
Yeah.
the world? Like
Yeah.
not even close to Milta.
Yeah.
No,
we did
no Pochinki, no Yasnaya. Like we had only 5 games of Erangel, so not that many games to pull out the stats from, but still, it's like pretty common to have center circles.
You know, I was just thinking over
What?
it. So
Uh-huh.
we had 2 Western
Uh-huh.
Erangel, 2 Milta base.
I think we have. Okay, sorry to cut you off, but we have it. FFG.
Oh!
Really?
They stay there. PBN, even though they got 2 chicken dinners, they get pushed down by Veronica 7 by 1 point.
By 1 single point.
And the kills
Wow.
are tied, so it means 1 placement point gives Veronica 7 the 3rd place. Wow. And Arctic Black. So PBN and Arctic Black and Team Sastro is 4 points away, but either way, like all the way up
Wait,
to,
NGE was all the way down there? Really? I thought they were still in. Never mind. I thought they were still in, like pretty top in the middle.
Wait, so 12 kills and a chicken dinner is 22 points. And
Uh-huh.
that 22 points still keeps them in 9th place? That's weird.
Let's see.
35. So that means they only had 35 points before that?
Oh well. Too bad.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, this is. I think this is the final standing, so
Yeah.
I think they double checked on these points.
But either way, solid.
FFG did have like plus 8 points, 9 points compared to the
Yeah.
3rd place.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think this makes sense. Understanding like Veronica 7 got few kills, PBN got like few kills and placement points. Arctic Black not too much. Sastro got some points, but congratulations to top 3, especially Solid. They had 107 before the final round.
And then they ended
By
up with
plus
118,
11.
so-
Plus 11.
Oh my god.
So 10 rounds, 118. They got at least almost 12 points every single game, which is actually amazing. Yeah,
And
that's
the
a team.
And the two times Solid got the chicken dinner, they got 14 kills and 13 kills. So like when they win for sure. Like we're not gonna go like 5-kill chicken dinner, right? Like they're gonna just go all out if they win. And like, you know, I think they have the right to do that because they know how to get kills. They know how to like kind of rotate around and kind of push teams out when they know that they're at an advantage.
Yes, and we've seen from the 10 matches, and even for all the teams that didn't really get the chicken dinner, didn't really get higher places. This is still a incredible experience
Oh, yeah.
to have like esports setting, esports format on stage with the casters. Yeah, having this format through the qualifiers and still going against like really good teams internationally. This is a big moment, and hopefully a lot of these players will show up on pro stage because PUBG Esports, it will happen next year and many more years to come. So I think if you don't like your team, maybe get a new team. Like M1, you're pretty good, but I think there were moments like, well, I didn't say anything about the team, but I think it's going to be a really nice time. And you want to have some final thoughts, anything before we close?
I think it was just a great seeing of like solid and new teams that have potential for players in the future of PUBG. So I'm excited to see maybe some of these players in the future.
Yeah, I was very excited. This was like really cool event, especially Solid, and shout out to all the teams that participated and got a lot of those action covered. And we was happy to cover PUBG part of IEF, but we're not going to be done here. We do have one more game to finish off the entire tournament. It is going to be League of Legends next, so stay tuned, and we'll have new casters. But for us, that's going to be it. Thanks for watching, guys.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진다면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이야 한심하게도
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 치는 그런 말은 알아 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 하는 나무는 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song passed through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain, here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer, every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으면 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼
개념 발표고 나가 외쳐볼래 나는 맛이 맛있다
내가 위대해지고 기본을 지켜낼 시간 최초의 라면인 내가 반드시 해낼 거야 하는 라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으면 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼
Hello and welcome to another day of League of Legends here at IEF 2021. It is me, Valdez, and I am with Wolf once again. We're going to be bringing you this cast of the finals today. Will be one best of 3 to decide who's going to take all the prize money and the glory today.
That's right. China versus China finals coming at you guys here at IEF 2021. And we did see a Korean team fall yesterday. It was a pretty close series. Bad comp, I think, in that third game. We didn't see how the other semifinal went and how it played out. It was not played on stream, so We're going to be going in a little bit blind on one of our 2 Chinese teams, but we'll obviously, as the best of 3 goes on, learn a lot about them. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this series is going to play out. We're still learning a lot about the preseason patch that we're playing on right now. This is the live patch here on Korea/Chinese server.
And we do have the overview. As you guys can see, it is December 12th. Happy 12/12 day.
12/12, make a wish. I think that's the thing, right?
That's the thing, yeah. 12/12. Single elimination, best of 3. So we play one best of 3. Whoever loses gets second place. Whoever wins gets first place. Both of these teams should be pretty happy with their performance so far. And of course, we do have a 3rd and 4th place match as well, but that is off stream. So if you want to find out, you can check out a little bit later who does pick up the 3,000. But we're here for the 10,000, the 10 grand for the first place team, and it will be one of the 2 Chinese teams that did make it to the finals.
That's right. So as you can see in that second semifinal that we did not have on stream, CMG was able to take out HUMG, and so that will put them into the 3rd place match. Looks like the 3rd place match actually has already taken place. CTU Logos, the Korean team there, will take it 2-0, so they'll pick up that 5K prize pool. Wait, no. Was it 5K?
3K.
3K, that's right.
Yeah.
5K for second. First is 10, I believe.
Yes.
Just making sure I'm like looking at you like.
Yes. True.
Sorry, I don't have all the prize pools in my head, but CMG versus 4S is going to be our grand final. Should be a good one. China versus China, again, like we were talking about yesterday, is the matchup that I think a lot of people expected if it wasn't going to be a Korea versus China or Korea versus Korea. Like, Vietnam's still on the growing right now. The VCS was temporarily, shut down because of COVID. Is now restarting. They're kind of playing a postponed summer season in winter. And so Vietnam is growing a lot. We didn't get to see them play in Worlds, and they didn't make it to this final here. But it's good to see that they're still making a decent showing. Multiple teams in the playoffs. There's a lot of new young talent coming out of the region. And it's been a cool tournament so far. I mean, again, we're learning a little bit about the preseason patch. Like, that's the most exciting part of this for me, because I'm not getting any of that prize money. And I don't care who wins. I just want to learn.
We're here to learn, and stuff that we have learned so far is that Shadow Flame seems really good.
Yeah.
That's an item that I think is going to be purchased a lot, especially with the amount of LeBlanc that we're seeing, the amount of Akali that we're seeing. And Vex saw some priority on the first day, but we haven't seen her yet. I think she got banned in one game. As we are getting into the draft here, it will be CMG, which is Changsha University of Science and Technology, up against SSSS, or Central South University, which is probably what we'll be calling them. That or 4S or Quad S or Quadra S or S or S. Yeah, that's my favorite.
You can see the forked tongue coming out of that logo right there. Yeah. It's the left side of it. Does kind of look like a snake wrapped around there. The bans here we're seeing are on the side of Changsha, pretty standard. The Jinx even was pretty high priority this tournament. The Fiora and the Kindred bans a little bit unusual, but the Camille I think is one that we've been seeing quite a bit, especially on red side. Let's see if the priority here for Changsha, because we don't know a ton about them just yet. We haven't commentated them yet this tournament. We'll be prioritizing AD carry. We've got our answer. It's going to be the Jhin to start here, and that means Aphelios Thresh will likely be the match.
Yeah, slapping down that Aphelios after seeing the Jhin. No Jinx, and so you kind of have some more options. The Aphelios definitely able to be played here, and as you mentioned, Aphelios Thresh seems very obvious. We've seen some teams kind of skip that, go for a jungle here, like a Lee Sin if it were available. We did see that yesterday. And Talon was banned a bunch. It is going to be picked here, as Talon also seems to be rising in priority on this preseason
Yeah,
patch.
for sure. I mean, he's extremely strong, and we still haven't seen that new lethality item, the Axiom, coming through just yet on him, but I'm waiting for it. I feel like it's very strong for him. Perhaps in pro play hasn't worked out as well. We'll see what the pairing here is going to be on the side of CMG. They'll take the Xin Zhao. Just seeing a very AD dominant jungle meta. And I don't think the Thresh is something you realistically want to take for the Jhin at this stage, especially with the Xin Zhao pickup right here. So it's probably going to end up going over. Now, the Victor has been super high priority this tournament, so high that it hasn't actually really seen play. It's been banned so many times. It actually is going to make its way through this time, though.
Very interesting that it did fall to here as well. Will be picked up by Xiaming Jing. That will be the player that does play it here in the mid lane, you would have to imagine. Don't think we're going to be seeing support Victor anytime soon. Zoe being considered here, although he is going to switch over to the Syndra. And yeah, definitely a nice little matchup into the Victor.
Yeah.
A nice control mage.
I think that's why you see the priority here even over the Thresh, because if you're CMG now, like, you have to consider that if you ban the Thresh, they'll take the Lulu. If you ban both, then you're giving over so many other opportunities. They're actually, in fact, just going to ban the Gnar instead. And the Jax taken away here means they really are focused. I mean, when we look at the Jax ban, the Fiora ban, and the Camille ban, they really don't want, I'll call him Jay Xiao to
Xiao Baoxin.
yeah. They don't want him to.
We're going to struggle, guys.
It's going to struggle. Sorry, we do apologize, but they do not want him to have top control and a lot of split push power. That seems to be the major focus here in terms of the draft so far for S.
Yeah, I don't mind that. They also take away the Leona, which is a very nice combo with the Jhin, also just very high priority in general. And what is going to be this last ban? Will we see the Thresh be taken away or just another top pick? So Kennen was something I was looking for yesterday from CTU. We didn't get to see it. But now the Kennen and the Gnar are taken off the board.
Yeah. The Thresh is still left open here. And there's a lot of considerations down the support path. I think he's got that support tab open right now, scrolling through. Would not like to see the Pyke. Definitely not with this composition. They will take the Renekton. That they're going to take this blind, and this opens up a lot of opportunities for counter pick here for CMG. Quite odd to save support for last in this particular case, because we're not really looking at counter picks in this bot matchup, especially with the Jhin versus Aphelios. You're not looking to really dominate or control. And it looks like with this, you know, obviously very well. I was going to say that. I was going to say, look, they wanted to scale up with their Victor, you know, get that late game going. Nope, actually going to completely flip on that and go for a little bit more tempo control with the Xin Zhao. Go down that path, and they'll take this Nautilus. And it's an interesting choice into the Renekton. It's a matchup that does oftentimes get very skill-based in the earlier parts of it.
Now, this is definitely going to be interesting. They don't absolutely have to go for the Thresh here, even though it is that, you know, pretty standard combo. Could go for something like a Rakan if they wanted to be more aggressive, or even a Braum if they wanted to be, you know, have a little bit more of a front line, I suppose, for the Aphelios, at least for a little bit, with that unstoppable. I'm not sure how I feel about the Braum.
The Braum is good in terms of what he could set up in terms of peel for the Aphelios when those melees come through. And, I mean, Aatrox and the Xin Zhao both are really strong engaged champions, but not necessarily from long range. So as long as your Aphelios is positioned correctly, the Braum is going to be more useful in a multifaceted way in a longer team fight, I think, than a Thresh will. Because a Thresh could save your Aphelios once, but then, you know, maybe trap somebody with his hook. You could set up a box. There's a lot of objective control there. But I do think the Braum into this very melee-heavy frontline, in very tanky frontline as well, is decent. But I think the Thresh pickup earlier on could have changed this draft a lot. And I'm more concerned about this Renekton pick because I don't know how that's really going to do into this comp. And it's not a fantastic matchup. But why would you pick it blind? Because they get to counter pick you. Aatrox, not a counter pick per se, but it is a good one into the Renekton.
Yeah, I feel like they picked it just because of all the top bans, and especially with the Kennen and the Gnar taken off the board, they're like, we absolutely have to get Renekton. And, you know, we do meme Renekton all the time, but he can be a guy that, especially if he's not in a counter matchup, he will just survive and do decently. So, I mean, it's okay. I just would have liked a different support pick personally. You mentioned the range. Absolutely, Renekton's going to struggle a bit. Braum, there's a little bit that he can block. I mean, yeah, he can stand beside you and put up a shield and take the brunt of the damage, but it's not like a lot of skill shots or things that he could be blocking with that door.
The door itself is not going to be really all too great.
Yeah.
I mean,
so like, why not go for, you know, I feel like there were like 3 or 4 other support picks I might have gone for instead of this one.
I think his passive is going to get a lot of value into the Aatrox and the Xin Zhao, but again, we'll have to wait and see. It might also be a comfort thing where he just feels more comfortable playing this, although we haven't seen it from him. In fact, I don't think this entire tournament so far, so I don't think that's the case, but it seems like in China, at least in this amateur scene, the university scene, we're seeing a lot of Renekton priority. I mean, we could have had a lot of different picks here on the top side of the map, even though a lot's banned away in terms of split pushing here, especially. We could have seen Jace. That would have been a strong pick. If you're going to do something blind, I mean, that's a fairly tough one to counter. The only option would have been like Wukong as a response. I would have liked that more, to be honest. I think it gives this composition a lot more oomph and a lot more opportunity to contest objectives. Because when I look at this comp right now, I go, well, if you're there first, and or if Talon, gets into the back line, threatens Victor, threatens the Jhin, then you have a really nice way to engage and get in there. But otherwise, with this comp, you don't have good poke. You do have Syndra's engage. You can Aphelios ult in, but if you don't have control over the objective, getting into position to contest it is going to be such a challenge, I think.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think I was pretty happy with this draft, but for the first 3 picks, the last 2 a little bit iffy for sure. But as you mentioned, maybe it's a comfort thing. Maybe that's just what they considered to be the best in this current situation. We'll just have to wait and see. Guys, if you're joining us for the first time today, what happens is, for some reason, we're just having some bugs with the client where we're trying to get into the game, but they can't swap. So in the back, we have this picture here to look at the drafts.
Yeah.
And then the background, they're just redoing it, probably in blind pick, just to get into the game. So it comes to us, and then we go straight to the game, and we see what is going on.
You always get to see my pants, and there was no branding on that cup of any kind.
No, yeah, of course not.
Completely unpaid.
Wolf, you've got me on the leash.
Sorry.
That's, well.
There we go.
You're
Sorry.
loosening my leash a little bit.
I'm trying to not be the guy who's jerking your chain, if you will.
Yeah.
But
thanks for that. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon's very tall, and so
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why this happens.
I have a long torso.
This was happening with Max sat in this seat earlier, right? And Mal was sitting here, so I didn't notice this happening to Max, but I can try to hold it like this. Maybe that's better.
That's perfect.
I'll just try to hold on to it.
Maybe they're just holding it.
Yeah, maybe that's what's going on. Maybe that's secretly what's happening underneath the caster desk.
Just like we're holding it on for this game, and we think it's going to start soon, probably, but we don't know.
That's the motto. And my mic is very attuned to my breathing today, so please forgive me for those at home may hear some noises, every now and then. It's like when I want it to happen, it doesn't happen.
There you go.
It's the nose breathing.
Thanks.
I've got a very clean passage today.
True. That's good to know.
I'm gonna try to tilt it down. There, that's better.
Yeah.
You can still hear me?
Yeah.
No, I think we did it.
Wow.
The mic was just too high. But I have a little small mic compared to Brendan, which again makes me feel very inadequate.
I have a little small mic as well, but nobody can see that one. That's a secret. And here we go. We are getting ready. We are on the Rift for game number 1. Again, guys, this is a best of 3. Could be 2-0, could be 2-1. We had a really nice 2-1 yesterday. I felt a little bit bad for CTU Logos. I thought that they were playing really well in the beginning, and then they kind of just, I don't know, things went wrong in game 2, and then the draft in game 3 wasn't fantastic. So Quad S, they just deserved the win, and that's why they're here. And it was a fun semi. Now hopefully we get a fun and interactive competitive final as well.
I'm hoping so. Changsha, by the way, I noticed one of our sponsors. They play through the break. Yeah, China Changsha. I've seen that. Really not sure what's going on with the voice in those breaks. We've been trying to solve it. We're not sure if it's text to speech or not. If it is, please let us know. I would like to pay to have that person talk to me.
What is that line where it's like, you and I testify?
China v Val, you and I testify.
I love that. That's the best part.
Testify. Okay.
Testify.
You and I will testify that I think we're kind of leaning towards CMG's draft overall here. It's not a huge draft diff. It's definitely not Game 3 draft diff that we saw yesterday. I think that when you consider the amount of power that CMG's draft has early, Zhang Tao, the mid laner here, the Victor player, should be able to comfortably get to 2-3 items without much of a struggle. And then again, it's going to be about who has control over the objectives first, because CMG can poke their way in, they can engage their way in. 4S, if they have it first, they can set up for vision control. They can, use the Syndra to look for stuns and whatnot. They can look for talent picks. But if they're the ones trying to close the gap on a dragon, I'm not feeling too good about their chances walking into gravity wells and all that. CMG's going to have choke points where you got Victor Laser shooting through Jin, etc., etc.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time. I think that definitely this early game is going to be important because if Central South University does get a lead, something you were talking about, Wolf, is that the Talon is going to be very happy against the very immobile and squishy carries on the side of CMG. So, if the Talon gets fed, big things could happen as the flash comes in. That was a fantastic setup. Jomo Fu gets in there, sets up the first blood, hands it over to the Victor, and that was really clean, Wolf.
It was a really nice angle for the flash because even though the flash is followed by the Syndra, it buffers the root, so he's able to still guarantee that he gets the dredge line to connect, and it was really nicely roamed. And the truth of the matter is here, if we want to really nitpick, as they can't even believe they're going to pause the game like, whoa, what's going on? That's not real. If we wanted to really nitpick, the Syndra probably should have had communication that the Nautilus was missing bottom. And the way that she was standing there without any vision in the brush was risky, let's say. It's not like one of those things where it's a tragic misstep, but, if you don't know, you do need to manage your positioning a little bit better.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I think that we talk about that a lot with the mid lane especially, just because you can essentially choose which side of the lane you want to be on, or if you're forward or backwards, trying to put on pressure rather than trying to absorb pressure. Yeah, it just seemed like he had no idea.
Yeah.
Just a really fast roam to the mid lane, and, maybe by the time they even noticed, he was already there. So it was just a really good play by Jomo Fu. I thought that he was really the one to get it going.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Korean players who like to make these early roams happen. Usually not at level 2, but that's the earliest you can realistically pull it off. We've seen players like Effort really like to do this with the Nautilus, in particular in Korea. We've seen Life do it, Carrier do it. It's more common than you think. If you were watching this, if you're kind of like chilling, maybe you're a PUBG fan, you're just like, well, I'll see what's going on with the LoL finals. These level 2 roams do happen a lot, so you've got to respect it.
Yeah, and I think after that, they're absolutely going to respect it and be ready for it in the future. We don't have any word as to why the pause is happening. Probably just
a DC,
issue.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, some kind of issue. And we're right back in the game, so just pretend that didn't happen. We're still here after the nice roam from Jomo Fu, goes into the mid lane and sets up the kill onto Syndra.
So now Syndra is also flashless. Mind you that the kill went over to Victor, despite the Ignite going down.
Oh, there's a lot of damage coming out, and the Talon follows as that will just barely be enough. Leon Feng is going to get in there.
Well, that's going to change everything. I was really terrified for how this mid-matchup was looking like it might start to go and might start to snowball because we also have, a Xin Zhao on this squad, and if you're flashless, you can really start to fall behind and just kind of lose CS even if you don't know where the Xin Zhao is. But making this really proactive follow-up play there, even flashless, now means that Zhang Tao is out of his own flash, has to teleport back to lane, and it's a, one-to-one scoreline here in that regard. Kill goes over to Talon, which I think is honestly, given the composition, probably for the best.
Yeah, it's what you were talking about before. I think that getting him his lethality items as early as possible is really going to be the difference maker, right? It's going to take a long time for Syndra, as we're having a huge trade in the mid lane, actually. Xiameng Jing gets in there, puts off the gank. This time it will go to the Xin Zhao and not the Victor, unfortunately, but a kill's a kill.
Yeah, I got to say, it goes back to everything I was saying before, and hopefully we'll get a replay of this. When you're flashless as Syndra, you are so vulnerable in this lane, and now this wave just has to be managed by the Talon, unfortunately. Syndra is losing so much CS right now. That small lead that she had is going to be washed away. And, even though they traded a kill back before, the same problem will still persist. Once she gets back to lane, she's still not going to have flash. She has to be so careful. Meanwhile, Talon is still scary, but until he gets those first few, once he gets his first item realistically here, that's when you're going to be most scared of him. But at the early stages of the game, Xin Zhao is so incredibly strong and so deadly to an immobile mid laner like Syndra. So let's see how this happens. Yeah, he just way too far up in lane. Look at where that wave is. Can't be pushing that hard.
Oh.
Rip.
And they slowed down for the kill secure from Xinjiao. Nicely done by him, I suppose, but probably wanted to give that one over. And yeah, I mean, if you're going to be that far up the lane, you have to put down wards. Otherwise, you need to have the information.
Yeah.
Right? It's what you were talking about. Like, early on in the game, I feel like it's excusable, but especially when you don't have flash, you have to play it carefully. And I think maybe he's getting a little bit sucked in to the matchup, you know?
It's about to happen again, by the way. He's like, oh, no wards in here still?
Yeah, he's dead. I mean, the Chaos Storm is down here as well. That's a really nice scout of the week, but he's probably just going to die to Victor. Yep, there it is. No assists given over to the CMG jungler, but that is just fine as a bunch of damage coming out here with the Ignite, as Gongwei Pen is going to just stand his ground and shoot him down, getting even the thumbs up from Quad S.
That was really nice, really nicely done there, the Severum, and obviously he has heal in this composition, didn't need to take cleanse, so can really just kind of sit there under the turret and continue to force the issue. Now we're going to see a gank up here on the top side of the map.
Okay, should be pretty obvious, and you can see that this is pretty difficult for the Renekton to catch up, especially after the flash comes in. World Ender going to give you that speed boost, and because the Dominus was popped, of course, he had the information. I think there was also a ward in that brush.
Look at Shumofu as well coming up here, though. Like, he is making sure that they cannot collapse onto Zhang Tao here in the mid lane. He's doing such a good job of roaming on this Nautilus right now. They are, you know, able to, 4S take that kill on the bottom side of the map, but he, instead of running straight back to lane, tries to be relevant here and protect that top side of the map instead of just trying to catch the waves there on the bottom. This will be the Drake going over there with that commitment to the top side, and CMG is starting to really pull ahead in this game. They're down on gold ever so slightly, but the advantages they're starting to stack up right now are going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be nice, especially on the top side of the map. You can see that the farm in the jungle will go the way of Quad S, of Li Yongfeng. And, of course, the kill and the extra farm down here on the bottom side is really nice. He actually also has Crescendum. So you do have your Aphelios, and, oh, wow, he's just going to use that Moonlight Vigil just for poke. Trying to get the enemy support out of here. So, yeah, I mean, he's getting fed. You got Li Yongfeng, he's getting fed. We'll see if those two can try to carry here, because certainly it's not going to be too easy.
Looks like they just want to try to grab that plate, and they put themselves at risk, but still, they should be able to get out of here easily. In fact, I wouldn't even want to chase this. They're going to commit the ult to try to slow the retreat. There's nobody here, though, so don't get too excited, esports fans.
Like, no, I'm not taking this over. Like, nobody's here. Like, there's no junglers. We got the cool zoom out from the observer, but
our observers have been doing a great job this event, as Victor's going to steal some of that farm.
Oh, he only got one.
Only got one as he sees the Cinder rotating over.
Imagine you get popcorn chicken and you only get to have one.
Oh, that's the worst.
I mean, why even get popcorn chicken in that case?
You know, like, there's like enzymes in your stomach that come up when you start eating, and like, the way hunger works is actually like you get hungrier when you begin eating because your body has suppressed it when you're very hungry. Just eating one potato chip, bet you can't eat one, like that old motto for Lay's, No, not a sponsor, by the way. Yeah, it's a thing. One popcorn chicken, that's the worst feeling ever.
Once you pop, the fun don't stop.
Yeah.
That's another one.
There you
Not
go.
going to mention the company.
Nope. You're doing better than me.
I only considered it because you mentioned it.
This is not a good place to be.
Oh! But he stole it! And now, I mean, it's Talon. Looks like he can't jump the wall. But I think Guao Tian is just going to come in here with the Dominus, open up some room. The Syndra is very low, so they have to be careful about losing a fight. They do have their support. Big Scout of the Week comes in, and the Renekton, alongside of everybody coming up here, they will secure the Rift Herald. But again, some nice farm in the bottom side at least to catch up for the Jin.
Yeah, it looks like he will get a plate here as well. So that's not terrible. It's a split plate, obviously, with the Nautilus. So definitely favoring the position that 4S is going to get with this. It was a really nice steal, and they just could not actually end up getting that pick on the Syndra, actually finishing her off there. Positioning was good for the collapse there from 4S, and the really nice part about it was that Scatter of the Week. If that doesn't hit, I think you might be able to force the issue there, but with that really nice multi-man Scatter of the Week, they're able to kind of back off and get out of there freely. So, and they forced CMG really to back out. So, it ended up being really nice for them. Looked like a really big misstep from the beginning, but actually they pulled it off with that steal.
Yeah, just talent things, I suppose. And it's not going to be on the jungler.
Yeah, it goes to the Renekton.
Yeah, you actually, in this case, I think absolutely would have wanted to bring it down to the bottom lane and try to get Aphelios like Omega fed and get him all those plates. But now because it's Renekton, I mean, they could try to make a teleport play happen over this Hextech Drake, and maybe, you know, they drop it then. Otherwise, he's going to have to bring it in the top side, as this is just getting out of control. Wei Pen a little bit too far ahead of the enemy bottom lane.
Well, we're gonna see this collapse here. I mean, teleport is up. I think this is a reasonable play to make, considering that the top push is so free right now. He's actually going to back off. I think he's going to TP, and there it is. Actually, first from Victor.
Yeah, he's definitely got a TP now. A little bit late here. He's actually not considering it. That's just going to be Victor securing a kill. Zhang Tao gets in, and no teleport from the Renekton. I don't really understand that.
I was watching on the mini-map, and I mean, the fear is that Aatrox is going to just cancel your teleport, and you're not going to be able to get down there, but he was far enough away. I mean, he made the Aatrox choose between the minion wave and stopping the teleport, and he chose the minion wave. It seemed like he definitely had enough space there. Aatrox's flash is just now coming back online. I think being it seemed like the plan for 4S was to actually make a teleport play. Then when they saw the Victor teleport, they got cold feet and decided to kind of back off, but they get nothing as a result, and that's a pretty big loss. Could have gotten those plates now that the timer's ticking down on those. 2 minutes to go.
He's probably just going to have to use it there. And now you can see this is what happens. The snowball, the dredge line is going to miss, but it doesn't matter. There's no flash anymore because of that play. So rotation down. Now they are going to be able to get the first blood turret up in the top side. So that's one good thing here for 4S. They still have this push going as well.
Yep, and there's no one to really answer for this, unfortunately, right now. The Aatrox just going to sit up here and do what he can.
Wow, they're trying to burst him down, too. The World Ender comes out, and the extra speed will get him away alongside of his flash. And now Zhang Tao is coming over. He's going to find a Talon with no ultimate available. As now back under the turret, maybe the Aatrox gets a little bit too close to the sun, coming in a little bit early.
Got to walk away. You don't even need to hit that auto. You got to get out of here. Meanwhile, the CMG will grab the Drake here as well, so that's another big win for them. They're now 2 Drakes up, so starting to get that tempo lead. And man, we're just LCK cast, and then all of these games together. You and I, we've got Cloud Drakes every game. It feels like this tournament.
We had the one Hextech soul, but that's about it. As now they might be able to get the revenge onto the Victor, but he does have flash. Orb this time is going to land, and Syndra.
It's incredible that he gets away. Actually, unbelievable. I mean.
Yeah, now, I mean, Aatrox is all alone and multiple as a ton of damage does come out, so it is a trade of 1-for-1, but with the teleport used from the Dang Long.
I mean, this is a comp that's got a Talon and a Renekton on it, and the Sky of the Week hit after they were running away. I'm like, no, he should be dead. This is not supposed to happen like this. Yeah. Not like this, but he does survive. It's a trade for 1-for-1. And this game, I mean, is really kind of keeping us on the edge of our seats here, but again, this doesn't happen too often in like pro play, but when you look at the gold graph here, or the gold lead that goes over to 4S at the top, it's not really that indicative of the state of the game, because they're 2 Drakes down, and their composition is going to really fall off, especially considering the Syndra still doesn't have her Mythic yet. So the time period in which she's going to be relevant, or the time until she becomes relevant, is where CMG has a lot of power, and their Victor also evenly scales up with her, and he's ahead. So I'm a little bit concerned for 4S, but I mean, it's been a very back and forth start to the game yet, so I don't want to make any bold predictions about where we're going just yet. But my expert opinion is, again, don't just look at the gold graph right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you can look at. I think the biggest thing that they're lacking is that the Aatrox is so far behind. Because, you know, it's not just the 2 deaths, but it's also all that play gold that did go over to the Renekton. As here we go, we are going to have a bit of an engage here. A bunch of damage does come out from the Aphelios, but it's not enough. He gets locked up. The stopwatch buys a lot of time, but it actually just changes their focus to the Aphelios, and now the Talon is here, and counter stopwatch is enough. As trying to land that W, he will not be able to, but the damage is already done. This is what you were talking about, Wolf. So many parts of the map are actually in a great spot here for Changsha.
Yeah, they're really in a great amount of control right now, and okay, we will see another kill going down here under the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be
almost a trade.
Double flash.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he almost got the kill after all that.
I mean, you can see the Victor is in a place now where he's so strong, and this is made possible by the Crown of the Shattered Queen. You know, we talked about this. This is how this fight starts. As you know, a lot of ultimates are committed here. The stopwatch buys time, but as you mentioned, they just change targets. The depth charge goes off there, and unfortunately, Talon finds himself at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's like, I just wanted to help. But he's super outnumbered. He escapes with his life, and then they turn onto the Victor in the mid lane. I don't know if we'll get a replay of that, but the Crown of the Shattered Queen is what is, it's such a great item for Victor, because when he becomes a glass cannon later on in the game, he just kind of walks forward at people and kills them, and he's got a great front line in this game.
Yeah.
And if you try to collapse on him with Talon, he's just like, nah, I ignore all damage for 1.5, or 75% of damage for 1.5 seconds, lives long enough to hit his second combo, and that's all you need.
Yeah. I mean, Victor, slippery enough, especially late game, but as you mentioned, that item is just insane. So there's a lot of things already coming online here. Those look like a Last Whisper already finished for the Jhin as well after he picked up 2 kills, an assist, and he got the turret on the bottom side, so he's right back in the game against his opponent at least. As Domovu is a little bit out of control here. No more stopwatch. Does have a flash though. In comes the Xin Zhao. Able to do so much, and the re-engage is right there. Last shot is going to miss, and the Braum actually gets away as now Aphelios is here looking for a couple of kills of his own. And the Victor, he will delay a lot of that damage, but he still cannot get any kills. And just like that, the game turns on its head.
I mean, it really is a matter of small mistakes, really, in a moment like this, as to what can actually be the turning of the tides, because the timing of this is amazing for 4S, because now they can get the Cloud Drake, stop that Cloud Soul threat. The problem with this Drake is the Drake in itself is a great pickup here. They're going to grab this bottom turret, it looks like, as well, or as much of it as they can with Renekton coming down. I think they should easily secure it. But the one Drake itself here doesn't do much for you in isolation, and it also is, to a certain extent, extending the game, which is, again, for Victor, going to be quite great. Now, the good news is that Aatrox and Xin Zhao are going to fall off a little bit here, but they're not really the carries in this composition. The Jhin is fed, as you mentioned, got a ton of extra gold. The Victor has a ton of extra gold. And all these frontliners need to do is have a Gore Drinker and Steel Caps. And guess what they got? That's all they got to do.
So true, actually. They literally just need to go forward and create space. Like, that's their job in this game, you know? They made a lot of stuff happen early game, at least Xin Zhao did, as does look like CMG is going to go for this Dragon, as here comes the big flank coming in from multiple, as the Renekton gets in that backline. The Jhin has no escape. The Aatrox, though, frontlining. This is what we were talking about. Zhang Tao is still alive, and look at that, the entire Syndra ultimate wasted on the Xin Zhao, who had that ultimate going.
By the way, like, I think this is this situation is like kind of dangerous to chase against this Victor right now too. Like, yeah, you can get the Nihilus, but I don't know about chasing any further. I also don't know about recalling there, but like his health bars are pretty low, and I was getting a little bit nervous there, but. Again, this fight was decided based on positional error from CMG and the way that 4S opened it up. He is going to try to hide here, but there is, as he knows, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's, well, it's a pretty good item. It's a lot of damage that comes out, but it's not enough.
This is actually unbelievable.
I mean, he was sticking around like...
The Moonlight Vigil tried to get him. It's like not even close to close.
He got
pretty
rooted.
optimistic.
Yeah, I think he was going to get away anyway. Okay, here we go. This time we actually do have
teleports.
A teleport coming in, as it is the Aatrox. Should be getting a decent amount of damage, but again, he's a bit behind, and the rest of his team is pretty far away. He did Gore Drinker. He did his job, but the follow-up not quite there yet, as you see going away Pen trying to turn it around, but he will be the trade. It's not so bad. I mean, they do get the shutdown onto the Aphelios, which is nice, but they did have to use a teleport for it.
Yeah. Victor just going to head straight back to the mid lane because he didn't have teleport. If he had it, I think they commit, and it ends up being insanely good for CMG, but you know, at the end of the day, it's relatively even trade. I don't know about this one. Like, Victor doesn't care about you. Look at that item.
You see, like...
He's like, no, I am the assassin. What are you doing?
Young Feng was like, yeah, I'll just wait the 1.5 seconds. Should be fine, right? And then he's like, uh-oh.
My health bar's gone.
I'm dead. What happened? It's got such a low cooldown too. It's pretty ridiculous.
I like what the item a lot. And I think probably Assassin players and Talon players everywhere probably hate this item for this reason. Like a 5-0 and 5 Talon is just like running away from this Victor.
Yeah.
But it changes the way you can play champions like Victor in side lane and push, because you actually do get to like get a chance to walk away and stand up for yourself. It's not just a, oh, you can't be there or you die. So I like it.
The charge comes in. He's going to flash, but the damage from Victor isn't there. He's got the hook down, and there's the root with the passive, and they will get a massive shutdown. So much gold into the pockets of Zhang Tao, and now they can turn their sights onto this Baron.
Jumafu or Zomafu, I don't know exactly how to pronounce it, but this guy has been the MVP for me this game. He has been everywhere he needs to be at all times. He is crushing it, and once again pulls it off, has the dredge line to follow. They're going to look for a steal here. Vigil is good.
But still a lot of damage going to come out the other way. Remember, Aphelios still very strong. They're getting themselves into a corner. They thought they had enough damage, but Jin not great at killing the Baron. As you see, that Unleashed Power does come out as they don't really have a front line anymore. There's so much damage now coming out from the Aphelios, but it does not matter as everybody just melts. Look at the back line of CMG. They all survive, and they got one guy with the Gore Drinker. That's all they need.
Once the Renekton goes down, I mean, the composition falls apart very quickly because they don't have. It's 2 front lines versus 1, and
okay.
Oh
well,
man,
I think he's just getting a little bit too far.
Well,
oh, was it a bait all along? The Talon comes in, he's invisible, and he can't kill Victor. He actually can't kill Victor. This is insane.
He just can't do it, man. This item may be too strong. Now, I think on release, it was 40% of damage reduction, and they buffed it to 75%. They were like, no, it's not good enough.
The thing is in solo queue, it's like a different story.
Oh, of course.
Like, I feel like you actually need an item like this so that not every game is just assassins running around one-shotting people, right?
Yeah, that was how League of Legends was a lot of the time last year, for sure.
But now, in pro play, it's like, well, we never got to see assassins. Now we're really never going to get to see assassins. You know, not even to mention champions like Syndra and other champions that have big burst damage.
Yeah, no, exactly. It affects Syndra as well here. And let's watch this replay again. Notice how, like, Renekton is stunned, chain stunned. He's out of the fight now. Then watch how things turn around real quick. Look at the health bar on this Victor, who still has mana and doesn't care and will actually just annihilate everyone if he has a good enough front line. But you put a fed Jin, a fed Victor on the backside of that fight. I mean,
oh my god, that depth charge is gigantic. It got both of them. As now the last shot will go into the Aphelios, and he needs to flash away.
I feel, you know, like, we've had a lot of players in this tournament, mid players who were great in lane, but not so great after lane, and I feel like this Syndra is the opposite. Like, not so great in the laning phase, didn't really place the wards correctly, but the scatter of the weeks have been good. They've been so he's been so on top of it. Unfortunately, it just almost feels like too little too late to have that sort of relevance. I mean, 11 stacks on the Magi's here at this point.
They both have Magi's,
yeah,
both mid laners.
It's actually insane how all in these teams are going on the mid damage right now, but I also want to point out 11 of the 16 kills involvement going to the Nautilus there in the bottom side. Very impressive.
12 of the 16 goes to Victor.
True.
So is he the MVP now?
Look at that total gold sitting at 10k. I'd love to see his damage. We probably won't, but
I think the chance is less than 0, Wolf, as here we go. That is going to just be the Zhonya's to avoid all of that damage. As now the Renekton's trying to get onto him. I'm just watching the Victor.
Me too. He's like he's a full health, fellas.
He's chasing the Syndra. There's another kill. He's probably got a full stack Magi's real soon. As more and more damage is coming out here, they may consider just going for the Baron this time. Will be a much easier Baron compared to the one they went for last.
Yeah, this will be basically free. I mean, there's no one to contest this. Aphelios can't come and do it alone. If their health bars were like, you know, maybe 1/3 or something, it would have been kind of like, maybe Aphelios comes in and ults. His ult comes up, but they get a turret at least. I mean, it's not all bad, but it's mostly bad. And the gold graph is still just never going to tell the real story here in this game. I'm like, every time I look up, I'm like, wait, they're still behind gold? How is that possible? I mean, a lot of that's from the Aphelios, who's, you know, at 10k gold himself with all those plates he got. But, I mean, look at this. He's just like Zhonya's, and he puts a gravity well on top of himself, so he's basically like, no one can come near me ever, or any of my teammates. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. His son is Jin in this case.
Here we go again as the front line is thick, it looks like, for CMG at this point. This is going to be potentially a third team fight in a row that they are just fighting front to back. It's perfect. They have Baron, and nobody can get away from him. The speed up for the Victor makes it even more impossible. And this is looking like a done deal here, Wolf. And still, they're behind on gold by 100.
Yeah,
well,
about
they
exactly. They just got it.
Now it makes sense.
I actually didn't see. I don't think either team had bounty. So that's never been a relevant thing. But I was wondering. I'm like, wouldn't it be hilarious if they had bounty while they were ahead?
Yeah, they got the mid turret. It gave them a bounty.
Oh, did it? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that now.
But even after that, they were still down 6K gold.
It's like so hilarious because bounty. I don't know. Well, I'm just because this game is probably very over. I'm just kind of ranting about these two things that we're discovering on this patch that are very strong, this Crown of the Shattered Queen and the bounty system. I'm like, but they're really ahead, actually, but they're getting free extra gold. It's like, it's not supposed to happen that way.
Yeah. Just that Talon and Aphelios got so far ahead that they had so much more gold, but they couldn't do anything. Because Talon was totally negated by one item.
Yeah. And
also,
now two.
I mean, the engages weren't fantastic, right? They absolutely could have handled it much better in the mid-game for Quad S, but it's not the way it went. There's a lot of, solo plays and people getting caught out, and obviously, you've only got one guy attacking the Victor.
Let's watch this Talon flank. Let's see if it does anything. I really want to know. It's a little bit late.
They procced the crown. It's time.
It's time. It's time.
Okay, well,
It was time a few seconds ago. maybe about 10 seconds ago now.
Timing is off. He's got 25 stacks on the dice. This game is over.
Over. Look at the curtain call coming out. Okay. Maybe they get the Nautilus. Maybe not. Nope.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. We will have CMG, Changsha University of Science and Technology, bringing the first win into their court as an excellent performance, I have to say, from them. There were a couple of times where it was like a little bit like LPL, right, which makes sense. We got a couple of Chinese teams here where very much over-aggressive at times, some big calls that maybe weren't the right ones, not the safe ones at least, but they still got the job done.
They really did identify, too, early on, that the weak link of the team is their lack of control of vision around mid, and the fact that Talon is an assassin, but he's not a great supporter. Like if you actually make the move first, like Talon can't very easily turn early game. Like obviously Xin Xiao was a much stronger jungler in the mid lane in the early parts of the game, and when you're not warding and you are overextended as Syndra was, a lot of extra gold went over. I think if we went to a mid game where a lot of that extra gold on the Victor wasn't there, then maybe his Crown of the Shattered Queen is a little bit delayed and actually gets picked a few more times, and we have a different game. I think identifying the Syndra was very easy pickings for our left Chinese team CMG. Was quite, was quite a nice, I guess, read from them. Like they were like, this Syndra's out there, like we're gonna get her multiple times, and they just kept wrapping around.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I mean, they used their Xin Zhao excellently, as we already pointed out. The roaming from their support player, Jumbo Fu, was really fantastic. And, yeah, I feel like we nailed that. We were kind of understanding that game even from the draft. We were slightly liking them. We pointed out their victory conditions, and it all came true. Even when they were down, I saw they were down 7,000 gold at one point.
Yeah.
And I was like, but they're still in the game entirely. It's weird.
It's weird. I think if they had tightened up some of the small mistakes they made, too, like in some of those team fights, some of those overextensions where there's like 3 players at 10% health and they're chasing and dying, I think if they didn't make those mistakes, then the game looks even more one-sided towards the mid to late game there. But drafting was better, I thought. The Braum didn't work out because the real damage, obviously, was in the Victor and not in the front lines. The frontliners there in the Aatrox and the Xin Xiao. So I think something's going to have to change as we go into this next game. I think we're going to have to see a little bit more depth of the draft.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 끓여진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으면 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 트렌드란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 하는 라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
What's up, guys? We are back here on the desk, and we are getting ready for Game 2 of the finals of IEF 2021. And so far, we've had one game. It was a very interesting back and forth game where the team that looked like it was behind was actually ahead.
Yeah, I was. You know, you and I were kind of like, watch out, viewers at home. Don't be fooled by the gold lead. I mean, there was some good moments, you know, for the red side team there, but also some kind of boneheaded plays, let's just say, from our winning team. A little bit of overextending. Bonehead is a mean thing to say. I shouldn't say that, but there was some overextensions, right? There was some big errors of judgment in terms of damage, and they gave a lot of that extra gold over. I think had certain things gone fairly differently for the early game for the losing team, they might have actually been able to come out ahead. But if the mid game went a lot cleaner for the winning team there, CMG, I think they would have like exploded into the lead. Like that game would have been 5 minutes shorter. But it's a back and forth game. Like it's an amateur game, and that's what makes it exciting. You never know who's going to win until the Nexus falls.
Yeah, it's really, really fun, and hopefully we get a similar game in this one and see if SSSS can come back. I love that name. You know, on the Korean side, they say it like almost every time.
Yeah, SSSS.
Yeah, sometimes they say 3 S's where I'm like, you forgot one.
It's hard, man. Because S is a 2-syllable thing to say in Korean.
Yeah, so it's 8 syllables to say their name.
S.
That was 5 S's.
Yeah, oops. Sorry.
So 10 syllables in that case, right?
I'm just trying, I'm trying my best here. All right, looks like we are almost into the draft. This is what the lobby looks like.
Okay, just kidding. That's what our Korean commentators look like.
I still think we're almost into it.
They are fantastic.
They are. They're good. Top tier.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, I am a little bit in pain with my knee.
You want to tell your knee story? I was wondering if maybe we should save it for a pause.
Time.
Yeah, this could be the time. So Valdez went to do hockey today this morning, and then what happened?
I got whacked in the knee with the stick, and now I can't walk.
In hockey, chance in a million. That could never happen. Nobody gets whacked with a stick in hockey. That never happens, right?
Happens all the time. Just not as severe as this, so.
Nobody ever falls down either, right? Like
True,
yeah. Yeah, no, that was a bad joke. Like, yeah, no, of course. I'm sorry that happened to you, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be okay. We just got to see, the damage when I go to the doctor tomorrow. It's Sunday right now, so I think I would only be able to go to an emergency room at this point, especially by the time we finish and all that good stuff. So it's fine. I'm not in so much pain that I can't do a cast or that I can't, at least make it home and then see a doctor tomorrow. So that's going to be the plan for me.
I did push him up here in a wheelchair, though, which is a new experience, I think, for both of us.
It was pretty fun, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Korean casters got excited about something, so I thought maybe we were going back in, but don't be fooled. It's not time yet.
It's not time.
I have a very, yesterday I was very sick in the first 2 games, and I like when we had these delays, I was dying. I couldn't do it. And today I'm just like, nah, I'm chill, man. It's whatever. It's a very different perspective. You and I have had some hardships in these past few days at this event.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know, but the games have been good at least, so we've got that for ourselves. But you and I need to
testify.
First of all, we need to testify to Changsha in China.
Okay, we're back in.
Speaking of Changsha, here they are.
Same sides.
Yeah, blue side again.
That always makes it easy to cast when you have same sides. You just get to keep your brain in the same mindset as it was before.
Brain's in the same place.
Not that it's harder to do it the other way, but this one is, I don't know, feels easy. Feels chill. When I'm not familiar with the teams, like it's important for me, okay?
It's very true.
Thank you, CMG, or rather for 4S for picking red side again.
And we might see some slightly different bands. But because we are on the same side, sometimes you just get the exact same thing, or near to the exact same thing. As I heard some typing. I don't think that's a good sign.
Usually not.
Oh, he got his ban in.
Okay, that was a close call.
Maybe he reconnected.
The bans are the same so far. If we do see that Camille ban come through here, It was what, Camille and Fiora. So Fiora first and Camille, I think it was last game. There it is. Okay, feels familiar. It's not always a bad sign when for the losing team if the bans are the same, because obviously, you know, that game could have been played out a many number of ways. Even if we see the exact same drafts, which I don't think will happen, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, they're doing the same thing. That's dumb. They can't win that way. No, it's definitely things could be played a lot tighter for SSSS. And we could have pulled it off. So there's the Jinx ban. So we're going down that same route so far. Will we see the Camille?
Yes.
Yep. And so are we going for the Jin? Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa. Could it be Ziggs?
We're getting all the J's here in Korea. The Jinx, the Ziggs, the Jigs, the Jin.
The Jarvan?
Yeah, I'm like, what, any other J 80 carries? I don't think so.
80 carries? No.
I think that's it. Well, there's the Jin. So could see that Aphelios coming through. Maybe Aphelios thirst. Maybe not Talon if they're gonna give the Victor over, because that did not go as well last game.
Yeah.
They could also take the Victor themselves. Ooh, that's a different champion.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I thought that the Aphelios was fine, but the Aphelios, of course, doesn't do great into Jin and Victor, especially later on in the game because of, you know, the range issue. You can obviously shoot them, but they can burst you down extremely fast, so kind of takes away one of the good things about Aphelios. He likes champions that comes into him and comes towards him that he can chunk down, not necessarily ones with range.
When you have two front lines as well coming through with all that, you know,
all that jazz,
all that armor they had, it's really hard to actually, and jazz. It's really hard to actually burst them down quick enough.
Chicago?
Yes, I did. It was a good movie.
There you go.
Very top tier. Back in the day, man, I remember when that came out. It was a long time ago now, but
yeah,
it was. I only saw it maybe like 3 or 4 years after it came out because everyone told me it was great. So highly recommended. Okay, Victor is going to come through again, but this time with a Nocturne. So that's a very different choice than what we saw with the Jinzhao earlier, but in a lot of ways has the same sort of power against Gongwei Pen if he's going to play aggressively and make some vision control mistakes or positioning errors. Can be a very equally punishing champion against even an Orianna. Orianna's going to be a lot easier to survive with compared to a Syndra.
Yeah. I was actually considering this, especially because Xinjiao's he's a great ball carrier, and the wombo combo that you have with his Fortune already is fantastic. Those two ultimates have a lot of synergy. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of synergy with Xinjiao's ultimate, but he can just not use it. And he's still a good ball carrier. So I like the pick if you're going to go for a control main.
You can also use it to get to a really good place to then, of course, get balled on the ulted. So see where we go here, because Miss Fortune is an AD carry right now that, again, doesn't necessarily need a paired support. It's very different from the Aphelios. Like something like a Leona is really strong with this. Braum still an option, but again, not feeling too great about it with this composition against what we've seen from CMG so far. Nautilus is banned away. There's the Jax. Once again, they just really do not want to give CMG's top laner any of these split pushing champions.
And if I'm them, I ban Kennen and hope they pick Renekton again.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Guess what? Like, I think that might be where we're going with this, because Renekton's another decent ball carrier.
Yeah.
The problem is the Xin Zhao and the Renekton can't realistically build, magic resistance here, and I like the Leona a lot. I think that's the best option you've got with this Miss Fortune.
Yeah, you can still hold counter pick for top lane then. I think this is a much better.
Alistair is decent too, actually. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, also a fantastic ball carrier.
Great response, or great, I want to say peel options against Nocturne as well with the Alistair. Just kick him out as soon as he comes in so you can keep your backline safe. This blind would be quite bold, the Aatrox here. But they're going to go for it again. Seems to be a comfort pick. I mean, it's in line with the champions like the Fiora that we are seeing, right, on the top side of the map. Likes to be aggressive, likes to be a duelist, likes to have a lot of power early. Not as much split push control, obviously, as those other champions that are banned away here for 4S, but this would be quite unusual considering the composition. I mean, a lot of people like it in Xinjiao, a lot of people like it in Alistair, and there's going to be a support here for the bottom lane.
Yeah, as you mentioned, not something we see all the time. I think we did see it once in the last couple of days, but a little bit of a different situation. As what is going to be the final pick here? Counter pick for top lane. Unless we're going to see top Xinjiao, which I don't think is going to happen.
Honestly, Lucian, I think, is a good pick here. And I think Jace is a good pick. Like, I think these two picks give you a lot of ways to mitigate the Aatrox. We'll see the Wukong, which is a somewhat common pick into the Aatrox, or at least it was when Aatrox was extremely meta earlier this year. Much more common pick into Jace, which is another option. Because I like the engage options you already have with the ball and the Alistair and the Xinjiao. And Wukong just kind of fits into that, but your consistent like range damage with this comp is very limited because Misfortune, even if she doesn't build lethality, she doesn't really do a lot of sustained damage in a team fight. Orianna is very burst oriented and can, if she's protected well enough, do a lot. But when you're looking at an Aatrox that's eventually going to close that gap, Nocturne's going to close that gap, Jin's range that he's got, like the range is once again an issue with this comp. And Victor is just going to do an insane amount of damage. And even if you collapse in on top of this Victor, he's probably going to build Crown of the Shattered Queen again. And then he's going to have a taunt and a fear that it can help support him and keep him alive. So you can't really blow him up with this comp. I would have much rather liked a little bit more poke to lead into those engages. Like if you can chip away at Victor, proc his Crown of the Shattered Queen early or his Banshee's Veil early, then go in with the Xinjiao, then go in with the Alistair after you've done some of that poke damage, I would have liked that a lot more.
Yeah, and as you're alluding to, I think that Crown of the Shattered Queen is going to be a just straight-up item counter to this entire team and what they want to do, right? I mean,
yeah.
They want a wombo combo, they want to burst you down, and they're just not going to be able to against that kind of item, so yeah, kind of liking CMG's chances. I think they played better as well in that game overall, so in that last game. Going to be interesting to see how the top lane does go. Obviously, Li Jianlong did have a bit of, or not Li Jianlong, Xiao Xin did have a little bit of trouble with the Renekton matchup, but this time around, might have an easier time dealing with the Wukong.
Yeah, I think in general he should. We don't know how Liu Wenlan is going to do on the Wukong just yet. We don't have a lot of experience casting and playing that. In fact, 0. But I'll have to wait and see. My other question is going to be, you know, we know how good Shang Tao is on the Victor. Like, he just absolutely nailed it last game. It was pretty awesome to watch. There were some small errors, maybe overextensions, but, like, he knows what he's doing with this champion in this meta with Crown of the Shattered Queen. Whereas, you know, in terms of Gongwei Pen on the Orianna, like, I'm not 100% sure. Actually, I don't think he's not the Orianna player.
These lanes are...
Yeah, it's Liu Xiaorong.
It's a little bit mixed up.
Yeah. But anyway, the Orianna player in the mid will have a lot more safety with Asian Zhao if the attention is there. But still, really got to be careful against this Nocturne pick. You will find yourself vulnerable if you lose Flash early, like similar scenario. Again, much better than having a Talon on your side in this case, but I'm a little bit concerned. I think the play is going to have to be a lot tighter there in the mid lane.
Definitely will have to be. I think one thing that will benefit Liu Jiarong is that maybe he won't be taking as aggressive of trades. He was really getting himself into trouble because he just seemingly wanted to win the 1v1, and he wasn't really paying attention to some of the stuff that was happening around the map, like the enemy jungler, and especially after he lost his flash, as we already talked about. So I think the Orianna, definitely a pick where you can play a little bit more passively. Obviously, you can do some great harass, especially in the early levels against the Victor. But maybe it just allows him to sit back a little bit, not get too feisty, go even in the lane at least.
It was interesting to see, like, you know, some of those ganks that we saw there too from the Xinjiao of CMG was because, like, he would come over when he saw the Orianna pushing and he'd, like, walk up slowly and he's like, still not walking back. And then he'd, like, walk up a little bit more and he's like, she's still walking forward. And then he's, like, sweeping and he's like, Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't know.
Yeah.
It was just like he couldn't even believe. He's like, this is free right now. Like, I should not be able to get these kills like this. Got to be careful about that.
Yeah, it's very true. And again, guys, it's gonna come to us, and then it's going to go to the game right away from us. Just a little bit seems like a bit of a custom game issue. Not really sure why.
Yeah.
Where the players have a little bit of trouble swapping their champions.
This is all being
getting onto
played.
the Rift.
Yeah, this is all being played online. So sometimes, like, some of DCs, there's a little bit too much lag in the swap because, like, everybody's played a game of League of Legends where you're trying to swap with that guy and then, like, it doesn't work, and then, like, everybody
Both
flames
swap
you.
at the same time, and it's like, ah.
Yeah, everybody flames you, and you're like, no, I tried, I don't know, and
It's
now
the
you're.
worst when it's the jungler.
You play a champion that you don't want to play, and he plays a champion he doesn't want to play, and everybody's yelling, and
He's playing like a Felios jungle with no smite.
yeah,
It's not a good feeling.
nope. Yeah, it's bad. So, anyway, it happens a lot. It happens sometimes. You gotta remake the game and then change. Sometimes you could change the lobby types, or people would select their champions manually. But we're in. We did it.
We did it. We're into the game. Trying to look around, see if there's any interesting runes that I can see at this point. No glacial augment this time.
Nope.
I think that was on Braum.
I don't remember last game. It was on Leona a few times recently, but I don't remember about the Braum specifically.
This says that
The game will be remade.
Yeah, so maybe somebody had trouble connecting. Oh,
Although,
okay. Here we are. Yeah, these two supports should always take Aftershock, though. Just makes sense. The Alistair's going to need it. Free 6 as here we go, getting a bit of damage done. Already poking them out. The Ignite is used, trying to force Llewellyn to go back home. We'll see if he does. I mean, he is Alistair and he has 2 pots, so he's probably going to be fine. As just doing a little bit of the dance move, you know, where you freeze. Red light, green light.
stop, everybody hammer time, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
For
For some reason, I was thinking of the electric slide, which I don't think that has any pausing in that.
I don't think so.
Slide
No.
around. So it doesn't really make sense. But that's where my brain is at right now, Wolf.
Yeah.
I wish I could electric slide. I can't. I can't dance right now because
Brendan
my
can.
knee-
Yeah, he can't right now, but he normally he does cha-cha real smooth.
Yes.
You guys don't know, but
Very true.
wait till you see him reverse.
Crisscross.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to imagine you do that right now, and I'm like, ooh,
No, that's not a good idea.
no, not a good idea. But I did imagine it,
Thanks for imagining it, Wolf.
so I vicariously experienced that for
Thanks.
you. It looks like everything's sorted out with the freezing that we were having moments ago. Exhaust was taken on the Misfortune. That's one thing that we didn't talk about just yet, and it was used to survive in that last fight. She went for a tier start, so relatively vulnerable in this early game, but it will pay off because it's so valuable to have that extra mana early. Like when you first buy tier, like the amount of spam you can do basically in lane is just exponentially growing as the early game progresses.
Yeah, so definitely not nearly as effective as a Shin Jiao gank with the Syndra down the lane with no flash. Zhang Tao, great positioning, right? He's got the wave in a perfect spot. He's taking big trades against this Orianna. And he's still having a good time. I mean, he's got the laser coming in as well. Like, that was close. He does miss the cannon.
Yeah, that's the thing. That cost him the cannon. That's a little bit unfortunate, but also unfortunately, like, Nocturne is not in a position to actually wrap around right now on his clear path, so...
It's one of those things where I know you don't play like too many board games and stuff, but it's like imagine a card where it doesn't give you a huge benefit. It can actually hurt you, but it also hurts your opponent in a big way.
Yeah.
So it's like he took a really great trade, but he also hurt himself. But it's okay because, you know, he got his opponent behind a little bit. Maybe we can consider it to be that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like one of those double-edged swords, but...
So Alistair died.
Yeah, we'd have to rewind on that one to get a better view. So he's going to grab another tier stack here at least, but Definitely not a good thing. Also used his flash. He's Hex Flash Alistair, of course, but still, that's another tool down. It's not as consistent of an engage option as the standard flash. And over here in the mid lane, you can see a little bit of bodyguard action happening. But let's take a look at this Alistair pick. Okay, just a really big overstep into the taunt there.
Yeah.
After obviously taking a ton of chip damage there from Jin.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he tried to face check the brush or something, but definitely not a good idea. As the poke is coming in here, we do have Xin Zhao nearby, but with the wave and its current state, it's just going to push away from the Aatrox, so the dive will be difficult as big trade this time is going to go to 4S, but you can see that they're not going to get any kills, and the Jin is still enjoying a nice CS.
Yeah, and also Misfortune committed a flash to look for this, so that's actually pretty painful that he's not going to secure the kill, and we'll be able to get out. This is going to force, of course, the Galio to stay here to try to catch this wave of experience. It's actually kind of the health bars on these minions are really unfortunate for him. Oh,
wow.
Little bit off, still got the damage in, but it was in the last, you know, like 5% of the animation, so you still get the recall.
That actually would have been really huge. If you delayed it back and then you just push in the wave, you can definitely get that going. Not sure what the flashless Alistair is doing in the enemy jungle here, although now we got Xiaming Jing going straight into potentially his death as he has to flash away. And there's the auto as now Lu Jiarong, flash still available. He's able to get out. The root, though, coming in from Jin as a big amount of damage is coming in here. Li Jinglong thinking about it, but no dive will come in. And actually, seems like Alistair was the 5-head brain in this one. He was able to bait that kill.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and see exactly how that all started, but it was definitely a surprising place for him to be, and he wanted to try to pull in the enemy Victor and the Nocturne so that they could actually turn on that. And that ended up being fantastic. It's a extra kill going over here to the Orianna. So this game is looking very different than the last one, and it's still too early to draw conclusions about what the mid game is going to look like. But very back and forth. The one thing that's really starting to stack up here is the Jin is massively ahead in the bottom lane. The first kill went over to Galio, but still he gets the assist, and a cull is bought for the Misfortune. While that will be useful later, it's not going to make her feel any more comfortable right now. The stats that you get from Cull are so minimal versus a pickaxe when he's already ahead like this. Can really make your life miserable there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and he also got tier first, so it's like, well.
Yeah, exactly. He's got no damage.
No Dorans, nothing, as that's going to be another dead cow down here on the bottom side as a really nice Orianna ultimate. There's a lot of easy pickings here for Quad S as they're looking for. It looks like Domofu going to try to get this flash over the wall and just barely will survive.
I wasn't sure if that was his Airy or what was going on there for a second. I was like, no, he didn't take Airy. I was really nervous, though. The Airy was following him very closely, and then, of course, went back to his rightful owner, Victor. But I was like, oh, he's going to die. But yeah, that ended up being another trade here, and it's a kill going over to the Misfortune. So we were talking about Misfortune being in a bit of a rough spot. That's going to mitigate the situation she is in here. Just a really big overextension, unfortunately, here for the side of CMG. They get the pick, but obviously it's not going to be worth it in the end. The teleport commitment here as well for the top sides. Yes, sorry, my bad. These team names always elude me. That's why I was calling them red team, blue team earlier, because I was like, these are just acronyms for things I don't know.
Yeah. Makes sense. As now we have level 5 Jin in the top lane. Very strange. He's not alone, as he does have his support coming in due time here, but they're just going to go ahead and swap it. I mean,
it's kind of smart because you know that you just, oh, hold that thought. They're going to commit to the taunt.
Yeah, the taunt does come in. There's the Nocturne. Will be joining up here, and the flash available, but the fear is still on him. The fear of death will be used as Domofu going to pick up his second kill of the game.
So the, well, we're not done yet.
Yeah, they're still fighting. I mean, this is level 6 Xin Zhao. You got to be careful. You're not going to be able to kill him as only Domofu is going to get himself baited, but now we got the rest of the team coming in. Another shot into the Orianna. Leon Feng is doing a fantastic job of frontlining, and now the knock-up here onto Jin might just be enough to get the rest of his low-health teammates out of there. So not half bad for Quad S.
Yeah, that was really nice for them, and they needed this so badly because they found themselves out-swapped, as you were alluding to before we got into this situation. with the double teleports going bottom side, CMG were like, okay, well, if we actually rotate our Jin up top, Jin's got really nice wave clear with his mines, whatever you want to call those. I forget the name of it right now. So he's able to clear that really quickly. So this forces 4S to actually kind of awkwardly rush up here as fast as possible to try to punish this rotation. And the fight is good for them. And it was a little bit greedy here to try to actually not only escape, but then turn the fight here for CMG. And they end up way, 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 way overextending against a composition that's so difficult to chase with this Alistar. And yes, they do end up getting this pick here, but could have been a lot cleaner. I think they probably could have gotten out of there without losing anybody. And we're looking for a Rift Herald fight now.
The fighting never ends. Look at this Orianna on the right side, just going to get 1v1'd as the jungler here for CMG, though, is going to have to turn tail and hide as the smite is not good. It is going to be Rift Herald over to the side of Quad S, but there is 3 kills on the board here in favor of CMG. And this is a level 4 Alistar, so he's going to have to flash. He is so far behind in this game.
Pretty sure that was his regular flash, too, because his Hex Flash is coming up here, and I think it was instant. Yeah, he... Oh, yikes. Okay, well, as you mentioned, level 4 versus the level 6. I mean, he's been roaming a lot. He's been out of lane a lot because his lane partner was so far behind early, and is now even worse. If you look at the numbers here, avoid the CS numbers, but look at the kill numbers. 4, 0, and 3 going over to the Jin now as they wanted to actually punish once more, but they're not going to actually commit any further. It is starting to look like... Sorry, I'm on Valdez's court. I'm trying to move so I don't yank his headset off.
The leash! It's back!
You guys probably thought I was going to say it's starting to look a little bit like Christmas because there's so much Christmas music playing everywhere and you can't escape it no matter what.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
But it's starting to look like the one big difference between...
Beginning to look a lot like Christmas?
No!
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you were referring to.
The big difference in this game to the last game is that the Orianna and the mid laner for 4S, the Zhaorong, is actually very relevant this game comparatively and is going to be in a position to actually do a lot more through this mid game. But what I'm most concerned about is the fact that this Jin is just so out of control that as long as Galio isn't going too Rambo like he was in the last few fights, he should be able to peel enough for this Jin to just pop off and survive long enough, or to keep his team alive long enough. Okay, hold that thought.
Okay, this is still level 5 Alistar. He's taking a lot of damage, but Xiaming Jing went pretty deep. Doesn't seem like it will matter too much. Aatrox very far behind enemy lines, looking for the kill now as he gets booped away, and that will be enough. As he should have a dash now to get over this wall. They really tried to force that kill. They wanted a kill before the dragon. Still looks like they'll get the dragon anyway.
Yeah, and because Wukong didn't have teleport, they knew that there was no way that he would be able to assist, and he actually did start walking down because he was hoping this was going to be an overextension, that maybe they could actually turn the Drake to themselves. So
the soul.
Yeah. Chem tank. No more clouds. Tex. Sorry. I always call it tank. I'm going to have to get that out of my brain.
We had a lot of Chem tank this year.
Yeah, a lot of Udyr Chem tanks coming through. A lot of Chem tank on every single support as well, pretty much. Including Alistar at times.
But it's okay, we're safe from Chem Tank now, but we do have Chem Tech.
Yes. So we'll see how that ends up changing this game, because it will matter a lot, but we'll get to it when we get to it. A lot of extra gold going over to the Wukong, who so desperately needs it with that top push coming through. Just going to grab the last of this farm safely under turret as well. Handled that very well. See if Li Zhanglong actually makes a mistake here and overextends. Looks like he's playing it very cautiously. That's what the observers are highlighting.
Yeah, just hanging out, you know, soft freeze under the turret. It's like, you know, the soft serve ice cream. I could go for that right now.
I hate ice cream. No, I do, but I just wanted to make it sound dramatic.
Yeah.
I don't like ice cream, though. But you could get some. I'll leave that to you.
What is it about ice cream that you dislike?
I don't know. It's cold and it's too creamy. It's very milky. I don't know. I'm not big on milk. I never really have been.
So it's the milky aspect.
Yeah, I think that's the real kicker for me.
The real battle.
The real battle, yes.
Well, a lot of people like the creamier the ice cream gets, actually. But if you got like really cheap ice cream, it would be nice and watery. You could try that.
I suppose.
Probably not, though, because, I mean, it's cheap ice cream. I don't know how good it would be.
I'm going to stick to my undisclosed company, undisclosed sandwich maker cookie dessert. That I like
Fair
to get.
enough.
I like to get
Fair
cookies
enough.
from an undisclosed sandwich shop here in Korea. It's, we found worldwide. And sometimes I'll eat a scone. I've discovered recently my love for scones.
Scone.
Yeah.
Scones are nice. I like scones. They're
Chocolate
pretty
chip
good.
scone is my go-to with the coffee. That's where I'll take it.
You gotta tell me later where you get it.
I
The
will.
reason why we're talking about scones is because CMG's ahead, and it looks like SSSS, they just want to sit back and farm.
Yeah, and I think they should. They do not want to take a fight right now. In 2 minutes' time, when that first Chemtech dragon comes up, then that is a fight you want to take. Well, I mean, it's like you don't want to take it, but you will have to really strongly consider it. Everybody's got their mythics now, obviously minus Alistair, but it's really going to be about vision control, and because this bot push is continuing to be such a big problem, they're about to lose that bottom turret. Getting that vision control on the Drake consistently for the next, minute and 45 seconds is going to be so difficult, and that's where, I mean, if you can't control the vision, I don't think you can fight, actually, at this stage. You can't front to back with this comp, and that's why Misfortune, yeah, great pick at the beginning, but when you round out the draft with the Wukong like this, not a huge fan of it.
Nicely done.
Might fight there.
Yeah, we'll steal that one, and we do have this Rift Herald here as well. It is going to be spotted that this is happening, so they're going to turn tail and run. Definitely a good idea.
No, I like this idea, this play, because you can look for vision control in the jungle, and then you can steal this Rift Herald and use the Rift Herald to put pressure to grab the Drake. If the timing window of this is super thin, but they don't get it. But I like the idea. I mean, it was, I think, the best play they could have made. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, so they also lose the Rift Herald. And now the Rift Herald will be another tool against them when they are trying to secure that Drake. Wukong teleport in.
Yongfang is trying to get in here in the front, and there's that flank you were talking about. They're just going to turn onto him. He has to use the Cyclone early, but a really nice follow-up. Here's Galio to help, but the Wombo combo is in effect. As the exhaust comes down onto the Victor, a huge taunt, though, as now we're fighting front to back here for CMG. Pretty close, though. Another big knockup comes in from Alistair, as he's just barely not going to be able to enable another kill here. Zhang Tao, he really wants to put it forward. He gets a laser onto two, and unfortunately, our resident Galio player does get flashed on, but still, it's a lot of kills once again into the Jin and Victor basket.
Even when you get that pick onto the enemy Nocturne, that's not your biggest issue anymore with this comp. In fact, the Nocturne was an early jungle pick that they took after the Xin Shao came through, but this composition isn't about the Nocturne killing people or getting into the backline. It can happen if you're trying to, side lane, etc., but in this 5v5 fight, you pick the Nocturne, but the Victor is just like walking up into the front of the team fight without a care. It doesn't even have Crown of the Shattered Queen this game, doesn't need it. May end up building into it later. He's got the Ludens for now, but you watch the first pick in this fight onto the Nocturne, and then it looks like, okay, well, maybe this is a good fight for CMG. It's the best one we've seen so far, or rather for 4S, excuse me, with a nice knockup coming through. But then watch Victor just, he's like chasing behind everybody. He's not scared of anything. He doesn't afraid of anything, Valdez. Look at him just go. He's like, I'm at full health. And a Jin with no mana is still also chasing and doing damage. And yeah, Galio goes down, as you mentioned, gets flashed on, but it's just a consolation prize at this point. And Soul Point is now the next battle, the real battle, so they say. And
Yeah.
they did have vision advantage and positional advantage here, 4S. I mean, you can't win this one. I don't think you win this game.
Okay, the engage just come in, but you can see that with the lack of vision, they're not really getting the Wombo combo. Finally, we have it come out. Immediately, the challenge is denied. The channel, rather, with that Chaos Storm. Excellently done. Once again, a lot of low health bars here. You see Jiao Ban is in the backside. He's getting knocked down and actually fantastically kited out here by Quad S, as they will be able to get the Drake and all the kills.
Yeah, that was, I mean, look, they had the best fight setup you could have ever hoped for there on the Drake. They had positional advantage. They had the really nice engage. They were canceled, as you mentioned, on that bullet time basically instantly, but they still were able to pull off the fight with a nice front to back. And I want to see a replay of it, I'm sure we will, where this starts, because you have an Alistair coming through, pops his ultimate here. You do get the smite on the Drake, instant cancel on the bullet time, but when you see this overextension here for CMG, your backline is, for the first time, I feel like in both of these games, like actually exposed. Like the Jhin is being chased down by a Wukong who's able to freely get into the backside there. And the front line of 4S is on the back line, and the front line for CMG is too low. So long story short, at the end of the day, like positional advantage is really important, and it's something that, you know, I talked about earlier. Controlling vision and getting to the Drake first is so important. They did that this time around. If they could do it again, I think a comeback is possible. Again, gold lead for 4S. The composition still has a lot of things that it's going to have. It's going to have some challenges to work through, and we can now talk about the soul and the map, where if you're ahead, it's very easy to control vision, especially on blue side. But in this particular game, red side team has the gold lead, and it means that I think their best bet is really to try to control this vision on the left side of the Drake pit for this upcoming Drake fight, and maybe they can get their second Chem Tech Drake and fight back into a longer game. I think we're going to have to see some control wards placed, and if they could just kind of group up, I think their chances are really good here. You can't really side lane too much as 4S because of this Nocturne pick, so grouping and pushing in mid, and then using that push to then put wards where the Aatrox is right now, like around this part of the map. That's where I'd be looking if I was 4S.
I mean, as a comp, they just have big wombo combos, so just everybody stick together, take objective fights, and try not to get picked off, as you said. Like, that's definitely going to be the name of the game for them. Speaking of getting picked off, he is going to dodge the sombrero and be able to walk away, as now we're just bullying Alistair all day long. They really do not like cows, I guess, as so much used onto this guy. He is finally going to go down again. 5th death here for Lu Wen Lan, but not going to matter too much, as the Wukong is going to get away too.
Yeah, I mean, he's unfortunately been bullied all game long, fell behind early. He's able to nearly match the level of his counterpart on CMG now, but he is doing what off supports often do, is trying to control vision, trying to get picks set up. He went for Shirelias, so if he ends up challenging, if someone challenges him while he's clearing wards, if he can get his team close enough to collapse in, like, it's not a terrible play to be out there, but it was fairly risky. We talked about the ability for Misfortune to struggle, the opportunities you have when you don't go for an Eclipse here, or lethality on the Misfortune is really difficult to actually do consistent damage. I said that in a very roundabout way, but
you got there.
He is building the Eclipse this time around. I do like that, considering the way they're trying to play this comp right now. Again? Not this time.
Shirelias to the rescue. He's a very fast cow now. That's a good thing he's got going for him. No Predator or anything like that, but still no phase rush either. Another one that we do see from time to time. Better for the later stages of the game when you do have level 6 and big team fights are happening and you just want to be fast to make the plays rather than tanky with just aftershock because you're tanky anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just going to sit here and farm once again. I feel like CMG, yeah, this is what you got to do. You got to find picks on the side lanes, and that's exactly what they are going to get here. Knock up ends, they burst him down. This teleport is extremely late, and CMG are like, hell yeah, let's engage onto this. But Zhang Tao on the backside, he's going to get burst down incredibly quickly. The Triumphs are coming in here as well. You can see there's so much damage coming out from these two guys from the red team. Bullet time is good, but not good enough as the taunt does come in. And Xiao Baoxin is still alive, just burst down that Misfortune nearly immediately alongside of the Aatrox. They hit it, and that's going to do it. The ace comes in. The CMG finally picked that up.
That's the full ace here, and that's going to put them back, much, much closer in gold here. And Yes, it was a trade 5 for 3, so it wasn't the cleanest ever, but I thought they played this really well. And this is what I was talking about. You can't really side lane with this composition against the Nocturne because you will get punished very easily by double global, right? You've got a Galio and you've got a Nocturne, so the ability to collapse is super insane. The taunt actually just a little bit off there on the teleport. If that hits, this ends up being an extremely one-sided affair.
It was a really good play by the Wukong player. I mean, he flashed immediately out of that. He started his Cyclone so that even the Justice Punch couldn't knock him up, and that's really what secured the kill onto the Victor. Made it closer, I suppose, than it could have been.
The, you know, bullet time there as well, I think, was held a little bit long. Like, I think perhaps Gongwei Pen may have been able to get out of there with this flash if he had canceled it earlier, but he was just really desperate, and desperate times call for desperate measures. Now we're on Soul Point here for this Chemtech. And I mean, you look at this team composition and how much damage it could do with, you know, your Victor in particular. Imagine if you do manage to kill him, but then he actually just zombie continues to do damage in the rest of the fight. It's like, it's not looking good if they end up getting that soul.
Okay, they're trying to get in on this guy, but again, it's a support Galio. So he just throws up a taunt as a nice engage comes in from behind. This is the wombo combo they were looking for, as the Xin Zhao will go down. But look at the Victor here. He's struggling to stay alive. Gets a shield just barely. And the Alistair's desperately trying to kill him as we had a big chase on the top side too. Nocturne taking them down as a big snipe comes in from Xiao Baoxin. Able to only get one.
This comp is just so clean, and this team is playing it so well. It's so similar to what we saw last game. It looks like he is, well, that's his team's control word. I was just going to say, is he just out of vision of that? No, it's his team's control word, but we'll be able to get the back off. Small consolation prize. The low health bar is here. He's going to try to teleport back in to contest this. His ultimate is just barely not going to be up in time, it looks like. It's going to be close. This is actually, I mean, it's bold of him, but you're in such a dire situation here as 4S. You've got to try something.
Look at the flank. I mean, Aatrox is pretty fed at this point. They're just going to get the root, and he instantly dies. And guess what? They keep the Baron leashed. So, free kill. Baron comes up afterwards. And that is going to be CMG in a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, with this take on Baron and obviously the delayed kill there onto Orianna, like, that is basically game over. I mean, it's almost checkmate here. Watch this fight. The combos look good, but they can't secure the kill onto Victor. Look how low he gets before he gets that shield. And Wukong is looking for the Jin. Like, there's a little bit of a disconnect in terms of the communication on target selection here because they're focusing both AD carries equally. If you focus one, you secure the kill, you can push further. And unfortunately, Alistair is just never going to be able to do that damage. Look at his items. He's like just healing Victor.
This is the saddest Alistair I think I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it really is.
Just dying and not being able to get kills. And I say that at the same time as he's had some insane follow-up and engages himself as, uh-oh, this is a dead misfortune. Down she goes.
I mean, that's not supposed to happen with this comp. You're not supposed to snipe the enemy squishies.
Yeah, well, that is going to be Galio going down. We got a one-on-one up in the top side, just distracting the Orianna. No wombo combo for you, and even a potential snipe to come in. As one more shot, not going to be enough, nearly kills the Xin Zhao. But because both Jin and Victor are full health alongside of a frontliner in Aatrox, they will push.
They're going to push here. 15 seconds to go on Misfortune. They can grab the inhibitor. Both inner turrets, believe it or not, on top and bottom are still available. So that's going to be a huge chunk of gold that CMG can pick up if they split off here with the remainder of this Baron buff. And, I mean, things are looking very dire. This shouldn't be able to happen, and this is unfortunately for Alistair a little bit of a positional error there. It couldn't block the deadly flourish. It was a nice snipe. I mean, it was a good shot. It was a nice aim.
She also got hit by both instances of the laser.
Yeah.
Like, that's just her fault, especially because it is Misfortune. Like, you have that passive speed boost before you take damage. So at least for the first one. So a little bit of a slip up there.
Yeah, it was. That's just not supposed to happen. I mean, it was a really nice proactive play from both the Victor and the Jin, but sometimes you get caught, you know, and to get caught at that particular place on the map too is one of the worst feelings ever. Like, that's where you feel safest, but in this case you weren't. So 53 seconds until that Chemtech Soul does spawn. They did back right away because a lot of low health bars were the kind of status there for CMG, so they didn't get those inner turrets just yet. So there's a little bit more map control for 4S than I think they necessarily should have right now. If they can clear vision here, I mean, this is their last chance. This is their last fight. You lose this one, the game goes with it. So you absolutely have to fight this. You've got to set up. They're coming over here very quickly, grouped up right now to clear this vision. Nocturne's not here just yet, but he can ult in. Victor does have teleport. He's going to buy real quick. Grabs control ward and can teleport in.
He has Magi's again, by the way.
Yep.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You got some stopwatches on the side of Central South University. They're going to see the Orianna and press R on the Orianna. Not exactly the cleanest engage, but they're still so far ahead. I mean, look at this damage. The Misfortune just dies immediately. And the Zhonya's is done for the Victor. Zhang Tao will have tons of heal, as you already mentioned. The Galio comes right in. And that might just be lights out. They're pinging the base. They want to end it.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They don't have teleports, but they've got a, already a deep minion wave, and they've got legs too.
They've got more mobility than I do.
They certainly do. They're not wheelchair rolling across this time, but I mean, they've got a super minion wave here. I think they probably could have gone for it, but better safe than sorry. The thing is, if you try to come in here as 4S right now into this, Chemtech Rift with no vision, like no information.
At this event.
I know, I really am.
It's good.
Because it is going to be a thing for me for the first weeks of spring, probably. Like, you can't stop this, like, at all as 4S. Like, there's no hope. So now you have the thing that, again, guarantees the win. This engage is, like you mentioned, kind of sloppy. Like, it doesn't go too well, but they utilize the Nocturne ultimate to get Jhin into a good spot and corral everyone into this choke point where you're going to get insane value out of the taunt for this Galio. And not to mention, I mean, the Galio is actually doing a decent amount of damage to these squishy targets when he does go in. But the Victor laser in that choke too, like, Nocturne put them all into a meat grinder, and the results were not pretty.
Not a lot of fun right now for Central South University. The Chemtech Soul is a thing now.
Well, I mean, the thing is, anybody going to die here for CMG for the rest of this game? I'm starting to wonder. Maybe it's not going to be. Maybe it's not going to be that valuable after all.
Yeah. Well, at this point, they probably could have gotten any soul, and they would be very happy with their position. And keep in mind, once again, like they're not even that far ahead in gold, right?
Yeah,
like, same thing.
They still have those two inner turrets in top and bottom that are available to take. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a big explosion of gold once they do grab those. Okay, they're just really hoping they're going to walk in blind. Control word goes down.
Yeah, they just open it up. I mean, this gives vision, right? So you can just press your button on that back line once again. Nocturne Galio, they're in on to the Misfortune, who is surviving for quite a long time.
There's the res.
Yeah, here comes Zombie Nocturne trying to get some damage done as Guohatian does a good job of, frontlining for his team for as long as he possibly could. You can't really expect too much from him at this point, as everybody's full health once again.
They are either really just trying to play with their food here or very nervous about pushing the issue. They have another minion wave coming through, super minions, mind you. I think that's the last one there. And still not going to push the issue. I'm going to grab that top turret instead. Baron has spawned, so you can push this turret. Maybe look for a fight around the inhibitor turret, then back off to the Baron.
Still Shockwave available. You see they're trying to get this Wombo in maybe the best part they've had, but that stopwatch gets insane amounts of value for the Galio. And burning down here is Xin Zhao. He's going to get away just barely. Look at the Jhin sprinting at the back line right now. Not to mention Zhang Tao, who's in there as well. He's going to be able to pick up that Misfortune, and now I think they've done enough to take the finals.
Yep, that should be it. It was a very hard fought best of 3 here, but and both games were back and forth. There was a huge gold lead for 4S in both games, but they were not able to turn that composition, both compositions they built, which are similar, into a late game fighting powerhouse. This one is a lot different in terms of how it's trying to set up a wombo combo than our previous one, but the Victor factor here is just too much. Not as dominant of a performance from our support player here for CMG as we saw last time, but he's made the critical plays when it matters most. And I mean, look at them just kind of weather the storm of the bullet time here and just continue to push through. Like, you don't usually see a Jhin like sprinting and healing forward in the late game to chase the enemy mid laner, but that is what we were watching. And still the game continues, in fact.
Yeah, they really want to get this win, and I mean, all power to them.
I mean,
Their
$10,000
team's
on the
Yep.
line, so
$10,000, you have that pride win. You know, Changshu University of Science and Technology can now say, hey, we beat Central South University in the League of Legends Championship.
you and I would definitely testify if they take it. So
I'm not sure if we have a choice. That voice in the commercial is like, you and I testify,
Yeah.
or else. Like, he doesn't say it, but I think that's what he's trying
I
to
feel like
say.
he's telling us the Summoner's Rift River is about to be the Malon River as well. Like he's like, no, this is actually what's happening. And if you resist, like there will be consequences.
It's a little bit scary.
It's somewhat ominous. I will
Yeah.
be honest with you guys. But not as ominous as the angry chickens in the Samyang commercial.
That's true. I don't think I've ever seen anything more terrifying.
Well, they are going to just guarantee safely
There's no guarantee.
that nothing can go wrong. Not yet.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Another attempted engage, but look at Gongwei Pen on the back. He just immediately dies. This Misfortune has just never had a chance. After they fell behind, he's just immediately over and over getting jumped on by Nocturne and Galio. This comp from CMG was actually beautiful. Like, there were so many even pieces that I missed in the draft and that they're showing us here in this position, and that might just do it. It looks like CMG are going to take down the Nexus and take the IEF 2021 finals and take all the pride with them. Congratulations. This is a big win.
Yep, that's going to be CMG 2021 IEF champions for League of Legends. They're taking home that $10,000 prize pool, and they did it in style. Very nice victor play from their mid laner, and honestly, just a really nice showcasing of how to draft front to back. I mean, this one is a little bit less straightforward than the last one with the Galio because there's a lot of combo potential. There's a lot of re-engage. You use the Nocturne to set up a lot of the choke points that they're looking to like. 'Cause when Nocturne turns the lights out and goes through and gets on the backside, everyone has to retreat away. The front line has to retreat away. Then you can either collapse on the tanks and use the Galio taunt to blow them up, or you know, if Galio can actually close the gap onto the backline, he could just get in there and guarantee the taunt to guarantee the kill. So, I mean, we witnessed a really nice play, and I wasn't sold on the Galio, and we don't see Galio played like that really in Korea too much, but in this particular game, he was an offensive Galio support. We usually see more defensive.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, it was actually a really good synergy with what they had, right? You had defensive peel, but also offensive attack. You know, you protect, but also attack, and yeah, it was just a really beautiful comp. I liked it a lot, and they absolutely deserved the win. That's 2-0 for CMG. This is a best of 3 in the finals, so congratulations to them, and they will get that big prize money.
Yeah, big money. $10,000. $5,000 will go to 4S, who did end up falling there 0-2. So still decent. Pretty decent.
SSSS. And let's see, maybe we get an update here.
Yeah, we might.
No. No update just yet. Not that I could see. But I believe we'll probably just close out. And I think there is an awards ceremony. I don't believe it will be casted by us, but maybe you guys can tune into that if you want to see, you know, all the teams that did win and did get second and third as well. And, you know, maybe shed a tear for their efforts that they did put in this weekend.
Shed a tear for Brendan's knee.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that pretty much does it for us. I thought it's been a really nice event. Enjoyed Daejeon. I was a little bit sick yesterday, so we're kind of hiding out with the casters. Yesterday we didn't do too much. We usually talk about what we did the day before on this stream. We didn't really talk about it. We just kind of hid in the hotel, and then Valdez woke up early and busted his knee. So it was all for naught. But
it was fun while it lasted, which it didn't last all too long. But got the W in the end.
I'm going to be staying a few extra days. Yeah, just exploring more of the city. It's very close to Seoul by Rapid Train, the KTX we have out here. You can get here in about an hour and 10 minutes by train, so super easy.
It's worth it. You know, this is one of the things from this event where I'm like, I just got to see more cities outside of Seoul. You know, we've been in Seoul, at least you and I, for over 10 years. And just got to see this. Got to see the sights and
Yeah.
sounds of all of Korea.
I went to Daejeon for the first time like about a month ago, I want to say, after my 10 years of being in Korea, which is kind of crazy. I've been to Daegu a ton, Busan a ton, Jeju a few times. I still haven't been to Ulsan yet. I've been to Gwangju a few times. Gwangju's great.
Yeah.
So Ulsan's on my list next.
Ulsan, I hear, is very cool.
Yeah, I hear it's the rising city. And I heard you know a good
You're
place.
right.
I heard you know a good place to go.
Yeah, I do know a thing or two about that place.
Because we could do it together, you and I,
Yeah. We
with the
could.
sun and the sea.
I hear there's a lot of sun and sea over there, so
Yeah.
that is something you could go for.
Maybe we could get a new car there. I heard they make a lot of cars down in the sun as well.
Yeah, I hear that's a thing. So we don't have any updates, but based on what it's going for, it looks like we will be looking at the award ceremony here.
Okay, so for Hearthstone, third place will go to Jiyoung Song, I believe it said there.
Yeah.
I didn't read it quickly enough. And then for Hearthstone, our runner-up, it was a Korea versus Korea finals, is Hyunbom Lee. And then our winner, as I mentioned, is Korea versus Korea, will be Ubin Cho from Kyunghee University. So congratulations to Cho Ubin for taking that Hearthstone championship. It was a well-fought battle. That was actually played offline here in the studio.
Yeah, here's PUBG. Third place was Veronica 7 from Korea. Second place, the runner-up, Friendly Fire Gaming from Malaysia. And then the champion was Solid from China. I was watching their plays. They actually had some incredible wins in that one.
And third place for League of Legends, we said goodbye to them yesterday, but they did win the third place match today. It was CTU Logos. And then today's loss in the finals, unfortunately, went to Central South University, a.k.a. 4S. And our champions for League of Legends, the game that you and I commentated over the past 3 days, is Changsha University of Science and Technology, otherwise known as CMG. Congratulations, CMG. $10,000 in your pockets.
Yeah. What would you, so, 5 players, $10,000, you get $2,000. If you had to spend it today, what would you get?
Well, if I had to spend it today, I'd probably...
Buffalo pizza?
I would,
chicken
I
pizza?
would. I'd have to buy a lot of them, and
Buy out the store?
I already bought out the store last time, so.
Yeah.
I would say the one thing I feel like everyone around me is doing this right now, and I haven't, is get a new computer. I would
you
love
go.
to spend $2,000 and upgrade my computer.
Well, guys, I think that's it. Thanks for watching.